can see an ice cold hand's taken hold of me. What's going on? Uh-oh. Settings. Oh, we're on. JBL. Why can't I hear that? God damn it. 1 2 1 2. Where is the fucking button? Where is the button? Come on, come on. Okay. Think, Metrics, think. We're plugged in. Where sound is on here. And then we go to this one. Tune beam. Testing. Yes, we got sound. And now we go to... Play it again. Play it again. That'll do.
Down this way. Okay, well, I need him to be here now.
Okay. Are people in chat? Are people in chat? We're testing. Just bear with us, guys. Right, that works fine. So where is the...
I saw my father's car.
Settings. Audio. Default. Okay.
Outside, and I'm not really sure why.
Okay. Right, start again. Hello and welcome back to True Crime Metrics. It's Sunday Funday. We're looking at a case out of Colorado. It's the case of Devan Schreiner, the United States postal worker who shot her baby daddy and ex-partner in the face 5 times. Angry killing, close up and personal, right? Her car was at the scene. Her phone was at the scene. The cops are quick on the mark. They've picked her up. They've brought her in for questioning. She denies everything. She's like, I was at work. And it's a great, yeah, who do we owe the credit to? It was Christina, who, a bunch of people actually suggested this case to me. I just got round to watching it the other day for the first time. And, yeah, no, but it was Christina who first put the case to Metrics. So I think, you know, we have to give credit where it belongs, you know. So, we will, of course, give credit exactly where it belongs. Thank you, Christina, and thank you, Fancy. Just kidding, Fancy. It's an exciting time in the Metric Studio. We've just invested in some, what do you call it? Wireless headphones. I'm not ready to use the word earbuds or the words earbuds. It just doesn't feel like me. So, yeah, no. We are looking at this case, and it's a very good case. Welcome, everybody in the chat. Sorry for those hiccups at the beginning of the show, guys, but we've ironed out the creases. Congratulations to Amy for being the first in chat today. Congratulations, Amy. You know, I haven't been up. We didn't get the most coffees yesterday on buymeacoffee.com, but we certainly got the strongest. I have not been to sleep since last night's 5.5-hour stream, which ended at 7:30 a.m. my time. It's now 11 p.m. my time. So, yeah, we're rolling. We're just having a coffee right now, and it's great. I'm still on this stuff that Neverly Darlin sent over from California. I think it's magic stuff. It's really nice, and it's perky. It's perky. We're up. We're ready. Let's go.
Your father's car?
Yeah.
Who's your dad?
His name is Raul.
Raul?
Yeah.
Okay. Is he not allowed to see your kiddo?
He's a registered. He better not be around my kid.
Okay.
I'm not sure who's where, but he's safe right now.
Who is he with?
He's going to be with an officer right now, so.
Okay, because the previous officer that I spoke to on the phone said that he was with my sister, and she doesn't have custody of him either, because she's not his guardian.
Okay.
So I need to know where my kid is, and I need to know what's happening, because nobody's telling me anything.
Okay. Fair enough. I don't know what's happening either. I just got here as well. I was just told to come walk you in, so I'm sure they're bringing somebody down. We're going to tell you what's going to happen. Do you want to take a seat for a second? You can stay standing if you'd like, but... Okay.
Oh, and by the way, as we've got this new equipment, guys, because it's really strange, because they're noise-cancelling headphones, and I feel like my voice is inside my own throat. It's really weird. All I can hear is myself. So let us know if the levels are normal, like they should be, right?
It sounds like somebody's coming here in just a second. Let me see if somebody's on their way.
I don't understand what happened.
Okay. I don't know what I don't know what's happening either. So I'm sorry. I'm just the meeting person. Do you have custody of your kiddo?
Me and his father shared half and half custody.
Okay.
Whatever.
Okay. And we'll get all that taken care of and figure it out here. Okay. We definitely know your son is safe. And
you know he's safe. I don't know he's safe. Nobody called me.
Okay.
I live in Fort Collins. Like, I work in Loveland. I live in Fort Collins, and nobody called me. I had coworkers I haven't spoken to, well, past coworkers, I guess, that I haven't spoken to in years, telling me that my son's father was in an accident.
Okay.
And that I should check on my kid. And, like, nobody told me anything.
Okay.
So Detective Desmond will be here in 1 sec, and he's got more answers than I do.
Where is my son?
He is at the police department, and he is safe with
So he's not here?
This is the police department.
You know, it's funny. This lady is 26 years old at the time of this interrogation, and she's doing that old familiar tactic, right? Use an external emergency, or what she can pretend is an emergency. Where is my son? He better not be with that Raul. You know, where is my son? And she's using that to deflect attention away from her immediate impending circumstances of being in an interrogation room with blood all over her, with tiny little particles of blood all over her, with tiny little particles of gunshot residue all over her, right? Where is my son? I live in Fort Collins, and my son was supposed to meet me in Fort Collins.
All right, he is here.
Okay, well, why is he not here with me? I need him to be here with me. I haven't seen him, and I don't know what's happened. He was taken from his school without my knowledge or consent. And I don't know what's happened to his father. So I need to, where is he? He needs to be here.
Can I have the detective talk to you first, and he'll explain what's going on?
I don't know why he wasn't here when I got here, but I need my son. I am worried about my son. He is 5 years old. And I don't think any of you have told him anything that's happened. I don't even know what's happened.
Okay, he's here right now, so we'll figure it out.
Nice save, lady. I don't think any of you have told him what's happened. And I don't know what's happened. What has happened?
Have the detective talk to you first, and he'll explain what's going on.
I don't know why he wasn't here when I got here, but I need my son. I am worried about my son. He is 5 years old.
Your son is with a police officer. We've told you that. He's in good hands. You know?
And I don't think any of you have told him anything that's happened. I don't even know what.
They're going to give him a little plastic badge to play with, and, you know, it's he's going to have a good day. I think later she says that her son loves police, you know. Having a ride in a cop car would be a dream to her son, okay? He's absolutely fine. He's probably having a great time.
Happened.
Yeah, he's here right now, so we'll figure it out.
All right. Thank you.
Wow.
This detective has a kind of doctor manner, like he's coming in to give you an examination or something. He's very like whistly, you know what I mean? He's just whistling around the interrogation.
Mind if I shut the door for fun?
I mean, I don't really care. I want my son. Where is my son?
Kelsey will tell you everything. How about that? You're Devan?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing it right?
Yes.
I'm Steve. You can call me Steve. We gotta kind of step back here a little bit. I gotta tell you some bad news. Your ex-boyfriend, is it? Ex-husband?
I just call him my son's dad.
Son's dead.
We were never married, but
He died today.
You should have rehearsed that in the mirror.
We gotta kind of step back here a little bit. I gotta tell you some bad news. Your ex-boyfriend, is it? Ex-husband?
I just call him my son's dad.
Son's dead.
We were never married, but
He died today.
what?
Next. Yeah. Thanks for the audition. Good job. Someone will be in touch. Okay. Next. But yeah, talking of auditions, I mean, the reveal at the end of this video that we're going to watch, the reveal really reminded me of a good play, you know, when the final piece of the puzzle comes right at the end of the play, and you go, "Oh, that's what it was all about." But I won't say what it is for those people who don't know.
How? What happened?
Someone shot him in the face.
In the face? Where?
On his postal route.
He was working today? He doesn't...
Yeah. Yeah, he was working, and someone came up and shot him.
When did this happen?
12:32 today.
It is 6 o'clock.
Yeah. So it's kind of a long story. You know, in 2021 in July, they changed a lot of laws saying we have to record everything in police work. If we don't, then we get punished and everything. And I got a lot to tell you, a lot to share with you. I want to tell you that your son's safe right now. But I want to read you your rights just so you know about it. Let you know that we're recording this because we have to. We have to record everything. And just so we don't play any games with you because I don't like to play games with people.
Read me my rights?
Yeah, just to get it out of the way.
For what reason?
Well, it's your son's dad died today, and so police typically look at the butler or the ex or somebody who owes him a lot of money. So we want to at least ask you some questions about him, do our due diligence. I don't think he has a butler, so we've got to rule the butler out. So we at least got to ask you some questions about how he died. Maybe you know something about it.
I was at work today.
Okay, perfect. You got a good.
Have you already interrogated the butler?
Good excuse. Shouldn't be a big deal. But I want to ask you about it. I want to exonerate you if possible, and then move on to the next.
I kind of like the, we always like to take note on this channel about how they go about introducing the reading of the Miranda rights, and his one was quite good, I think. And in 2021 they changed a lot of the laws, and they said everything's got to be recorded, and we've got to do this, and if we get punished if we don't, so we got to do this. Read me my rights.
Suspect, do my job and see, work. I mean, I'm sure you're concerned about his death and you want it investigated fully. You don't want us to sweep anything under the rug.
No, of course not, but
in police investigations, this is like standard 101 stuff. You got to rule out the butler, you got to rule out the ex, you got to rule out the bookie who owes a lot of money to, and start working it. Could just be a random shooting, but we gotta do due diligence and figure it out. And our cases are reviewed by the DA's office, and they want us to do it right. People have a lot of pressure on us, making sure we do the right thing. And so I don't want to do anything, because the case is so serious, I don't want to do anything to violate your rights, anything like that. So
my rights and my son's rights were violated when you took him from school and did not contact me.
Yeah. So that's why
Let's focus over there, not focus on my own impending doom about being in an interrogation room, saying that my baby daddy has been shot in the face, and having my Miranda warning. My son's rights were violated when you took him from school.
I want to talk to you about it. So let me read you your rights, just so you know what they are. Have you ever seen cop shows?
Yeah.
They're on like every night. These are the same rights. I'm going to read them to you, although you probably know them. Maybe see. So let me read them to you. Can I still call you Devin, right?
Yes.
All right, Devin, let's get through this. Devin, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used against you. Devin, do you understand these rights that it's found you?
Yes.
And putting these rights in mind, can I talk to you now?
Yes.
And will you sign this for me? Give me your John Hancock. Where are you working now?
I work at the post office in Holland.
Okay, how do you like that?
It's fine.
So I want to talk to you about this case.
I need to see my son.
We need to figure out what's going on and how your baby's father died. So we're not going to let the son go just yet.
Wait, he doesn't need to go, but if he can I at least see him first?
Right now, no.
Why?
Right now, no. Because we're going to figure out if the butler killed the baby daddy's son, or if you killed the baby daddy's son, or if the bookie killed him, or if it was a random person killed him. I don't know who killed him.
So the butler, the bookie, the ex, and a random person.
And I don't want to turn over the ex to the baby until I know that everything's legit and that you're calm and that you're rational and you're not a crazy person, because I've never met you before.
I'm not calm. My son was taken. Nobody told me that anything happened. My son was taken from school by either police, and I was not informed, or by somebody who is not legally allowed to pick him up from school.
Yeah. So here's what's going on. We went out to the school, and we said we don't want anyone picking up the child until we figure out who's who and who's safe, who we can release the child to. If the ex-husband shows up at the school and the wife's dead, we're not going to release the kid to the ex-husband who just killed the mother. That's going to put the kid in harm's way. So that's just standard police 101 business.
But nobody called me.
Yeah.
When did you pick him up from school?
Probably about 3.
Okay, I called his daycare at 5-ish, and she said he was still there.
Well, maybe we picked him up at 4:30ish then.
It doesn't matter. I called him called the lady that runs the daycare, because I also used to work for her, so she knows me.
Okay.
And she said yes, is still here with us.
Okay. So maybe, I don't think she's lying. We probably picked him up at 4:30. I didn't go there. I hadn't been to the school. But when we got a homicide like this, we had a lot of people working on it.
Okay, but then they have my contact information.
Yeah.
So they couldn't have said...
Yeah, you're not listening, though. We didn't want them to release the child to you.
Don't release him to me. But nobody even told me his whereabouts.
Well,
I thought he was with his father.
The police escorted him back here, and Rosa was here as well.
Why? She is not his guardian.
No, she's not his guardian.
Okay, then why was she here?
We're not releasing her yet.
I think she's going to be writing one hell of a review on Yelp about this. Police didn't release my child or inform me where he was when I was taken in as a suspect for murder. 1 star. 1 star.
We want to find
So
out
she's with
Do not use this service. Do not use the poor service.
him? She's with my son?
We're all with. She's being interviewed by a detective because we're not sure who she is.
She's my sister.
The child is here. The child is being interviewed by a forensic interviewer.
She should not be interviewed because I didn't give consent for him to be spoken to.
He's a witness, so he doesn't need consent from the
Was
parents.
he there? Was he in the...
But he's going to tell us about the relationship between you and his father.
But I don't...
You don't understand.
He's 5.
Well, he might not have anything to say. But
No, I don't understand how this can all happen without me even knowing that anything happened in the first place.
Because we don't release children to abusive husbands that kill their wives.
So you're saying that I'm a...
Talk about intentionally not getting the point, right? This is very easy to understand. You're in the list of, because of the nature of your relationship to the victim, you are in the list of primary suspects that we need to initially either clear or identify, right? Until we do that, things are staying locked down, okay? We're on lockdown here. This is very easy to understand. And the fact that she's so, purposely not getting it is a big tell, And she'd know that if she wasn't fucking 26. Don't do it at all, right? But definitely don't do it at 26. Look at this detective here. He's been doing this longer than she's been alive, probably, right? This is child's play to him.
Abusive and I killed his
I
father?
am saying that this is police standard practice 101. We don't release children to people we don't know.
I'm not asking you to release him. I am asking why I was not contacted in any sort of form about my child's whereabouts or that there was even an incident.
I don't know about that specifically. I know we wanted to find you and we were trying to track you down.
You could have found me
Yeah.
when you picked him up from school because they have my information. I pay for him to go to that school.
Yeah.
They have that information.
Well, I'm going to talk to the officer that did that. Like I said, I wasn't there.
Is the lip sync good for you guys? It seems to be a bit out for me, but I don't know if that's these new headphones or what,
Okay. We're kind of going around in circles here. I'd like to exonerate you if you didn't have anything to do with this and get you out of this police department.
Yes, because I would like to see my
I
son.
don't think you want to hang out with me, and I think you want to see your son, and I want to check off all the boxes, make sure we can release the Sunday tonight.
I saw my father. I saw my father's car in the parking lot. Is he here as well?
I don't know. What? Who's your father?
His name is Raul. He's tall, brown Mexican dude.
I'm not sure.
A tall, brown Mexican dude. What?
Check off all the boxes, make sure we can release the Sunday tonight.
I saw my father. I saw my father's car.
Okay, Acapella. Acapella says Metrix's volume has consistently been lower than the video volume lately. All right, well, so my microphone needs to be louder? Is that what you're saying?
In the parking lot. Is he here as well?
I don't know. What? Who's your father?
His name is Raul. He's tall, brown Mexican dude.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
We have about 30 detectives working on this. There's a lot of people here. We brought in a lot of neighbors. We brought in a lot of other people. So I'm not sure. So.
Yeah, but then the detective is quite soft spoken and she's loud, so it's awkward.
Let's go back a little bit so I can see who you are and see whether or not I can release a child to you. Does anyone have it up for you? What do you refer to him as? Do you just refer to him as?
I just literally say my son's father or
Father.
Jason.
Jason. Do you know of anyone that want to get Jason in trouble?
In trouble? No.
Or out to get him? Want to shoot him?
No.
Nothing like that? Okay. Does it surprise you that someone would go up and...
Well, I turned the shrieking banshee down. Is that better? Is that more level between the microphone and the video?
shoot him?
Yes, it surprises me a lot.
Okay.
I didn't know, I don't know anybody that would want to hurt him.
How long have you dated Jason? Or
Um,
how would you describe the relationship? How long have you known him? However you're comfortable answering that.
I've known him since, I don't know.
Okay, so for Spacey Dove, it's the lip sync is good. Thanks, Spacey.
Sorry, language.
Well, I hear it all. You're fine. You are not going to offend
Okay,
me.
I was like, I don't know, how old's my kid? He's almost 6, so, he was born in 15, so I knew...
She does level out as we move a little later through the interview. This screaming stuff stops.
I've known him
soon.
since, like, October, November of 2014.
Good relationship? Have the police been to your house every week? How would you describe that? I mean, people date and they break up. How was your relationship?
It was never great. I mean, it started out okay, and then we had him, and I mean, it wasn't great. He left us when it was 6 months. He moved out, and we tried, I guess, a couple of times to work things out, but it never worked.
Okay. I don't want to get up in your business and know all that, but police aren't there every day. Nothing.
No.
I mean, just a bad relationship that didn't take off the ground.
I had filed a restraining order against him back in, I don't know, 2015, 2016 at the end or the beginning of the year. I don't remember. We had an altercation and I asked him to leave my house because he wasn't living there anymore, and he got a little physical while I was holding my son, and he was an infant at the time. And so I filed it to get him to back off a little bit, and when I went to make it permanent, they're like, you know how hard this is going to be, like, if you make it permanent, like, it's going to be really hard to do transitions because he has partial custody and all of this stuff, so that's going to be really hard, like, you understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was a new mom, like, I couldn't do it by myself, and
Raising kids is tough.
yeah, and I was like, I don't, hopefully that won't happen again, and so I didn't make it permanent.
Okay. Well, that's understandable. Everyone has a reason for getting restraining orders, and everyone has their own reason why they don't make it permanent. And I'm not here to judge your actions about why you decided to do what you decided was best for you. So I'm just trying to get a snapshot of your relationship. So I want to transition a little bit here. Longmont's an awesome department to work for. When we have a homicide, we have all of our property crime detectives go out. We have all of our person crime detectives go out. We have all of our undercover detectives go out. We have all of our gang and crime suppression units go out. We have a lot of people on this case, and we've worked the case quite a bit. I don't pretend to know everything that happened, but there are some things that are really kind of concerning me. We saw your car in the area of the crime scene. Your car was a Nissan Rogue that is missing the front passenger front hubcap. We got your car on a license plate reader. a little while ago with your license plate, and it has that front passenger hubcap missing. Sure enough, in the videos around the crime scene, that car is there with that front passenger bumper or hubcap missing. You said you're at work today, but your scanner goes off before the homicide and turns back on well after the homicide, and they track your scanner that's used at work to your boyfriend's house, AJ. So that's really kind of concerning. And we caught the shooting on one of the Nest doorbell cameras from across the street.
It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, every single car. If you look at your car tomorrow, you'll find distinct features. You know, if there's a sketchy video from an ATM machine or a Ring doorbell, and it's not going to get the license plate, it basically doesn't matter. Because if you're missing a hubcap or you've got some damage to your front bumper, it's about as good as fingerprints. I mean, not fingerprints, but you know what I mean. It's like just pretty easy to identify, even on a sketchy video. And thank you so much, Nicole E. and Anne. Is it Anne? Anna, for the fabulous coffees on buymeacoffee.com. Thank you, guys. What happened to our coffee alerts? I've got to add that again.
So I'm really kind of concerned. I know that you got served just the other day with the child custody order, and you're a little upset about that. You told AJ, you told Devin in the past that AJ knows where you live, and that he'll shoot you if he needs to.
I've told who?
You told that to Devin, and Devin told that
Well,
to
I'm
Rose,
Devin,
sister.
but
Yeah. Well,
I'm
he heard,
confused.
Jason heard that from you, and then Jason told Rose that, and Rose told us that. That's happened about a year ago.
That
AJ knows where you live, Jason, and AJ will shoot you, Jason. You said that.
That I said that? I've never said that.
So why is your car in the crime scene area? Why are you in that area in your car? And why are you turning off your scanner?
I didn't turn off my scanner.
No, you did.
No, I
The
did not
postal inspectors are here.
turn off my scanner.
Or you didn't go with the scanner. The scanner's at your boyfriend's house, or somewhere in that area, in front of it, or in a bush somewhere in that area. It wasn't with you. Okay, they have a breadcrumb trail on GPS on your scanner.
Yes.
And the postal inspectors were here, and they said, before the homicide, you're not doing anything with the scanner. It's stationary for like 3 hours or more. And it should be mobile because you're working. But it's at your boyfriend's house, and why is your car in the crime scene area?
I don't.
We've got video of your car in the crime scene area.
I don't know why it would be on camera that my car was down there, but I don't.
Listen,
If I don't scan
packages.
then obviously I'm not doing that. But I did stop I did stop at his house for my lunch break, sort of.
Devin, I think you're a good person, but something's not right here. I think the gig is out. There's something weird going on here. Everything is pointing to you being involved in this shooting. People don't go around just shooting postal people.
I mean, I work for the post office, and I have before, and I have been.
And supposedly you're on video 2 weeks ago breaking into the Longmont post office. That's a separate issue.
Didn't break in. I worked for the post office. I'm
Not
allowed to
that branch.
go in.
But who cares about that? That's just a stupid burglary.
Burglary.
Yeah. Let's talk about the homicide. Why are you, what's your involvement in this? Because I think there's a lot more than you're telling us. The video of the shooter looks kind of like you. It's from a distance, but it looks like you're.
Good evening, Ride-In Shotgun. How you doing?
Your height and your build. It doesn't look like AJ's height and build. It doesn't look like Castaneda's height and build. It looks like your build with a black hoodie. Now, we're going to search your house. We're going to search your car. We're going to seize your car. We're going to do a gunshot residue test on you.
Sorry, go ahead.
So we're not going to leave any stone unturned, but we're going to get to the bottom of this. And this is your out to tell me what type of involvement you have, because it's very concerning. Your car being there, you turning your scanner, not bringing your scanner, GPS not moving, during the homicide. You're getting served just the other day with
Like,
custody papers.
I got an email about it saying that they were going to file something.
On like the 11th. You have to serve with some sort of court notice of changing custody, something.
Well, I just got an email saying that we were going to have to go to court for it.
So what's going on here? Are you behind this homicide? Is AJ behind the homicide? We got two different cars, it looks like.
Two different cars?
Yeah, it looks like there's a car leaving the scene of the crime. Maybe it's just a witness who saw the shooting and is getting out of there. Maybe it's the shooter, but we saw your car in there moments before the shooting. And there can't be that many Nissan Rogues that are 2017 that are missing the front passenger, don't you? So you're involved in this, okay? And I want to know what your involvement is. Did a boyfriend try to tell you that he's going to take care of this? Were you involved in it? Because someone is there doing this. It's not a random shooting. And so the gig is up, okay?
I read on the way here about what happened, and they said that a man shot him.
That's what we originally thought, yeah. Now we're thinking it could be you. We're thinking it could be maybe a boyfriend. Thank you? That's not the question. That's not the right answer.
What am I supposed to say?
We're trying to get all this evidence together. We're trying to put the pieces together.
Palms up, palms up. What was that body language expert on some show? I think they were talking about Wendy Adelson. I can't really remember. And they said, no. Palms up in the interrogation room is a big indicator of innocence. I think she knew nothing about this crime. It's not to me. Having your hands like that, kind of frozen in place, is just... It's to me, it's frozen, as in fight, flight, or freeze, right?
And I don't think you're being truthful with me. And I want to know why your car's there, why you're not using the scanner, why the scanner was left there. It looks like you're involved in this. So tell me why you're not involved in this. The whole thing about staying at your boyfriend's house for 3 hours doesn't seem very credible to me. So I'm asking you.
It was a woman that riding shotgun, so I don't think, unless it was a guest that they had, it wouldn't have been the behavior panel. I think it was a woman, maybe on Joel's show. I don't know.
Did you have AJ do something? Do you think AJ was involved in something like this? Do you think
No.
Castaneda, or if not, maybe it looks like it's you.
Castaneda, I don't.
Your other boyfriend,
I.
Castaneda.
Well, I know who that is. I just don't understand how he's.
I don't know, one of your boyfriends. One of your associates. Someone killed.
Oh, Patricia Burns says, what is the weird background noise you have? Have you got rats metrics? I think that was the dog eating. Have you eaten everything now, Soap? That's okay. You only like to eat when we are broadcasting your noisy biscuits.
Your ex. And we want to find out who it is. It seems like you're involved. Your car is there. You left your scanner with GPS back at AJ's house. Your ex, who you said AJ would kill, is now dead.
I've never said that.
Well, I don't care. I wasn't there. I'm not. That's what Rosa said, but I don't care. I didn't hear that. That's what Rosa's saying. It could have just been off the cuff remark. We're going to do a gunshot test.
It could be her being like, hey.
We're going to do a gunshot residue test on
What do you mean, A?
No, we're going to do a gunshot residue test on you to see if you have any, when you fire a gun, all this gunshot powder comes out and it covers you. It covers your face, your hair, your clothes, your hands. Have you been around any guns lately? Have you been shooting anything lately?
No.
So we do a gunshot residue test. It's going to come back negative.
It better.
Listen,
I feel like.
I'm trying to figure out if you did this or if someone else did this. And my bet is you have someone else involved.
Hey, Patricia Burns, we thought of you today because you missed a good one last night. In the show, we looked at the commissary list of what Charlie Adelson has available to him while he was in the Tallahassee Leon County Jail. And it was a huge list. There was loads of stuff available, but one of the items, we found out that tuna is served in pouches, not cans, but just below that in the list there was something called a spam pouch. Okay, a pouch of spam, which you know, it's just one of those terms of phrase that if it's not a euphemism, it should be. And I just imagine Charlie Adelson sitting on suicide watch, looking at the list of commissary available to him, coming down the sort of menu, if you like, and looking at, you know, if you give Charlie Adelson a spam pouch, he'll probably try and fuck it.
Involved in this, maybe a friend, and so I'm trying to figure out if you talk to me about this, you know. I don't think there's a coincidence that your ex got shot in the face today. It looked like a hit. Looks like someone pulled up, ran out, shot him, ran back to the car, sped off, fired 5 times. He died right there. So I'm going to take this seriously, and I want to exonerate you to have nothing to do with this. I don't want to arrest you if you didn't do this. Does that make sense? I don't want to arrest anyone that didn't do a crime. But your car is...
So Carrie B says, I think this guy is using that technique where the interrogator talks non-stop to give the suspect no time to think. I've seen it done well. Not sure I care for this guy's flow, though. Well, we have to keep in mind that he's not really on a fact-finding mission here. Her guilt is very close to conclusive. Her car's there. A figure is running on video, the same build, height, you know, everything like that. She's got this angry personal connection to the crime, to the victim. The guilt is pretty conclusive. He's not really on a fact-finding mission. He's putting the wall, he's doing the dossier technique. Listen, we've got your car, we've got your phone, we've got your scanner that was turned off, we've got the time that you left work or whatever it is, you know, a bunch of stuff. Stack, just to kind of bring her to terms with the futility of her continuing to protest her innocence. Profess her innocence. Yes.
There. Your car is there. You turn your scanner off. Your GPS. Well, you didn't turn it off. We're not going to mince words. You left your scanner at your boyfriend's house. You said you were at work all day. You're not at work.
I am at work. I'm on my route.
For like 3 hours, you left your scanner there?
I stopped. I left it in the truck while I went into the house.
And then your car is in the crime scene. You know, that's a lot for a jury to try to swallow. So we saw the car in the area, but there's also another car. So that's why I'm thinking maybe someone else is involved. Maybe things went a little too far, and you thought maybe your boyfriend was going to rough him up, and then, oh crap, your boyfriend shot someone. And I don't want to look at you for this. You know, there are exes out there, men, women that say, you know, this guy's doing dirty, go send him a message. You're not going to go fight your ex. You're not going to go punch him. You know, it'd be too easy to send someone else out there to rough him up. And you send him in to rough him up, and holy crap, he shot him.
Do you know anyone that can rough someone up? Hey, Katie, do you know anyone who can rough someone up?
Maybe that's not what you were expecting. Maybe you just want him roughed up a little bit. Or he said, I'm going to go rough him up. You're like, no, don't rough him up. But let's go over there. I'm going to rough him up. Maybe you just want to keep him calm a little bit. And then instead of roughing him up, he kills him. So I'm trying to find out. I think you're definitely involved in
Well, that'd be felony murder.
this. But maybe you're down here where you're just trying to prevent something. okay? Maybe you don't want this hothead, whoever it is, to go beat him up. Maybe
He's
you don't want.
not a hothead.
Well, I don't know who he is, but whoever's there, maybe they went too far and you didn't know it. So that's why I'm trying to give you some type of plausible deniability. This happens all the time. I can tell you some stories about it if you want to, but my favorite story about this is a basketball player. Basketball player is playing basketball and he sees some fan heckling, right? And the fan is saying, "Oh, you suck, you suck." Well, the guy goes up there and beats up the fan, right? Terrible. He's in the paper, he's getting crucified in the paper. He's an elite athlete making millions of dollars a year. They have security to go out and take care of these guys. Next week, another guy, I think it's Andre Davis, he goes up in the stands and beats someone up. Is that the same thing? I mean, on the surface level it is, but if you don't do your job as a detective, you might not realize that this guy, Andre Davis, someone was messing with his wife, like harassing his wife, smacking his wife around. He ran up to the stands to do his husbandly duty to protect his wife. So that's why he did it. The other guy, he's down here. He just goes up there because he's a punk and beats up a fan. Andre Davis goes up there, does the same thing, but he does it to protect his wife. So two same things, and if we don't get to the bottom of this and find out what's really going on, where are you on the spectrum? Are you this thug that goes into the stands and beats someone up? Or are you this other person who's just trying to calm things down, get things under control? That's what I want to know. That's a mitigating circumstance. If things got out of control, I want to know it. And this is your chance to tell me. Because something happened, and you're involved somehow, to some degree. And I want to know it. If your boyfriend or your friend or some guy you hired maybe to beat him up, things went too far, this is the time to come forward and come clean and let me know.
That I hired?
I don't know who this guy is just yet, but we're going to find out. We're searching your car, we're going to search your phone, we're going to do this gunshot residue test, maybe everything will come back clean, and that's great. That's great, because I don't want to arrest the wrong person. But if there's someone else involved in this, we're going to find out. And if that other person says you're involved in this, it looks bad on you. So this is your chance to tell me someone went way too far, and I didn't want him to shoot him. I thought he was going to talk to him. I thought he was going to say, "Hey, knock this shit off." I thought he was going to try to reason with him. I thought he was going to say, "Hey, this has gone too far. Let's get this under control." And I was going to let him try it, but he shows up there all of a sudden, he's shooting him. There wasn't two people there. There was just one shooter. And so I'm thinking, I got to do my job as a detective, and if you didn't do this, I need to get you off the hook for it. I need to say, she wasn't involved, she came clean, she panicked.
Acapella says, but if these people all got lawyers, we wouldn't have these enjoyable videos to watch. It's true, right? But I don't think there's any fear of that, because all the awareness in the world, it's in popular culture. It's embedded in popular culture. You don't have to be a true crime head to know. Get a fucking attorney. It's always going to be the case. Hey, she does. Well, we'll get there. She's about to ask for an attorney now. But then this postal worker comes in who's even more cop than the cops, right? It's kind of an unusual, this inspector for the Postal Service comes in, and he's like, we'll see, we'll get there.
She didn't call the police right away because she was scared. Your ex just got shot in the face, and you don't want to turn this guy in because you're thinking you're scared. I understand that. I mean, I've been a detective for 28 years. These things happen.
I told you. She's 26. He's been a detective for 28 years. This really is the case of a child with their hand in the cookie jar, covered in crumbs, swearing that they didn't touch that cookie.
You got to take a deep breath. Now we got to say, there's more to the story than you think, Steve. You need to say, Steve, I'm not a bad person. Steve, I can't tell you what happened, but it got too far, and you got to get this off your chest. Because I believe you have some knowledge of this. I believe your car is in the area. The whole thing with the scanner, all of these things are starting to add up. You know, we're going to search your phone. We're going to get clothing and test that. We're going to test your hands. Something happened, and you didn't cover your tracks if you're involved in this, and we're going to find out about it. So now is a good time before we find out about it. We will find this person. We've got like 65 cops working on it, 65 detectives. We've got the whole postal investigation team here. We're going to find out about it. Now's your chance. If you didn't have anything to do with this, to come clean. Say, Steve, I don't know how to tell you this. I don't know if you'll even believe me, but I want you to try. I want you to try to trust me, to believe me, that if you didn't have anything to do with this and something got out of hand, I want to help you.
This is a Crime Circus presentation.
Because the gig is up.
You're not really.
This is a Crime Circus presentation. We've borrowed the video from Crime Circus, the YouTube channel Crime Circus. Link in the description to their channel. Thank you for posting it, Crime Circus. I haven't had a chance to watch your channel in quite some time, but I used to, and it was very good, and I'm sure it still is. If you like true crime, go and have a subscribe over there.
In the business of trusting people.
So I'm not saying I trust you or I trust this guy. I'm asking you to trust me. Because if you didn't do this, and things got out of control, and you panicked, and you didn't think this guy was going to kill him, you thought maybe he's going to rough him up, that's understandable. So that's why I want you to trust me, if something like that happened.
I understand why I would be a suspect because of who I am related to him.
And your car.
But I don't. There was things in the past that have happened with him and I that I could have gone to court, or I could have tried to call the police. I mean, I have, and it didn't help. But there's other things that I could have done. Why would I shoot him?
I don't know why people ever shoot people. And I'm not saying you shot him. Maybe someone else shot him. Maybe people just lost their temper. Someone shot him. We know that. Someone shot him 5 times in the face. That's kind of a lot of hatred. They didn't steal anything from him. They didn't have any issue with him. There wasn't a traffic road rage case. Someone shot him because they're really upset with him. They shot him in cold blood. Shot him 5 times and let him bleed to death there. That's someone who knows this guy. And you know him very well. And you know the people who know him very well. And
I don't know the people that know him.
You know AJ, you know Castaneda.
They don't know him.
Your car was there. Okay? Your car was there. So tell me someone borrowed your car.
I was at work on my route, which is not close to not super close to the post office.
Why is your car in Longmont when your scanner is
I don't know. I am on my route working.
Do you work in a mail truck or your personal car?
No, I work in a mail truck.
Okay. So why is your car down here killing your ex?
I don't know. But it
you
sounds
understand
like
why that's so concerning to me.
Yes, I do understand
so did
that.
Borrow your car? Help me out here.
I don't know, but it seems like with all of these things that you're going to be doing that I need to have a lawyer, ask for a lawyer, or I don't know.
Yeah, you can have a lawyer.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say about that, but
I'm on that.
But
I'm on that. I'm going to take your phone. I'm going to apply for a search warrant to search it. I'm going to have a female come in here and help you get changed out in privacy off camera, so we preserve your rights. I'm not going to ask any more questions about this homicide. And so let's get that going, okay? I'm going to treat you with respect, and let me get that going, okay?
So Rosa's here, and is that it? Is she going through the same thing?
We've interviewed her. I don't know who's interviewing her, how they're acting her, what they've asked her, but her car is not in the scene. I really don't. You said you don't want to talk to me and you want a lawyer, and I don't want to try to trick you and say, well, keep talking to me, keep asking me questions, and we're going to abuse your rights. If you want a lawyer, stop, and that's fine. But I don't want to violate your rights. I take your rights very seriously.
That's fine. I don't. That's fine.
Let me get the Detective Jones in here.
Okay.
And she's listening. Is Cassidy there?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Can you get the GSR kit?
Yes.
You grab that for me? I'll
Yes,
be
I
back
sure can.
first. Can I get you anything to drink or anything? I don't want to be a jerk to you.
Get some water.
I'll get you some water.
Are we?
So we're gonna do a GSR kit. We're gonna seize your clothing, and that could help exonerate you or implicate you in the crime. Hopefully, it exonerates you and shows that you didn't do it. Hopefully, this gunshot residue kit exonerates you and shows that you didn't do it. Then we're gonna probably just get you out of here. Your son is not going home with you. We're going to talk to the Department of Health and Human Services, have a social worker decide who should get the kid, because I'm not convinced that you're not involved in this.
So I can't even see him. You put him in the back of a police car and brought him here, and he hasn't gotten to see me or anybody.
I'm not here to punish you. I'm going to treat you with respect. I'm going to ask, and if the powers that be say, yeah, let her see her. But I'm a little concerned about what happened today, and I'm concerned for the son's for safety, because I don't know what happened yet.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
Can you step out for just one moment? So real quick, one thing before you step out. Just 'cause we're in a secure area, we didn't check you for any weapons. Do you have pistols on you?
No.
Can you stand up? Just let me check real quick. And you can sit back down, okay? You don't have to be nice or anything that'll help me.
Thanks so much for the super chat, Victoria Girl. Spain Fun Fund. Okay. We could put it to better use than that, but yeah, thank you, Victoria Girl.
Bazookas.
I just don't like it.
It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. I didn't see anything when you ran in, but then when we were back here, realized I didn't do a good check. Okay, go ahead and turn around for me. Just got the little pockets. Looks like okay. Thank you. You can. Here's a water.
All right. We're gonna get this going here.
Hey, Devin.
I'll introduce you to someone real quick.
I just arrived. I'm a U.S. Postal Inspector. So my name's Ken. So I know you work for the post office and have worked for the post office.
This, I'm not a cop. I'm not a cop. Can you tell by my little satchel bag under my arm and my waistcoat? It's just like this sort of a little bit preppy, no gun, you know. I'll be like, no, come on, man, you're a cop. I know you're a cop. You've come in here because, are you my attorney or a cop?
So because this is kind of postal related, you were working today, I wanted to chit chat with you about kind of what happened and some of your activities today, okay? I understand you may have been kind of done talking with the detective, but I wouldn't mind talking to you as an inspector to find out.
Yeah. You're done talking with this detective, but I'm an inspector, you know? Inspector. Detective? Inspector. I work for the Postal Service. I just want to know, you know, about the letters and packages. Well, I just need to account for those, okay? I'm not a cop. Definitely not a cop.
going on and what happened today.
Can we also confirm, just, you said you wanted a lawyer, but it wasn't clear. Do you want to talk to him or do you want a lawyer? Whatever you decide. I don't have any more questions, but I don't want your life to be life.
Sure, yeah. We weren't sure because you were kind of deciding what you wanted to do, but I'd imagine this is the husband of your child. The father.
You know, of all the couches that we've seen in soft-ish interrogation rooms, this is a pretty good one, right? Do you remember that fucking flea-infested monstrosity that they had Chandler Halderson's girlfriend, Catherine Melander, on? God, that was awful. It was like from the set of the 1991 debut of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. It was just terrible. It was awful. This one's kind of, looks comfy.
Your child. So we're just trying to get this wrapped up. We're trying to figure out what happened today.
Yeah, we're just trying to get this wrapped up. You know how the Postal Service works. So, the letters and packages.
Okay, so one of the things we do is talk to everybody that's around the person, anybody that they may have had a relationship with, either current or in the past. Obviously, you have a relationship with Jason. You know, you guys have a child together, so you work for the post office, he worked at the post office. We came up here, we were notified by the police department about what happened, so we went out there and took a look at what happened, and we'd like to sit down and talk with you, okay? Would you be comfortable with talking to me about just kind of your activities today? And if I get to a point or a part where you don't feel comfortable, just tell me I don't want to talk about that.
Well, I mean, I already explained that I was at work today. My route is in North Loveland.
Okay.
And
well, I guess I just came in, and I apologize. When you guys were already mid-conversation, I'd love to start off with, like, how long you've worked at the post office, that type of thing. How long did you work up?
You see, this guy's really good. I mean, I'm amazed that he's not a cop. Like, he just must really love the Postal Service, because he's every bit as shrewd and skilled. He's come in here and he's doing the big reset, right? All this stress, all the dossier technique, all the wall of evidence, the tidal wave that Detective One was building against her that made her freak out and buckle and defer to legal counsel, invoke her was it Sixth Amendment? I think it's the Sixth Amendment. Yeah, all of that has just now been reset. We'd like to go back. You know, how long have you been working at the post office? Do you think it's a good place to work? If you had to change anything about your pattern of shifts, what would that be? It's like a quarterly review, right? He's introducing this second phase of the interrogation, which will get just as heated, even more so in time. But he's doing the big reset. You know, we'd like to go back, way back, just, you know, think of it as like a quarterly review, okay? An employee review. You tell us what you like, what you don't like.
Up at the Loveland Post Office now, but you used to work at the Longmont Post Office, is that right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So I'd like to talk to you about that, if that's okay with you. And again, like I said, if you get to a point to where you just don't want to talk to me about it, that's fine. But I think, I mean, would it be accurate saying, because most of the time when I interview people that are related to, you know, somebody that was hurt, they want to help. They want to find out what happened.
Yes, of course.
Do you want to find out what happened?
Yes, of course I want to find out.
Well, I'm sure that you do.
That wasn't why I wasn't answering or wanting to talk anymore. The detective is saying that we're going to be doing all of these things that I don't understand. So and I think he didn't understand, like, the scanner thing, because I walked in a little bit and I heard you talking about the scanner and you were trying to correct him about kind of how the scanner works. I thought, well, maybe if I come down there, you'd be maybe a little more comfortable talking to an inspector. So.
Yeah, you know, these These stupid cops, they don't understand how the scanners work. They got it all wrong. I'm from the Postal Service. I know all about how the scanners work. I started off where you are, and then I moved up the ladder to inspector. And they gave me this waistcoat and pretty little satchel bag to put under my arm, so that everyone knows that I'm an inspector. You know? Inspector Q-Ball.
About what's going on, and I'll explain everything like he has. I've been working, as an inspector for almost 20 years, so I'm just here to figure out how we can help you, how we can resolve this situation, how we can help Jason. But I need your help to do that, okay?
Right.
I absolutely need your help. We're going to be talking to lots of different people, but I need you to help me. Would you be willing to help me?
I mean, I will, as long as it doesn't get turned around what I'm saying.
I'm not going to turn around one thing you say. If I say something that sounds different than what you're trying to tell me,
right. Well, that's why I was correcting him, is because he said I turned off my scanner. And
hey, just before we move into phase 2, guys, if you would like to support the channel, you can do so at buymeacoffee.com, link in the description, /True Crime Metrics. Great way to support the channel, along with super like, super thanks, super sticker, super subscribe, super chat. And yeah, remember to like the video, share, leave a comment, and join Discord, because Discord is great. Link in the description. And merchandise, fantastic. Don't Be an Adelson merch, available at merch.truecrimemetrics.com, or just buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com. We're out of coffee tonight. We've just finished our California brew, but I do have this handsome tin, which I'll probably have for years. What am I going to put in that? Pencils? I don't know. Something. Buttons. Fantastic buttons, fantastic coffee buttons. Beans, coffee beans. Buy me a coffee bean at buymeacoffeebean.com /True Crime Metrics bean coffee.
did not turn off my scanner.
Yeah, and he doesn't know how scanners work.
Right, I understand.
So it wasn't intentional. He wasn't trying to, because we worked together before, he wasn't trying to pull any fast ones or anything. He just wasn't sure how it worked.
No,
So if it's okay with you, he's going to leave. I'm going to sit down with you. We'll keep talking. If you decide at any point you want to stop talking.
Yeah, he's going to leave. He's going to go and learn how scanners work, because I know. Yeah, we're going to sit down together and we're going to solve the scanner mystery, okay? That's what we're going to do. You're in good hands.
Just let me know that, okay? Well, let's start off with, are you comfortable where you're sitting? Or would you rather...
I don't really care.
Okay.
I just really want my kid, and that's not...
This guy looks like he's put his... This guy looks like he's put his whole head in the bowling ball polisher. It's shiny as fuck.
Yeah, well, first off, I'm sorry about what's happened today. So today's been a stressful day for you, for your child. So I understand that.
I don't think you do.
Well, I can empathize with the fact that it's probably one of the worst days in your life. So
on top of what happened, my child was picked up by the police from school, and I was not contacted.
Okay.
And I know this had nothing to do with you. I
know. I understand.
Thanks again, Victoria, for the bail fund. Yeah, hopefully she's had some time to think about her actions.
I'm a father. I've got kids myself. That would upset me too. But you know what? We'll make it right. You know what? When mistakes happen, we'll make them right.
I'm not allowed to see my son. Like, doesn't understand what's happened, and he was put in a police car, which he loves police, so I'm sure he was like, hey, this is fun.
Sure.
But he's traumatized. Like, he doesn't know what's going on. He's not allowed to see me. He's not allowed to see his father. His father's not here.
Yeah, how about as soon as we're done?
Well, he certainly will be traumatized when he finds out that his mother shot his father 5 times in the face.
Let's make sure that gets scored away. I'm sure he's being taken care of right now. They have folks that would be watching him right now. But I'll make sure you see him after we chit-chat, okay? But let me start off with, how long have you worked up at the Loveland Post Office?
Since the end of June or the beginning of July. I don't remember my exact date.
So June or July of this year?
This year, yes.
And what do you do up there? Are you a carrier?
I'm a rural carrier, yeah.
Okay. And you drive a postal vehicle?
I'm just a sub. I'm an RCA, so I don't have a regular route, but yeah, I drive it.
Okay. As an RCA, that's a rural carrier associate?
Yeah.
So you just show up, you don't have a regular route, you just show up and they say, hey, I need you on Route 19, I need you on Route 30, I need you on Route 40?
Yeah.
Okay. What days do you work?
I work every day except for usually Mondays or my days off.
Okay. So every day but Monday, and that's your regular day off generally?
Generally. I mean,
okay.
I feel like you would know this, but maybe not. I don't know how.
I didn't have time to pull any...
No, I don't mean that. I just mean like as a working for the post office as an inspector, like I assume you would know how the process works.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Well, different offices run differently. So, and schedules rotate. Sometimes you can have rotating days.
This guy is so cunning, man. It's incredible. He does such a good job at masking it as, friendly advice and comfortable nature and all of those things. But he knows exactly what he's doing. It's really, it's quite dark when you think about it. Just he's going to go through a bunch of completely useless questions. So what days do you work? That's got nothing to... All it's doing is getting her into the flow of talking. Because if she gets into the flow of talking, her defenses come down. And then when a confrontation comes, she has to find a defense again, right? She was building a wall around herself, and this guy is going to start taking that wall down brick by brick, right? Without her even noticing. So that when the confrontation comes, then she realizes, oh shit, I don't have any wall. I just have a load of bricks on the floor. And now I've got to build it up really quickly, but I don't have time, and now I'm fucked.
Days off?
No,
See what I'm saying?
Usually have Mondays off.
Okay. So you were working today. Is today's...
Hey, thanks so much, Jackie. I want to buy 5 coffees, but I need to buy them one by one. You're so good. Something. You're so good at what you do. Well, thank you, Jackie. And thank you for the coffee. It's really appreciated.
Wednesday. So, where do you actually live?
I live in Fort Collins.
In Fort Collins? Do you live by yourself?
Yes, it's just me and my son.
You and your son? Okay. And how old's your son? Is he 6?
He will be 6 next week.
Okay. And what's your address in Fort Collins?
Do I have to give that to you?
No. If you don't feel comfortable, you don't have to. But you live with your son, and does your son goes to school? You were saying there was a deal at school. Do you drop him off, or how does he get to school?
Yes, I dropped him off. He goes to school down here.
Okay, so Jason normally drops him off for school?
Depending on whose day it is, yes.
Okay. So what happened today? Did he wake up at your house?
No, he's been with his father since Sunday.
Okay. Since Sunday, he's been with his dad. So today, you just woke up at home, and then tell me, when did you get to work?
I got to work about...
This is a crime circus presentation.
Around 7:45, 8 o'clock.
Okay. In the morning?
In the morning.
Okay.
And then...
Is that your regular start time?
Yeah, we can't start before 8 o'clock.
Okay. So it was about 7:45, 8 o'clock? Okay. And then tell me about your day. What happened after you checked in? What route did you have today?
I had Route 14.
How did you get to work is what I would want to know. This girl's plan was like, What the fuck? You know, you've got a serious beef with your ex. Serious beef. Major hostility in the relationship that is difficult to move away from because you share custody over your child, right? And her plan was basically go to work, then, you know, she works in a postal truck, company truck, but she stops at this guy's house, a sort of partner-ish, for lunch. So she left her scanner, which has the GPS and everything, in the truck, and then drove over to the ex, ran out the car, shot him in the face in front of like every fucking doorbell cam. They're postal workers, right? Their job is going to people's front doors. How do you not know how many fucking doorbell cams are in an area? I mean, come on. You think, oh, it's residential, there might not be any CCTV. Newsflash! Every front door is a CCTV camera right now, okay? All these people stealing Amazon packages that are behind the garbage bins or whatever, you know? And, what was it saying? Yeah, shot him 5 times in the face, then drive back quickly, get in the Postal Service truck with the scanner, with the GPS, continue on your day. I don't think she's even changed her clothes, right? The blowback from the gun, the tiny little blood flake particles that you can't see, it's all over her. What was the plan?
But I'm assuming that you all know that since you've checked the scanner.
I haven't personally checked it, so I don't know, honestly. I know that they pulled some scanner records, which I'll talk to you about here in a bit, but I wanted to make sure I found out what was going on because there's some kind of differing information. So I wanted to make sure I talked to you first because obviously you know what you were doing today. So about 8 o'clock you got to work, quarter to 8. You did route, did you say 14?
14.
And
Hey, thanks Leah for popping in to be number 58 like button. Like number 58. Who's going to be 59? And 60?
And where is Route 14?
It's on the north side of Loveland.
Okay. So did you case mail for a while, or how does that work?
Yes, I cased most of my route.
How you doing, Manny Manolo? Manolo? Manny Manolo. Good to see you.
And then I cased my route. I took everything to the street, and I started delivering about 10:30.
Okay. So you left the post office around 10:30?
Yes.
Okay. So between 8 and 10:30, you were working,
Yes.
casing your mail.
Yes.
Did you have a lot of packages?
Not today, no.
Okay. Was it like a lot of DPS mail?
There was a lot of DPS, yes. I ended up taking most of it to the street.
Okay. Was there more than one route you were doing today, or just that particular route?
No,
14?
today was just 14.
Okay. So you loaded up your truck. You left around 10:30 or so. Did you go directly to your route? Okay. Let me step back for a second. So you went to work. Did you stop anywhere between your house and getting to work?
No.
Okay. Did you drive to work?
Yes.
Okay. Did you drive to work with anybody?
No.
Okay. So you drove by yourself. Did you call anybody on the way to work? Text anybody?
I texted my man in the morning.
Okay.
I was sort of not really my name, but and then I talked to him throughout the day.
Okay. Is this your boyfriend or your man?
We're not technically together, but yes.
Okay. What's his name?
AJ.
AJ? Okay. Is he a postal employee?
No.
Okay. But is this somebody how long have you dated AJ?
Like I said, we're not together at the moment, but...
Okay. You're just kind of off again, on again? Is that what I'm getting?
Kind of. We've known each other for like 12 years.
Okay. So you were talking to AJ on your way there about whatever. You showed up for work, worked about 2.5 hours, and then you left on your route. Did you go? So when you went to the post office, did you drive your car?
Yes.
Okay. What? I understand it's like a Nissan.
Yes.
Okay. Is it an SUV?
Yes.
Okay. And so you drove by yourself to the post office, parked, went in, did your route. Do you remember the vehicle that you took out, the LLV?
I mean, it's the one assigned to that route.
Okay. So each route has their own specific LLV there?
Almost all of them do, yes.
Okay.
So that's the one that always is on that route.
Okay. Did your boss, when you got in, tell you that you're on Route 14 this morning?
No, it's been on the schedule, and I'm her sub. Her route is my secondary on my matrix.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm confused about that.
You would know that.
No.
When we're hired, we're given a matrix of 3 different routes that we do every single week for when that regular carrier has the day off.
Okay, on their normal days off.
On their normal days off,
okay.
yes. So this is my secondary route. We have a primary, secondary, and tertiary.
Okay.
This is my secondary route, so anytime that she is off, that I am not doing my primary route, I do this one.
Okay.
So I've done it other days than Wednesday, but I always do it on a Wednesday.
Always do that on Wednesday.
Yes.
Okay. Does it normally take you a couple, 2.5 hours to get your route, get your packages and everything squared away into the truck and get out there?
Usually it takes me a little bit longer than it did today, but like I said, the packages were light, so that made it me able to leave quicker.
Okay. Did most of the carriers leave around that time then, around 10:30 or so?
Yeah.
Okay. So you left there. Do you remember where your first stop is?
My first stop is a CBU on Flagler or Miramar. I can't remember which one it's off of.
Okay.
But yes, I do remember which one it is.
Do you normally do it in the same kind of way each time?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have like scanner points too along the way?
No, those are only for city.
Okay, only for city. See, you're teaching me a little something. So I work primarily in the Denver area, so I'm not really sure what the geography here. But so tell me about your day. So you started scanning packages, you started your route, and then what happened?
My guy AJ, he lives on that route, and so since Wednesdays are his day off, and things are very complicated with us, I try to see him on his day off.
Okay, so you stopped by on your route.
Yeah, I don't know. This girl doesn't have the best luck with boys. Okay, like yeah, it's well, she'll tell us. She'll tell us.
Yes.
Hang out with him. Did you do that today?
Yes, I do it every Wednesday.
Okay, every Wednesday. That's kind of your normal routine.
Yes.
What time did you get over to his place?
I don't know. I don't know exactly when I got over there.
Okay.
I wasn't really looking at the time. I was ahead of what I normally am for that day. Not by like a lot, but you know, like I'm there around, I don't know, noon. So I think I was a little bit ahead of schedule. So I was able to stop, and I was happy that I would be able to take a little bit more time to take a lunch and spend some time with him.
Okay. So is that what you actually did today then?
Yes.
Okay. Where does he live?
He lives on that road. I don't know if I should give his address or not.
Okay, you don't have to. But you stopped by there. Did you go in?
Yes.
And was he there?
Yes.
Okay. Does he live by himself?
No.
Okay. Does he have kids or roommates?
He has kids and a ex-wife.
Oh, okay. So his ex-wife lives there. That's probably pretty complicated.
Hence the 1 day a week.
Oh, okay. Because she's not normally there on Wednesdays?
Well, not during the day.
Oh, okay. So was she there today then?
No.
Okay. So when you showed up, was he by himself?
Yes.
And then I worked a lot of different assignments and stuff like that, so nothing will surprise me. I mean, did you guys hook up? What'd you guys do? Just have lunch?
No, we just ate and talked and argued.
Okay. What'd you guys eat?
We had pizza rolls.
Pizza rolls? Okay. Did both of you have pizza rolls?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what kind of pizza rolls they were?
No, I didn't make them.
Okay. Did he make them?
I'm assuming so. He was the only one there.
Okay. Well, no, I just meant, I'm not trying to trick you or anything. I'm just curious, like, did he already make lunch for you then? Did you text him or call him and let him know you were stopping by?
Well, he knows that.
I love the look on suspects' faces when the cops or postal inspector, the postal inspector goes into minutia details. So did you eat some of the pizza rolls, or this is a murder investigation, buddy? Okay, but it's important. It's important, and you know, it's just amazing, isn't it? How those details actually do really matter. We see it a lot in trial, where they build these questions around to demonstrate that there is a memory, right?
I stopped by.
Okay. Even though you were early, it wasn't that big of a deal. Okay. Do you have a key to his house?
No, I have a code.
Oh, like a garage code?
It's like one of those codes that you put into the door and it like turns the lock.
Okay. Is that how you went in today?
Yes.
Oh, okay. But he was there, you guys had lunch together, and you guys had pizza rolls. What'd you drink?
It's water.
Water? Did he drink water?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes.
Okay. And then, how long would you say you were there?
Which is a very long time.
Okay, a very long time?
Normally I'm there about an hour and a half, but like I said, I wasn't too worried about it today because I didn't have to pick up my son. It wasn't my day to pick him up today, and I had some extra time, so.
Okay. So what did you guys do? I know you said you argued, but did you watch TV? Did you do any other activities?
No.
Okay. What were you guys arguing about?
That's what we always argue about.
Okay. Can you share it with me? I mean, trust me, I get into my fair share of arguments too. You don't have to go into detail if you don't feel comfortable.
I just, we've been trying to make things work for a while and they're not working, and we have a lot of differing views on things, I guess. Especially with his ex-wife living with him.
Okay. I'd imagine that's a big source of frustration for you too, and for you specifically. Are they kind of doing it because it's a financial type thing, maybe?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
It's one of the problems.
Okay. And then, how long do you think you guys argued?
I don't know. I didn't really look at the time.
So she's like the second woman to this guy that won't leave his wife. One of those guys that's like, yeah, like Chris Watts, like, yeah, no, we're getting a divorce. No, we're living in the same house while we try and sell it, for the kids. Yeah, but we'll have to keep our relationship quiet.
Okay. What did you do when you left his house? Did he go with you? Or you were in your postal vehicle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys, what happened after that?
We argued for a while, and then he got angry and left, and I stayed in my truck, and I was very upset, so I was crying, and I was in my truck, and waited for a while until I was able to calm down.
Mm-hmm. What made you so upset this time as opposed to any other time?
Because I'm always upset.
Okay.
It's not any different.
When he left, where did he go?
We don't know.
Okay. What car does he drive?
He drives a big Duramax truck.
Okay. Like one of those big diesel trucks?
Mm-hmm.
Like one of those like big mountain or big large ones?
Yes.
Okay. So he left. How long do you think you guys were together before he left?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention for the time.
Okay. So at some point he left. You were in the postal truck, and then you decided to leave too. Where did you go after that?
I just hung out for a little bit, and then I continued my route.
Okay. And how does your route continue from there? Is that actually a delivery point on your route?
I don't know what you mean by delivery point.
Like, do you actually deliver mail to that address?
Yes, but they're mostly CPUs.
Okay.
Or they're all CPUs in that neighborhood, so when I'm going by, I just stop.
Okay.
It's not off my route, it's not out of the way. So.
Trust me, I'm not worried about it.
No.
Honestly.
I know, I'm just letting
Yeah.
you know, like, it's not.
I knew a guy that was a postal employee that would get down with his route super early and go jet skiing every day. But he got his route done, so, you know, people do what people do. So when you left, you continued on your route. Did you stop anywhere else?
No, stayed in my route.
Okay. And did you call anybody on the phone and tell them you were upset about what had happened, or with your boyfriend? Did you say AJ? With AJ?
No. I tried to call him and talk to him about it after I calmed down, and we have a lot of phone calls back and forth of talking and stuff like that. I spoke to a coworker who was talking to me and just said, like, hey, did you hear that something had happened down in Longmont? Like, we heard that somebody that worked at the post office got hurt, and that was kind of it. We talked about the route, but we didn't think that was about it. But no, I don't.
Who was that person that you talked to?
It's just another sub there.
Another sub at
Loveland.
At Loveland?
Yes.
Okay. What's that?
I don't talk to anybody in Loveland.
Okay. What's the sub's name up in Loveland that you talked to?
His name is Scott.
Scott. Okay. So did Scott call you?
Yes, he called me.
Okay. And so he has your cell phone. Have you ever dated Scott?
Oh, he's married.
Oh, he's married. Okay. So he just called you. Why would he call you?
Because he knows that I used to work in Longmont. Everybody there knows that I used to work in Longmont. It's when you come back and you have experience from the job beforehand, people are pretty happy about that.
Mm. And did Scott tell you he knew who had gotten hurt, and that's why he was giving you a call?
No, he just said that he heard through the grapevine that somebody had gotten hurt in Longmont.
Okay.
And he asked if I had heard anything about that, and I said no, I did not.
Okay. Did you have a pretty long conversation, or was it fairly short?
I think the time frame was longer than normal, but we weren't just talking about that. We were talking about routes and other things, work related.
And you said this was Scott?
His name was Scott.
What's Scott's last name?
You know, the sad thing about this is what this woman really needed was some therapy, you know. And for whatever reason, you know, the reason that she's warming up, right, to this postal inspector is because he is giving her space to talk. Right? I mean, the format of the room is very therapeutic, right? Like the setting almost. I mean, yeah, it's an interrogation room, and there's no big pot plant in the corner or shelf with reference books, you know. But the couch is a very therapist couch, and the way he's sitting is like what a therapist sits like. She really needed to talk to someone. And this AJ guy, who's, you know, is he leaving his wife? Isn't he leaving his wife? Sounds like he was just taking advantage of a vulnerable woman. The ex started fucking her 19-year-old sister. Yeah, they probably had their own issues. We don't want to speak ill of the dead, but he wasn't a candidate to listen to her either. She's from Missouri originally, so perhaps her parents are back there, you know. She's got an issue with her sister, and probably maybe her other sisters as well, because of the affair. And she was probably just all alone, right? I'm not saying that excuses her drastic action, but this inspector seems to have identified that. And I think it is quite common for people that find themselves in these situations taking desperate action. It's a good format for an investigator or an inspector or a detective to take. Just give them access to be able to talk, right? I just want to go back just 30 seconds or so.
The grapevine that somebody had gotten hurt in Longmont.
Okay.
And he asked if I had heard anything about that, and I said no, I did not.
Okay. Did you have a pretty long conversation, or was it fairly short?
I think the time frame was longer than normal, but we weren't just talking about that. We were talking about routes and other things, work related.
And you said this was Scott?
His name was Scott.
What's Scott's last name?
I don't know.
You don't know, okay. But he works in Loveland with you. Okay. And then you said you were texting back and forth with AJ. Did you ever actually talk to him on the phone again?
No, I didn't text him back and forth. I just called multiple times.
You were calling him multiple times, okay. Was he trying to call you, or was he dodging your phone calls?
No, he answers.
Okay.
We fight and we argue, but it's normal, unfortunately. So.
I'm assuming you were talking on that phone there?
Yes.
Back and forth with him, okay. And then, do you know where he went in his Duramax truck?
No.
Okay. So you were back in your LV, you did your route, you were getting a phone call. What did you do after you got that phone call about what happened in Longmont?
He just said that something happened to a carrier in Longmont.
Okay.
And he didn't give me any specific details, and so I said, that's terrible. Like, he was telling me about another coworker that he knew that had been threatened here there in Loveland in the past, just last week.
Okay.
And so we were talking about that, and that was really the extent of the conversation.
Okay. Did you ask him, hey, did you know if Jason was hurt?
No, he said, I hope that it's not somebody that you know, and I said, I hope not either. Do you know who it is? I didn't ask if he knew I didn't ask if it was Jason specifically, but I said, do you know who it was?
Okay.
And he said, no, nobody knows who it is.
Okay. And then after that, so you had this conversation. Did you continue your route?
Yes.
Okay. Did you end up finishing your route?
Yes.
Okay. Did you stop anywhere that was unwork related along your route? Okay. Did you ever stop for gas to fill up the LLV or anything like that?
No. The first time it was actually full.
Okay. So, you did your route by yourself, I'm assuming, because sometimes when it's busy they have two people, but you were by yourself? Okay. Did you see any other, postal employees along?
Yeah, Jesus Lover says that she asked for a lawyer earlier. Now she is talking to a Postal Service supervisor. Yeah, but, I think it's a bit of a grey area, right? They are using this against her. I mean, how does that work? Where does it say in the Miranda warning, you have the right to counsel, but you could also speak to a postal inspector? and have that used against you in court. You know, it's... I mean, I don't think they need to. I think they're keeping her in the room while they're getting the irrefutable evidence settled from other sources, external sources, right? It's not going to be a difficult job. They don't, you know... Yeah, I can't really remember exactly how it progresses, but that's why we're watching together.
On the route?
No.
Okay. Did you have your scanner with you the whole time you were on your route too?
Yes.
Okay. So when we see it, and I haven't personally seen it, but I understand that it stopped at some address, probably your boyfriend's for like, I don't know, an hour and a half or so. That's when you stopped at your boyfriend's house?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's the same thing every Wednesday.
Every Wednesday. And then when you got back to the station, the post office, did you turn in your scanner?
Yes.
Did you have an arrow key?
Yes, I turned in my arrow keys, my gas card, my scanner, and my truck keys.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
I got a message from, she said that she doesn't work for the post office anymore, but she used to work for the post office, and I knew her, and I haven't spoken to her in forever. And I got a message from her saying, I just wanted to reach out, and if you need anything, let me know.
Mm.
And I was like, what do you need? Reach out. What is, about what? Like, I don't understand. Like, I'm just leaving work, and I'm going home.
Mm.
And so she called me, or she asked me to call her, and I called her, and she said that something from what she's not even in the state. So I'm not really sure
This
how
person that called you?
Well, yeah, she's not even in the state, so I don't know how she, I don't know how she found out before I even found out anything, but she was like, she's like, I heard through my sources that still work at the post office that something happened to Jason, and you should probably call the daycare to make sure that it's okay if you don't have him.
Okay.
And I said they don't, because today is his Father's Day to have
Mm.
him. And so I called the daycare on my way home. I called the daycare, and it took a while for them to answer. I was trying to call my girlfriend or my friend that she works at the daycare as well, and I was trying to get her to answer. The lady that runs the daycare wasn't answering, and so I was just trying to get a hold of people, and nobody was answering, and then I ended up calling here.
Okay. Calling the police station?
Yeah, I called the non-emergency dispatch number.
Okay. And why'd you do that?
Because she told me that something had happened to Jason and that he was hurt.
Okay. This was... So the first friend that called you right after you got off work that's out of state, what's her name?
Her name is Stephanie.
Stephanie, okay. Let me write that down because I won't remember that. And how do you know Stephanie?
She was a carrier in Longmont too.
Okay. What's Stephanie's last name? Do you remember?
I don't remember, no.
Okay. But she called you and said
she
something
sent me
happened.
a message and said, like I said, she sent me a message and reached out and said, I don't remember exactly what she said, just like, I'm reaching out, if you need anything, let me know, or whatever. I don't remember the exact message.
Okay. How'd she send you a message? Through, like, Facebook?
Through Facebook, yeah.
Through Facebook, okay. And so you checked your Facebook, you saw the message. Did you actually talk to her on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. But she's out of state. Where's she at?
Sorry.
That's okay.
I have issues.
I have issues with mine too. You probably heard me cracking it already.
I honestly wasn't paying attention, but
okay.
I was in a car accident when I was younger, so.
Okay.
I have bad issues with it. What was your question?
I was asking about Stephanie's last name, if you remember it.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And then you said somebody else, or you had reached out to somebody that works at the daycare?
I reached out to the lady that runs the daycare, yes.
Okay. And did you end up talking to her?
I eventually got a hold of her, yes.
Okay. What was her name?
Her name is Ren.
Ren?
Mm-hmm.
And she works at the daycare?
Yes.
Okay. And she told you that something had happened to Jason?
Nope. I asked her if Jason had picked up our son, because I was hearing that there was something wrong with him, and then I should check to make sure that it was okay if he wasn't with me.
Okay.
And she said he was fine. He's still here.
Okay. Did you ever try calling Jason to see if he was okay?
I did not try to call him. We have not spoken and been on speaking terms for a while.
Okay. When's the last time you two had any communication?
We haven't had a phone conversation in months, and the only communication that I get from him is messages here and there. They were a little bit more frequent because our son's birthday is coming up next week, and so we were trying to figure out about a party.
Okay.
But
like a birthday, like a sixth birthday party for him?
Yes, a birthday party. But most of his messages that he sends me go unanswered by me. So I don't speak to him.
And how does he typically get a hold of you then?
Teresa, luck of the Irish, how you doing? Metrics, did you see the video phone call from jail with her boyfriend? I haven't seen it yet, but we're going to play it right after this. There's a sequel, right? I think, is there an interview with him as well, AJ? We'll see.
Phone, Facebook.
He'll just send me a text message.
Text message from his phone to your phone. Yes. Okay. Do you remember the last time you even talked to him? Like via text message or in person?
I honestly try not to speak to him as much as possible.
Okay. But do you remember the last time? I know it may be difficult.
Like I said, most of the messages that he sends go unanswered by me.
Okay.
I don't remember the last conversation, if it was whatever the last response I said to him would be on my messages.
Okay.
So, I mean, I can look, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Because you've been kind of dodging his calls.
Well, he doesn't call ever.
Okay.
I feel like he called like a couple of weeks ago about something, but I don't remember exactly. And I called. I don't think I answered because I was at work and I might have been on the other line, but then I called him right back, and I don't think he answered. So I don't know. Maybe I don't remember honestly. Like I said, I.
But do you remember? Was that today?
That he called me?
That you guys had any telephone?
Oh, no, we did not. We haven't had any conversation or any messages or anything back and forth since Sunday.
Since this past Sunday?
Yes. That's not true, actually. It would have been Monday. I think it was Monday, actually, that he sent me a message, the last message he sent me.
Okay.
Because our son was invited to a birthday party this weekend, and it was on my day that I had him. So he sent me the invitation and asked me to take him.
Okay. Did you send that via text or like an email?
Yes, it was on text.
On text, okay. So you guys didn't actually talk, you guys were just texting back and forth?
No, we don't actually speak to each other.
Okay. When you said you left the post office to come back, were you going to head home originally, or what was your thought about where you were heading?
Yes, I drove home.
You drove home?
Speaking of which, I need to ask somebody. I have my dog in my car, so that's easy.
Your dog's in your car?
Yeah.
Okay. We want to make sure we take care of the dog. What kind of dog do you have?
She's just a mutt, honestly. She's super sweet and very loud and vocal, but...
Is the dog okay right now?
It's not hot out, so she's
okay.
Not going to roast, but I literally just thought of that. I forgot, because every Wednesday night I have movie night with one of my girlfriends. So
I bet she steals packages on her route. Yeah. Yeah. Shaking packages in the back of the postal van, you know. Just another book. You know, throws them down. Just like she does not strike me as, you know. But I do feel a little bit sorry for her. Like I was saying, you know, she clearly. It was just too late. But those people that need help, you know, some people find it really hard to get for whatever reason, money or self-image, outside image.
Okay.
I go and get, at least alternate, but it was my week to come down and go to her place and hang out with her.
Okay.
And I bring my dog because I'm there pretty late. So.
Okay. Where's your dog normally at, like on your route?
She's just at home.
Okay, at home.
She's just at home.
Okay. What's your dog look like?
She's a tan.
Is it like a big dog or a small
she's
dog?
Like medium. She's like 40 pounds.
Oh, 40 pounds, okay. I've got a little Havanese dog myself, so he's about 10 pounds, and it's like a large cat, so a little white dog. So when you left work,
Little smile from Devon there. We're just talking dogs. Talking dogs. Yeah, I got a mutt. I got a mutt, 40-pound mutt. He's got a 10-pound dog. I mean, that's one small dog. So, how much do you weigh? Maybe, what is it in pounds? She's like 27 kilos. So, no, she can't be that much. 50 pounds. Say 50 pounds.
sorry, I got a little off track with the dog.
That was my fault. I thought about it and I was like, what did I do? Oh yeah, my dog.
So you got back into your Nissan. Was it was at the post office? And then you drove the Nissan from work to home?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And then, does anybody else drive that vehicle, or is that just your car?
No, it's mine.
Okay, so Jason doesn't own that car either?
My car? No.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not trying to, but that's your need. How long have you had that car?
I bought it brand new, so 2017, I guess.
Okay. So it's your car straight out, not his. You guys weren't married, were you?
No.
Okay. And that's not AJ's car. It's in your name? Okay. Are you the only one that has keys to the car?
Yeah, please.
Okay. There's no spare keys for the car or anything like that?
I mean, I have a spare set somewhere in my house, but I don't even know where those are.
Okay. But you said you live by yourself?
Yeah.
Does anybody have keys to go in and out of your house by themselves?
No.
Okay. So you don't live with it. AJ doesn't come over and live with you at all? Okay. So, let me back up so I'm not confused. So you got up at your house this morning, you drove your car to work, you cased mail till about...
I actually quite like the couch, Leslie. It looks comfortable. I could watch TV on that. I could watch a whole movie on that.
10:30, went out on your route, stopped by your boyfriend's house for an hour and a half or so. After the argument, you ended up leaving, finished your route, and then went back to the post office, got back in your car, and then went home. Is that accurate?
Yes, I got in my car and I went home, and I was going to be heading down here anyway for my...
Where did you leave the link? Sorry, who said that? Oh, I missed it. Oh, down here. Teresa, where's the link? In chat?
TV night with my girlfriend.
TV night with your girlfriend, okay. And then,
and as I was leaving work is when I got all of these messages and people telling me that something had happened, and then I needed to, like, why hadn't I known? Why
Okay.
hadn't I been told anything? And I was like, I don't know, nobody's called me, nobody's told me anything.
okay. And then, nobody picked you up at the post office. You actually drove from their home. Okay. What time did you get off work?
Almost 5.
Okay. You got off almost 5, and then you drove home. What time did you get home? So I'm not quite sure where you live, but.
It only takes me 10 to 15 minutes to get home.
Okay. So it's pretty quick to get to your house, from
Mm-hmm.
your house to work.
Yeah.
So probably depending on traffic.
Yes.
So you got home. What'd you do after you got home? So you got home around what, 5:10, 5:15?
I don't know, probably. I was on the phone. I was also, like, had to keep pulling over and stopping because I was making a bunch of phone calls trying to find people's number, like, you know, trying to figure out what was going on.
I got a picture of this chump. Look at him. The fuck? What a catch. Did he do well on Tinder? Ladies, line up. Line up. Man of the year.
And
That
I
was
got
AJ, by the way.
home and I picked up the dog. I was already on the phone with the detective by the time I got home.
Okay.
So.
How many times had you been back at home that day?
Hey, is Amy still here? Amy, can you grab that link that's somewhere in chat? That'd be great. And WhatsApp. WhatsApp is best. Oh, look, Teresa gifted 1 True Crime membership. Thank you, Teresa, for gifting a membership to Andrea Clark. Welcome, Andrea Clark.
Between the time you left in the morning and the time you got back that night?
I don't go home during the day.
Okay, you didn't stop by during your lunch break or any other time?
No.
Okay. So you stopped off at the house, or do you remember who all you called on your way home?
I called my daycare lady a bunch of times. I called my girlfriend that works at the daycare. I called AJ when I found out something was going on. I called the police department. And right as I was getting into Longmont here, my girlfriend, who I was supposed to have the TV night with, I was about to text her and just be like,
Archipelago says, did Devon actually assume that she'd get away with this? I think she assumed that the cops would put it down to a street robbery or a random killing or whatever, and that she would be accounted for because her scanner was at the fucking boyfriend's house, AJ's house, in the truck where she went for lunch. I mean, it's the stupidest alibi ever.
be like, hey, I'm not going to make it. Something's coming.
No, that wasn't the victim, Michelle. That was the boyfriend that is also charged with... what is he exactly charged with? I think he's charged with murder as well. But we're going to find out. And here's her mugshot. And you can just see... I mean... save as... And I'm not defending her. I'm not like saying there's mitigators or whatever. It's just, look at her face. She's absolutely fucking depressed, man. I mean, she's just ruined. You know? It's sad, you know. But she shot the guy 5 times in the face, so what can you say?
Up, like, I'll let you know. I'll fill you in when I I'm finished because I was just about here.
Yeah, her
so
married
she ended up
boyfriend.
calling me. I don't even think I sent the message completely, but she ended up calling me. And
Your friend?
yeah,
Okay.
that I was supposed to go with. Her name is Whitney.
Whitney, does she work at the post office as well? Okay.
None of the people that I am friends with work at the post office.
Okay. So Whitney, you called her.
Oh, by the way, guys, did this microphone and video level out? Are the levels good now? Now that she's calmed down and stopped screaming.
And you said you talked to AJ as well?
Yes.
And then what was your conversation like with AJ? Did you tell him that, at that point, did you know that Jason had been hurt?
The lady, the original lady that told me, Stephanie, that something was going on, yes. She ended up calling me again and just asking if I had gotten, and I said that the police have him and I'm trying to figure out what's going on, and she said that as far as she was aware, that yes, he was the one that was hurt and that he didn't make it.
Okay.
Teresa, well, not all of us are on WhatsApp. Some people have WhatsApp, some people don't. It's not so common in the States. You know, it's strange. I think everybody in Europe only uses WhatsApp for everything, or I mean, even iMessage. It's more popular than iMessage. It's been like that for like what, 15 years?
I'm sure that was pretty devastating news.
Yes. It's not going to be a secret that we don't get along, but
This is a crime circus.
I mean, I don't know if I can take care of a child by myself. And
I really think that this, Acapella says, could be misreading this, but on the couch now, she looks as though she has already mentally, emotionally surrendering to her fate. Well, what I see is someone who has finally been given some kind of opportunity to talk through some of the things that have been bothering her, right? She hasn't had an outlet for this at all, and that's what I'm saying when there's a sad part of this story for her. You know, obviously the guy died, and that's sad, but she's been needing this, and it's just a shame that the only way that she could get it was in her own murder investigation. You know.
he's always...
And when the final information drops, and you see her vocalize it, this is what I was saying at the beginning, how it's like the end of a really good play where you go, that was the whole issue. Okay, now we understand what everything else was about, and it's all come together. You know, it's you really see her like just put it out there. You know, it's yeah, it's an interesting interrogation for many reasons.
Been there to
Thank
help,
you, Amy.
and he pays child support, like that helps me too. Like it, it's we've had a lot of problems, but that he still helps me with our son.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was a lot to hear.
What did AJ know, or did you tell AJ?
No, I told him.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I told him what happened.
Okay.
Well, Patricia Burns says that she's like Shayna Hubers, who shot Ryan Postins in the face 5 times. Well, it was 6, and it was all over his body. It gave him the nose job he wanted. Yeah, but Shani Hubers is a bona fide freak. I mean, attractive, or at least she was. But definitely, I think she really was mentally, fucked up. Like something's wrong with that woman. This is just a normal person, I think. And not like a narcissist or greedy or, just someone with a mundane life that finds it difficult to find people that really care about her, So...
What did AJ say?
He was
a pressure pot that just exploded,
just as surprised as I was.
Okay. So after you left your house with the dog, where'd you go after that?
I was already on the phone with the detective, so I came straight here.
Okay.
I stopped and got gas.
Well, Christina says, Kerry B, to be willing to kill someone because you can't allow your child to have a second parent is truly warped. Well, was that the issue? I'm not sure that was the issue. I mean, I think she would have been, she wanted to co-parent in a relationship, didn't she? It was anger and not being able to deal with the perceived betrayal and Wendy Adelson didn't want a co-parent, right? That's a clear-cut case of murdering someone for other reasons as well, but one of the key reasons was not being willing to co-parent. Another one was Denise Williams did not want to co-parent. I mean, Brian Winchester testified to that and said that really was one of the key issues. She was not going to share custody of Ainsley. I don't think that this woman had that as a primary motive. Perhaps it came into play after what she perceived as a betrayal and her anger at that and being so angry that she just probably wanted to get away from the ex, but couldn't because of co-parenting. You see, so I for me personally, Christina, I wouldn't summarize it exactly like that. But if you, I'm not saying you should feel how I feel. We all can feel our own way.
Yes, but I came straight here.
Okay. Did you, besides, where'd you stop and get gas? Do you remember?
There's a gas station right in front of a Walmart on the way on 280. I don't know how familiar you are with streets, but it's right between Lowland and Fort Collins.
Okay. So you stopped and filled up, and you came straight here.
I just got $20, but yeah.
Okay. What's AJ's phone number? Do you have that in your phone?
Do I have to give it to you?
You don't have to. I was just asking. Like I said, I'm not going to force you to do anything. If you don't want to give me his phone number, that's fine too. Is AJ coming here? Or do you know where does AJ work if we wanted to talk to him?
Most of us just communicate on Discord, Teresa. Are you on Discord? We've got group chat, private chat. That's the best way to... yeah, there's not like a WhatsApp group or anything. It's just Amy has my number. because well, why was that again? I forgot.
He works for the Bureau. Well, he works for the maximum security prison in Denver.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Is he a guard?
He's a CO.
A CO? Correctional officer?
Yes.
Okay. And what correctional facility does he work at?
Inglewood.
Inglewood. Okay. Is that Inglewood FCI, I think it's called?
I think so.
Okay. And how long has he worked there?
5 or 6 years. I don't remember exactly.
Okay. And what does he do as a correctional guard there?
I mean, I don't know specifically, just...
Well, some of them, you know, they wear plain clothes, others wear a uniform with like a belt and handcuffs.
Oh yeah, I mean, he has a uniform.
Okay. So he has a uniform. Does he dress like a policeman? Okay. Does he have a gun and handcuffs and all that kind of stuff?
I assume so.
Okay. And you said his name's AJ, and he works as a correctional officer. Okay. Do you know if he was at? You said he doesn't normally work on Wednesdays. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Or was
he
today?
usually has Wednesdays off.
Okay. Was he working today?
No, that's
Okay.
what
So he was
it's
definitely off. Okay. So, as far as your vehicle, so you said nobody drives it, it's just you that drives it. What happened to the hubcap? That apparently there was a missing hubcap I heard about. How did you get in a wreck?
I don't have a hubcap on my wheels, but it's been like that for a very long time.
Okay. Do you remember what happened to it?
I used to deliver newspapers in the morning,
Okay.
and I fell asleep while driving.
Okay.
So I ran into a rock. Or a sidewalk, I don't remember which one.
Do you remember about when that was?
No, I'd say the beginning of this year. I don't remember exactly.
Okay. So sometime this year.
I used to deliver newspapers in the morning and ran up on the sidewalk, falling asleep at the wheel.
You just never got it replaced.
Well, it like fucked up my. Sorry.
That's okay.
It messed up my front section of my car and linked the tire and stuff, and I had to have it towed, and so I have like it got replaced. I just never
Put it on.
well, the rim wasn't the right one I needed for the hubcap, so.
Okay. So it's been busted up a little bit. Where'd you have it towed from? Or like, was that like an insurance claim?
It was in Boulder, yes.
It was in Boulder? Like where the police called?
No.
Okay. So sometime in Boulder. And did you say you filed an insurance claim?
No.
Okay. You just had it towed to a shop and they fixed it? Okay. But you just never put on the hubcap to it? Okay. How tall are you?
5'5".
About 5'5"? Okay. And what were you wearing today?
This.
Okay. You were wearing that all day? Okay. So you don't have like a carrier uniform or anything since you're a rural carrier? Okay. Were you wearing those same shoes all day? How about those same pants?
Yep, I haven't changed.
Okay, same. So if we pull up surveillance video or whatnot, we'll see you at the post office wearing that. Okay. Did you ever put on a hoodie today at all?
I have a. So that reminds me, I don't even know if I brought it with me. I had a jacket, like a fleece jacket that's has the postal logo on it that I bought from like you guys. But I don't know. I bought it when I was in training, but since it was really cold this morning, I had that on today.
Okay. So you had that on. What color is that?
It's like a gray, white, or black and white, grayish tweed. I don't know.
Does it have a hood?
Mm-mm.
No, it's just a jacket.
It's a zip up. It's got like a higher collar
That goes to
that
here.
like puffs up a little bit, but it
Okay.
doesn't have a hood on it now.
Did you actually wear a hoodie at all today?
No.
Do you own any hoodies?
I own a lot of hoodies, but I didn't wear that today, mainly because I had like the one that I wore yesterday at work. I wore the same thing yesterday at work, and
Oh, the same outfit? Okay.
I get very dirty at work, so I just wear the same thing.
Sure.
And it was very, very cold last night, and I was out till dark, so
Okay.
I was like, this is not warm enough, I'm gonna need a different jacket.
Mm-hmm.
And then I put the one that I have today.
Okay. The hoodie that you have today on?
Not a hoodie, but yeah.
Okay. So run me through that again. I'm confused. So you had a hoodie on yesterday because it was cold? Okay. And then what happened? What color hoodie was that?
It's black.
Okay. So you had a black hoodie on yesterday. What time did you finish your shift yesterday?
7:15.
Okay.
Got pretty late last night.
So pretty late. And then it was at the Loveland Post Office as well? What route was that yesterday?
Route 10.
Okay. Do you have a locker there, or do you don't? So you carry your lunch or whatever, your clothes back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have thrown your hoodie in your Nissan?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any other vehicles, or just that Nissan? Just the Nissan? Okay. So you had the hoodie in the Nissan. Did you wear the hoodie today, though? You said you wore it yesterday.
No, I had it on when I went home, and it's at home. Right
Okay. Now. It's at your house right now, and not in your car or anything? Okay. When did you take it into the house?
I wore it home last night because it was cold.
Okay. So you wore it into the house yesterday, took it off. Where is it now? Is it like in the washing machine or?
Hanging up.
Just hanging up? Okay. Do you normally wear like a mask or anything when you're delivering mail, like a COVID style mask? Okay. Do you never wear any type of masks or anything over your face?
No, I have some with me. There are certain routes that I go on, and I have to, like on my primary, I have to go into an assisted living facility. So they require that I put a mask on to go in. But it's in Loveland, so most people don't care if you have a mask on up there or not. It's not like down here.
Okay. What kind of mask do you normally wear when you go into those places?
I have cloth ones that have like certain designs on them.
Okay. Like your personal ones?
Yeah, like that I had to wear all of like quarantine and like that whole time frame.
Sure.
But I have some just like I don't know, regular masks that they give you when you go into those places or a store or whatever that is like, hey, we require you to have it.
Okay. Does the post office ever give you masks to wear? No. Okay. But you say you had some masks with you. Are they in your car? Or where are they?
I have some in my I have one, I think, in my car, and I have one in my backpack.
Okay. Where's your backpack in the car?
Okay.
Okay, is that a backpack you like take back and forth when you're like from your house to the post office that you keep? I know a lot of carriers do that.
Mm-hmm.
What color are your masks that you wear?
I don't wear.
Or when you do wear, or what color are they in general?
Just depends on which one I grab. Like I said, I have cloth ones, and I also have, I don't know, like the blue ones that they have at doctor's offices. There's the ones that they hand out, like they hand them out everywhere.
Okay. Like the blue, like surgical masks?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. So let me just step back for a second. You said you had done some communication via Facebook. Do you have a Facebook? What's your Facebook like? You have like a username on there?
It's just my name.
Just your name? Okay. You just have the one Facebook account? Okay. So, do me a favor, just so I make sure that I'm not confused about the events of today. Run me quickly through what happened today.
I mean, I feel like I've already done that.
You have. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything, that we're tracking, that I'm not confused about anything, that,
Yeah, Amy, she was the one that pulled the trigger 5 times into the guy's face. I mean, I never get, with a murder like that, the cops instantly know. And the guy said it at the beginning, the first detective, he said this is someone who knew them and that's fucking angry at them, right? It's such a giveaway. It would be better to shoot them once in the head, and if anything, it's just. I always thought that if Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia had managed to kill Professor Markel in a way that could have been said to have been road rage, possible road rage, rather than at his address, not a burglary gone wrong because nothing was taken, and all of those clues. Like when Stephanie Lazarus killed Sherry Rasmussen. She stacked the CD player and the VCR next to the door so that the cops would go, look, yes, someone was in the commission of a burglary and Sherry must have caught them by surprise. They killed Sherry and then ran off without the stuff that they were planning to take. But of course, Stephanie Lazarus was a police officer. But it's not fucking rocket science. You have to give it something. If it's a question whether it was, hey, maybe it was road rage, or hey, maybe it was a burglary gone wrong, that is so much better than, obviously it being an intended killing by someone that they know and that is angry, right?
What you told me is, like, sometimes when I'm talking to people, they remember things as they're recounting their day. They're like, oh yeah, I had a Coke. That reminds me I stopped at the 7-Eleven. That's why I asked you what you had to eat for lunch. Because sometimes that jogs memories about what happened. You remember what you told me you had for lunch?
Yeah, pizza rolls.
Okay. And what did you have to drink? Do you remember that?
With water.
Okay. Let me ask you this. So, just talking about AJ, you said he's been a correctional officer, and of course, being a law enforcement officer, he has a gun. Have you ever shot a gun before?
Yes, multiple times.
Okay. When's the last time you've ever shot a gun before?
Over a year ago.
Okay. And whose gun was that?
It was one of his.
One of AJ's? Okay. How many guns does AJ have?
I don't know.
Okay. Is it more than one? If you said guns, so I'm assuming you meant...
Yes, he has a few, but I don't know how many. I don't know how many he has.
Okay. So, what kind of guns are they?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with. I don't know that much about them.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Okay.
I can tell you.
When did you guys last go shoot? You said about a year ago?
For our friend anniversary last year, yes.
For your what?
Friend anniversary, like an anniversary for friends.
Okay.
But yeah.
Do you remember what date that was then?
Oh, that was sad, wasn't it? For our friend anniversary. And then she realised how pathetic that sounded and was like laughing at her own patheticness.
Don't know how many. I don't know how many he has.
Okay. So, what kind of guns are they?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with. I don't know that much about them.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Okay.
I can tell you.
When did you guys last go shoot? You said about a year ago?
For our friend anniversary last year, yes.
For your what?
Friend anniversary, like an anniversary for friends.
Okay.
But yeah.
Do you remember what date that was then?
I don't. It was at the beginning of November.
Okay. So sometime in November. Where'd you guys go out shooting?
There's a place in Loveland.
Okay, like a gun?
Like a shooting range.
Like a shooting range. So you went there, and you said you had done it a few times before. Had you been with him a couple times before?
No, I'd been with an ex before.
With an ex-boyfriend? Okay. Do you have your own weapons? You don't have any guns or anything of your own? Okay. So he took you to shoot his gun. Was it a rifle or was it a pistol?
It was a rifle.
It was a rifle. Okay. Do you remember what kind of rifle it was?
No.
Did it look like a machine gun or like a hunting rifle?
I really couldn't tell you the difference. I don't hunt, so I don't know.
Okay. So when you were at this shooting range, you shot a rifle?
Yes.
Okay. And then you shot his pistol too?
No, I don't. I am only aware of the pistol that he has for his job.
Okay. So when you say he had multiple guns, you're not sure what all he has? Okay. Where does he keep his guns?
I don't know.
Okay. But you've been to his house before, like all the time, but you're not sure where does he keep it locked up?
I don't know. I don't go looking for them.
Okay. Do you know what color it is?
No.
Okay. Did you ever shoot his handgun?
Like for work? No.
For anything? Have you ever physically shot his handgun?
No.
This is a crime circus presentation.
Okay. When's the last time you shot a handgun?
Really long time ago, like over 10 years ago.
Okay. So, do you know how to shoot a handgun?
I mean, I guess I would know the basics just like every other gun, but I don't know
Okay.
specifically what you're asking.
Well, I'm asking, you said you don't have a gun.
No.
Do you
know? Now she's come out of the I'm in a therapy session bubble, right? And it's back to, so if you ever shot a gun, if you did shoot a gun today, what kind of gun would that be? If you were going to unload into someone's face, what kind of gun would you choose? And she's all getting skeptical again. Look at her. It's not therapy anymore. The binder is open.
know how Jason passed away today?
Yes, they said he was shot.
Okay. Who said that?
The detective.
Okay. The detective told you he was shot?
The detective told me he was shot in the face.
The detective said shot in the face? Okay. How'd that make you feel?
I don't know. I don't have anything against guns, but obviously I don't own one, so I don't.
Oh, bad. I don't have anything against guns. That wasn't the question. Your son's father was shot in the face. How does that make you feel? Well, I don't have anything against guns.
Told you he was shot.
The detective told me he was shot in the face.
The detective said shot.
That was just like when that awesome investigator from the FDLE said to Denise Williams, "Where do you think Mike's body's at? Where do you think he's buried at?" And she just started going, well, I think Brian was... he kept saying go left. But I went to the CVS. She just completely... like, the brain just, like, so wants to stay away from the question that it moves on to something else, right?
On the face. Okay. How'd that make you feel?
I don't know. I don't have anything against guns, but obviously I don't own one, so I don't.
Now, how did it make you feel to find out that the father of your child was shot in the face with a gun?
Yeah, it's terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, I'm very upset.
It's terrifying. It's terrifying. It's terrifying that I'm going down for murder.
That, like I said, I know that we've had
Terrible would have been a better word, right?
our issues, but...
Okay. And you said, I guess correct me if I'm wrong, have you shot AJ's pistol?
No.
So if we talk to AJ, he's going to say, yeah, she hasn't shot my pistol.
Yeah, Teresa, listen, come to Discord, because we're always taking requests on Discord for new trials, and we do what we can. We do what we can, you know. Yeah, I'd love to do some stuff live while it's happening, like we did with Sarah Boone, like we wanted to do with Donna, and we will be doing with Donna. It just got postponed. I wanted to do some others, but you know, it's a lot to stay on top of. It's just me in the studio and soap, of course. But no, come to Discord. It's a good community.
Okay, and you said you don't know where he keeps it, don't know anything about it?
I don't know anything about it.
When's the last time you saw him with this pistol?
I don't remember. It's been a long time.
Okay. Do you, is AJ kind of like a law enforcement? Is he interested in law enforcement, police officers, and that kind of stuff?
You have to ask him.
Okay. Does he watch, do you guys ever watch like police shows together, that type of thing?
We don't watch a lot of things together.
You don't watch a lot of things together? Okay. One of the things, like, I didn't know because lots of people watch like Forensic Files and, you know, other shows. Have you ever seen anything like that on TV? You have? Like, what's your favorite, like, police show like that?
Yeah, have you ever seen Forensic Files or CSI? So you have an idea of the amazing technological advancements in forensic analysis that we've achieved as a law enforcement community, and that we will be putting the full force of which against you in this case. You understand those things, right? Because you've seen Forensic Files, okay? It's coming.
Criminal Minds.
Criminal Minds? Okay. I like the first 48. But so on those kind of shows, you understand that, you know, forensics are involved in different things. So when a gun is fired, lots of different things happen. Okay, and I think that they were talking to you about some gunshot residue stuff. So what happens when a gun is fired is, like, the person that fires it. And I don't know if you've ever experienced this before, like after you went to the range or anything, like your hands can get black. Did you ever have that on your hands? So I'm a law enforcement officer, so obviously I know. So my hands will get black and stuff from the lead and kind of microscopic things. So it gets all over your clothes, so we always come home and shower afterwards. So if somebody shot a gun, then their clothes are most likely going to have, because it's basically a mini explosion that's like happening right in front of your face. So what's typically going to happen is there's going to be like flashback of like debris for like.
another good point, isn't it? If you're planning to shoot someone in the face, you know, it might be a good move to establish a pattern of going to the range regularly, often, so that when the police say, we're going to do a gunshot residue test on your fingers, is there any reason that you would have fired a gun today? And you go, yeah, I was just at the range. I'm covered in gunpowder residue.
Lack of better words, like, I can't see it, you can't physically see it, but as soon as they put it under the microscope, they'll be able to see that. So, among some other things. So, they're going to have to take, at some point, your clothes, to take a look at it to make sure we're tracking right. Would there be any reason when they put your clothes under a microscope, they're going to see any type of gunshot residue? Okay. You're 100% positive that they won't find any. Okay. And if they do, what would that mean?
Couldn't give you an answer to that.
Okay. So one of the other things that happens, especially in these types of things where it's like kind of closer range, like the other thing that happens is like there's microscopic like blood droplets that come back on people, and it kind of splatters your clothes too. So they're going to take a look for, is there going to be any reason that there's going to be any type of, because they're going to take a look at everything, like your shoes, your socks, they have FBI labs here too that can find, I'm sure you've seen like FBI files and all that kind of stuff too. They have labs that pretty much can, what they do is, you see how these shoes have like this really intricate weave? Mm-hmm. So they can actually go in there with different tools and technologies and find like blood droplets that you can't even see with a regular microscope. It's like a forensic microscope. So what they're going to do is they're going to take a look at that. So I think probably what they're going to find is some of Jason's blood on your shoes. Would you agree with that?
On my shoes?
Yeah,
No,
yeah. Okay, how about on your clothes right here and on your pants?
No,
Are they going to find any blood droplets when they look at it with this like super, super sophisticated technology? Mm-hmm. And I want to give you the benefit of the doubt.
So you're not just a postal inspector, is what I'm getting at.
No, I'm a postal inspector. That's exactly what I am. Let me show you my, but they do have labs, and I know that they check people's clothing to either clear them. If we can clear, the one thing we want to do is if somebody wasn't involved, and maybe you just happen to be standing nearby and something got on you, but we want to make sure we clear people that weren't involved. Now, one of the things we do is we use forensics, okay? We use forensics in a variety of ways. So no, I'm a postal inspector, so I wasn't lying to you about that by any means. But I do want to say
did she just say, so you are a cop? Yeah. Well, I thought that the minute he came in, they just dressed him up as a like postal. No, but he is a postal inspector. But man, very effective, isn't he?
We have access to labs from the state, from CBI.
But I still think it's I don't think I've ever seen this kind of switch take place in an interrogation. She invoked her right to counsel, the detective left, another guy came in who's not a cop, but he's doing the exact same job as a cop. It's still being, I mean, I suppose that she did agree to speak with him, but it was alluded to that his line of questioning was limited to her route and her history at the Postal Service and blah blah. I think a really good lawyer would have potentially gotten this thrown out. I don't know. I mean, it's unusual, right?
From the state, we have local labs here, and we also have federal labs. So we have our own lab back in D.C. too. Okay. So
I don't think it mattered anyway. I don't think this was. It probably was used in her prosecution, but they had enough anyway. They had the car, the phone, the video. It really wouldn't have mattered. It's not like her conviction hinged on this, right?
So one of the things they have to do to clear anybody is look at the forensics. And some of the things they're going to look at are the things we talked about. Okay? They're going to look at your clothing. They're going to look at your shoes. They're going to see if there's these droplets. They're going to see if there's any gunshot residue. And when they do find those, we want to have an explanation for those. You see what I'm saying? Like,
what is it you're saying that they're going?
No, I asked you. No, I asked you if they were going to,
and I answered.
And you said no. So, and I appreciate that, because that's one of the tough questions I have to ask people, especially since this was is the father of your child. Okay. Mm-hmm. One of the other things that we look at when we're doing forensics and that type of thing is we take a look at cell phone information. You know,
she is 26, guys. That is confirmed.
Where were you? You know, cell phones right now they're like little GPS beacons. I don't know if you know that. Have you ever seen that on TV?
I mean, you use GPS on the phone all the time.
Yeah. So it's like the same thing. So you seem like a smart person, so you know how GPS records work too, right? So one of the things we're going to do as part of this is we're going to have to pull phone records, okay? So we're going to take a look at it and we're going to say, okay, this is where you told me you were, and this is where your phone was. Because you had your phone all day, like you told me, because you were talking on it. You didn't lend your phone to anybody, I'm assuming. No? Okay. You had your phone all day. Mm-hmm. So we can really just go to the cell phone company with a court order. We have to get a warrant and say, where was her cell phone, you know, every second of that day? And on this type of thing, we go to those extra links. So are we going to see that your cell phone was over there where this happened to Jason?
I'm not entirely sure where it happened, but no, I had it with me in Loveland.
Okay, you had it with you in Loveland. Okay. And it never left your side?
No, it was with me in Loveland.
Okay. Could you have been accidentally gotten over into that area where this happened? Do you know where it happened?
In Loveland.
Okay. Well, this happened in Longmont. Was your phone ever in Longmont today?
No.
Okay. So when we pull your phone records, is it going to show that your phone was in Longmont?
No.
Is it going to show that it was in that area?
No, I don't know what area, but it hasn't been in Longmont.
Okay. The area that is his normal route.
I don't know his normal route.
Okay. Let me actually, I've got my phone, let me pull it up. Because then I had a question for you. Where'd you grow up?
Missouri.
Where?
Missouri.
Oh, Missouri?
Mm-hmm.
Where in Missouri?
St. Louis.
I grew up outside of St. Louis. Where'd you grow up? Outside of St. Louis.
Specifically would be Warrenton.
Oh, I haven't heard of that. Have you heard of St. Genevieve?
Actually, I have not.
You haven't?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me look up something here real quick. Get something here. Bear with me for a second. I want to make sure you see the general area where it happened, okay? Oh, Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. Are you familiar with the area of Heather Hills Circle and Renaissance Drive?
No, not exactly.
Okay. When you say not exactly, like, what do you mean? Like, have you ever been there, or do you know the general area?
I know the general area. I mean, I worked in Longmont, so I know, like, the general area, but...
Okay. When's the last time you were over in that area?
I don't know.
If you had to guess, like, was it today?
No, it was not today.
Was not today.
No, I was at work today.
Okay. When was it? Yesterday?
No, it was not yesterday. I was at work yesterday.
Okay. Was it your last day off?
She's frustrated because it's closing in. The way he asked that. So if you had to guess, you know, was it today? We know it was today. Okay. No, it was not today. I was at work today. No, it was not yesterday. I was at work today.
Don't be upset with me. I'm just trying to understand. You said you know the area.
Well, I used to deliver in Longmont, but that was 6 years ago. So it was 5-6 years ago.
Okay.
Like, areas grow, things change. I don't know that particular street. I do know it is on the southwest side of town.
Okay.
But I don't know the specific area.
Okay. Let's see if I can pull it up. Because obviously, I don't know the area. Do you know how far it is from your house?
I live in Fort Collins.
Okay.
So no.
Have you been to Longmont today?
No, I've not been to Longmont today.
Okay.
So it's not going to help me. Is there a way that I can be escorted to the bathroom?
Yeah, we'll get you to the bathroom. Can I show you this first, if you don't mind?
That's fine.
Okay. So here is, you mind if I sit here? I don't want to invade your space, so I'll sit right here for you. Oh, so I don't know how familiar you are with the general area, but here's, you know Airport Road?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know Renaissance Drive?
I thought it was just a circle, but...
Okay. So, so it happened in this general area,
Okay.
Renaissance Drive and Heather Hill Circle.
Okay.
Okay. Are you familiar with that area?
Vaguely.
Okay. And one of the things I really need to ask you about, and I know you're probably nervous, and this is a stressful thing, but one of the things that we went out and did today, or the police department did, and they had a lot of help, is they pulled surveillance video from a lot of different locations in the area.
Yes.
They actually captured what happened on one of the surveillance videos.
That's what the detective said.
Okay.
Yes.
They also captured the vehicle that was involved on the surveillance footage. And they captured the license plate.
Okay.
And it was your vehicle that was over there.
That's what the officer said.
Yeah. So I need to find out, honestly, what happened today.
That is also what the officer said.
Okay. But I need you to tell me, there's a big difference between something, and I'm sure you probably don't have a criminal history. I haven't even looked.
No, I do not.
But most of the people I deal with are people that have been arrested like 20, 25 times. They're out committing robberies of postal carriers. They're out doing lots of different things, okay? I don't think that's you. You know, these other people are people that, you know, all they do is live a life of crime. They're out planning crimes all day long, all night long, because they have a drug addiction. And that's primarily what drives them, okay? You do not look like the type of person that does drugs, am I correct?
No, I never have.
Never done drugs or anything like that. So you do not seem like the type of person to me. And again, I just met you, and I just got on this, but you don't seem like a cold-blooded killer that's out been planning something for years, and that this was your perfect opportunity. To me, based on what I've heard and from talking to you, this is something where something just snapped. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't something out here.
Me?
Just hold on. Where you were thinking about doing something like this for a long period of time. You weren't planning. I mean, it happened in the middle of the day. This isn't something that happened late at night. This is something that happened in the middle of the day. So you know what almost every house has these days? They have cameras. They have Ring cameras.
Right.
So we have your car over there. You already told me you're the only person that drives that vehicle.
I also told you I was at work, and nobody seems to believe that either. So.
No, we understand that you were at work for part of the time. I believe that.
I didn't say that either.
Say what?
I didn't say part of the time. I said I was at work all of the time.
Okay. Well, we understand that you work today. Okay. I don't want to get into the mix with you. But what I am trying to ask you is this. Your vehicle was over there where this happened at the time that it happened. We have witnesses and we have surveillance footage.
Right, and
we always
I said to the detective, I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, you don't have an answer. You have like zero answer. How do you think something like that could happen?
I don't know, and that is where I asked the detective to speak to a lawyer.
Do you think somebody stole your car?
Again, I'm going to ask to speak to a lawyer if we're going to continue with this questioning. I don't have an answer for that.
Okay. So, let me make sure I'm clear with you.
I'd love it if he said, okay, and then came back in the room with a different shirt on and said, I'm your lawyer. Or it was just another bald guy. We've got the detective, the inspector, and the lawyer. This is another thing that makes it seem like a play. It's just quick change.
If we don't talk about the car, you're fine to continue to help me with Jason. But you don't want to talk about the car.
I don't want to talk about something that you are saying is incriminating me.
Okay.
When I did not do this.
I'm just saying that the vehicle was there.
And I just said I don't have a response for it. I don't have an answer. I don't know how to tell you that the car was there while I was at work in Loveland.
Okay. Well, if you're fine with it, can I show you a picture of the car that was there? Would you be comfortable with me doing that?
You can show me whatever you like. Like I said, I am asking for a lawyer to speak to for any further questioning.
Okay. So you don't want to talk to me anymore to help us with this at all anymore?
I have helped.
Okay. So I just want to make sure we're clear. You don't want to talk to me anymore about this? You're seeking an invocation of your right to an attorney, which is fine. I just want to make sure we're absolutely clear because before you weren't. I want to make sure, because it seemed like you were helping me, and we were working on it, and I'm trying to figure out, like, did somebody take your car or anything like that? So I don't want
nothing to hide about.
It's like a pushy pickup line, isn't it? It's like, so we're absolutely clear. I can't have your number. You don't want to go for a drink. Because before you said maybe I could have your number, but now we're clear. You don't want to go to the movies. You're not going to give me your number, and you don't want to go for a drink. Okay, just to make it clear.
My day because I was at work.
Okay.
So that's why I said I'm willing to give you the information that you are going to be having anyway when you contact whoever you contact at my job.
Okay.
It's all the information you're going to be getting.
Okay.
There is nothing being hidden. There's nothing else.
Okay. So if we don't talk about your car, do you want to continue this conversation, or are you done with the conversation?
There really isn't else to say. I've said my day. I've said what I needed to say. I don't see what other questions you would have.
Well, I'd like to know, who do you think would have done this to Jason?
I don't know who would have done this to Jason. I don't know his life anymore. I am no longer a part of it. He made that perfectly clear when he decided to...
Oh, here we go. Check it. This... she has... You know, I'm sure we could look at the side of her reveal to be seeking a justification for her actions. And whether you think that, or think that she's finally got the opportunity to say out loud what's really been bothering her to someone who seems like they would listen a few moments ago. Whichever way you think, you know, it depends on your own personal world view. And either way is fine. It's yours to own.
I'd like to know, who do you think would have done this to Jason?
I don't know who would have done this to Jason. I don't know his life anymore. I am no longer a part of it. He made that perfectly clear when he decided to, for a lack of better words, sleep with my sister.
Okay. So I didn't know that. Okay. Can I talk to you about that, or do you want an attorney?
And from the inspector's response, I'd say that his response is suggestive of, okay, there it is. I've peeled back all of the layers of the onion, and you've finally gotten to the root of your issue. You know?
Perfectly clear when he decided to...
He is no longer part of my life.
Well, I'd like to know, who do you think would have done this to Jason?
Who do you think would have done this to Jason? Who do you think would have done this to Jason? I don't know. He is no longer part of my life. He made that perfectly clear when da-da-da-da-da. It's her response wasn't elicited by his question, nor is it positioned as some kind of justification. It just doesn't seem like that to me. She's still denying it. She knows she's cornered. And she's not, dumb. She knows that's not going to help.
Being hidden.
It's really interesting. I think it's really interesting from how many different points of view we can see this same thing.
Else.
Okay. So if we don't talk about your car, do you want to continue this conversation, or are you done with the conversation?
She really wants to continue the conversation. She wants to tell you all about it, man.
There really isn't else to say. I've said my day. I've said what I needed to say. I don't see what other questions you would have.
Well, I'd like to know, who do you think would have done this to Jason?
I don't know who would have done this to Jason. I don't know his life anymore. I am no longer a part of it. He made that perfectly clear when he decided to, for a lack of better words, sleep with my sister.
Okay. So I didn't know that. Can I talk to you about that, or do you want an attorney?
It's a real fucking moment. I think I could watch that 10 times, but I don't know if anyone else wants that. So, I just... There's this... One more time. There's this real moment of recognition between them. It's really interesting.
Perfectly clear.
He made that perfectly clear, not I made that perfectly clear. He is no longer part of my life. He made that perfectly clear by his action.
I don't know his life anymore. I am no longer a part of it. He made that perfectly clear when he decided to, for a lack of better words, sleep with my sister.
Okay. So I didn't know that. Okay. Can I talk to you about that, or do you want an attorney?
There's nothing to hide with that either, so I will answer questions about that.
Okay. You're okay answering?
For one, She looks like she's going to fucking burst into tears. You know, if it's some sort of attempt to go... that I'm trying to think of another case that we could... what have we covered recently? Let me just go to our channel page. Real quick, guys. Real quick. I've been waiting for that for 2 hours. Just give me a break. What was it that we covered recently? That had something similar, but it was definitely the justifying route, not the self-acknowledgement route. Which one was it? Ah, obviously, Ali Abulaban, yeah, who victim blames, and you know the whole reason that she didn't appreciate the roses, and Anna with her actions made me kill her. That guy was all about saying, because of the other person's actions, I'm not in control of my reaction. And I'm sure a lot of people will look at this lady here and think the same. I see something different. I'm just being honest. I see something different.
Who do you think would have done this to Jason?
I don't know who would have done this to Jason. I don't know his life anymore. I am no longer...
And I'm sorry to keep pausing, but... you know, when the postal inspector came in and began to talk to her, and it was when we first pointed it out, like, this seems like a therapy session. Even the way that they're sitting, it seems like she's really needed to talk to someone, and maybe that would have been a better solution than blowing her ex away. Anger management, whatever it is. And then the questions heated up. When was the last time you ever shot a gun? Have you ever seen forensic files? We're going to come in and test your clothes for microscopic pieces of gunshot residue and blood that you can't even see with the naked eye. Then she shut down again, right? Then she goes to lawyer, 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 and then he switches the questions and she grabs hold of it for an opportunity to complete her outspilling of whatever she's been bottling in, whatever she hasn't had an output for. And so much so, to the point that the detective, after it comes out, the detective says, well, do you want to keep talking to me about that? And she says, yeah, I can keep talking to you about that. Don't talk to me about the forensic files and the fucking microscopic blood. I want to talk to you about my problem, because I really need to. Alright, I swear this is the last time. Okay.
There really isn't else to say. I've said my day. I've said what I needed to say. I don't see what other questions you would have.
Well, I'd like to know, who do you think would have done this to Jason?
I don't know who would have done this to Jason. I don't know his life anymore. I am no longer a part of it. He made that perfectly clear when he decided to, for a lack of better words, sleep with my sister.
Okay. So I didn't know that. Okay. Can I talk to you about that, or do you want an attorney?
There's nothing to hide with that either, so I will answer questions about that.
Okay. You're okay answering questions about your sister?
Yes.
Are they dating?
They are
Or they're sleeping together?
They're definitely sleeping together in front of my son, which is how I found out. From a 5-year-old.
Okay. How old's your sister? Is she of age?
19. She
Really?
just turned 19.
Okay. How old are you?
26.
So this is your younger sister?
Yes, this is my baby sister.
How many sisters do you have?
Well, there's 4 of us total.
4 of you total? Okay.
And, you know, It is a double betrayal, right? Not only is your partner fucking someone else, but your younger sister has stolen your partner. It's a stinger. It's a stinger.
So Jason was actually, how do you know he was? Because your son said it? Or?
Well, my son did say it, yes, and then when he just moved into a new apartment last month, I think, and he told me that she was going to be moving in with him. She had already been living there, but...
Okay. At the apartment complex, but not with him?
No, with him.
Okay.
She had been living with me at the beginning of this year until the end of June.
Okay.
And then I found out that she not only slept with my ex-boyfriend, but also with my son's dad.
Okay.
And I kicked her out, and I told her she was no longer allowed to live in my house if she was going to be that kind of person.
Okay. So not only did she sleep with Jason, but she slept with another ex-boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay. Who was the other ex-boyfriend? Somebody you're still dating?
No.
Okay.
We have talked since that incident, but
She's already been convicted, guys. Life.
not dated.
Okay.
No parole.
Okay. Was that a long time ago?
That we dated?
Yeah.
It was during, like, quarantine and stuff like that.
Sorry about that. Okay. You dated this other guy?
Yes.
Okay. Do you need to use the restroom? And then
I mean, I do. I am also very concerned about my son. It is getting late, and I don't know where he is.
Why don't you use the restroom? I'll find out
Okay.
where he's at, ease your mind, and then we can reconvene.
I would very much like to see him. I
Okay.
understand the detective is very strict on the fact that he was not going to be released to me, and, like, I understand that, and I'm not asking for that. I just want to see him.
Okay. Would that help you if I was able to? I can't promise anything because they're the police. I'm a postal inspector, so it's different. But would you like me to ask them and see if I can?
The detective said he was going to ask, and then he came back in here and didn't ask. So,
Okay.
yes, I would very much like to.
Yeah, he's been busy and stuff too. So why don't we leave everything here? We'll just run in here. I grab my phone.
All right.
So she used she wanted to use the restroom.
Spacey Dove asks, how is it legal for these cops, postal cops, etc., to keep asking questions when they've been told I want a lawyer a million times? I don't really like that. It is a right. Yeah, well, like I said, it was reframed to her, and he did ask, will you talk to me? I mean, even if another detective had come in and asked, do you want to continue talking, and she said yes, that's going back on the what is the word? The invoking of rights counsel. But I agree that it was unusual, and I think a really good attorney would have had problems with it to speak to the judge about the admissibility of this video. But also, like I said, I don't think it was the linchpin in the case at all. There was video of her running, and it was all pretty clear by physical evidence and video evidence. And I'm sure that there was blood and gun residue on her clothes and shoes and things like that as well. So perhaps they were just trying to keep her in this room while some of that was done, and they were getting warrants for her phone and clothing and stuff like that, because that takes a little bit of time. Yeah.
Restroom, yeah. Why don't we, you want
to do
to
the GCR first.
before she washes her hands.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
can.
let me
Okay.
just do that real quick. Get you out of here.
One of the things we talked about, just so you remember, was like when a gun's fired. Remember I was talking about kind of blowback and stuff. Sometimes so it'll get on your hands and in between the creases of your fingers and your wrinkles. And not that you have any wrinkles because you're still in your 20s. But he's gonna put some sticky things on your hand to swab them for it. As part of this whole thing. So that's what that's about.
Let's see, right hand. always go like this.
Well, Spacey Dove says that I know, but it's not cool with a young girl who wouldn't know any better. I mean, that's a matter for the state legislature. She's an adult. I mean, the rules for her aren't any different than if we were dealing with a 50-year-old. Even if it were a 16-year-old. I mean, look at Brendan Dassey. I mean, that was, and that was a guy with an IQ of 80 or something, you know. 16-year-old with an IQ of 80.
It's just basically like an adhesive tape. It won't leave any residue.
Oh, it's tape?
Kind of. It's not tape, but it's
almost like a lint roller type, if you can envision something like a tacky lint roller.
What? Good job.
I'm not defending her actions either, and I'm sure many people in the chat think I'm way too soft, soft-hearted, but I can't help but feel sorry for her. You know, it's like, not that, I mean, she has to go and do life in prison, and there's no excuse for her actions, but I really just see someone who's upset and freaked out, and that can happen to a lot of people. People that would never hire a hit or have their husband killed like Wendy, you know, do it for money like Magbanoa. People that would never do anything like that could flip like this. Normal people, regular people, friends of yours, maybe even yourselves.
Good.
This way.
Ah, Nicole E. Have we got the sisters' interview? That'll be good. Yeah, there's at least 2 other videos that we've got to do here. Does anyone know if the sisters' interview is out there? Amy, go get it.
This one here is the face, so I'm going to do those areas.
I agree, Mona Lisa. The interrogation is completely legal. She agreed. There was no coercion. Her rights were respected. The only thing that I find a little bit unusual is that the postal worker came in and said, I'm investigating for the post office, and there was a strong suggestion that he was not going to be doing a job of law enforcement because of the way he framed his role, okay? But he did very much end up doing the job of law enforcement. But like I said, it may have just been to keep her in the room. You could have had the whole trial without this video at all, and she'd have still been convicted and still received life in jail. It may just have been to keep her in the police station while they obtain a warrant, so she can't go and wash her hands, burn her clothes, delete shit from her phone, and all the rest of it, right? So, yes, the interrogation is completely legal, justified, and I believe that her rights were respected, but it was unusual to see a guy come in and say, I'm just from the Postal Service, you know, I'm investigating for the Postal Service, I'm not a cop, here's my badge, here's my post office badge. But he did very much do the job of a police detective, and he was very good at it, I think. But I think that the postal worker sees what I see and thinks the whole situation is just very unfortunate.
Okay. If you just can pull back your hair a little bit. And this.
You know, I can't compare this to a case like Ali Abulaban. You know what I mean? What does Patricia Burns say here? Ali Abulaban was reduced to a fraction of what he thought he was without Anna. He makes me think of the song by the Human League, Don't You Want Me? Don't You Want Me, Baby? She was working as a waitress in a cocktail bar. That's a great song, eh? Any band from Sheffield. Isn't that strange? You know, you've got who was it? What's that other great band from Sheffield? Well, the Arctic Monkeys, of course, but you know, who did Temptation? Heaven 17. Any band from Sheffield. They're fucking... What is it about Sheffield?
This is my calling is makeup tech. Huh. There. Good.
All right. You need to use restroom? Okay. So I'm going to walk you to the restroom, and then also we'll grab, we're going to do a change of clothes.
Let me, I'll squeeze through here. So. Wait, hold on a second. Okay. I think they're gonna. We're gonna get you in that. We're just figuring out change of clothes. Okay.
Oh. Is that my son?
No. That was one of the other guys that work here. So.
Hey Patricia, I've been watching Making a Murderer again. You know, all of it for like, you know, I don't know. I've sometimes I just put it on. I used to have it on all the time working in the background. I'd like to do an analysis about the whole situation without supporting or denying, you know, just a very, very neutral run through of the whole situation sometime. But I'm worried. I don't want people to argue in chat, you know, with each other. I want to be neutral and just explore the whole thing. Maybe someday.
Right.
Yeah, we've got the link, I think.
So,
Amy sent it through.
Here's the situation. I need you to go ahead and turn around for me. Turn around. Put your hands behind your back.
And this is funny. This lady cop here has been acting as this sort of, you know, runner. You know, oh, I'm just the person to transport. But then she comes in like hard, like she's the
Release
boss.
your fingers. Do not move, okay?
Am I under arrest then?
We'll discuss that here in just a second. Does it feel okay? Nothing's pinching or anything like that?
No.
We'll lock them so that they don't get any tighter. Have it handy. Thank you.
I wouldn't say the right to an attorney was ignored. It was readdressed, and she agreed to continue talking. I mean, that's how it works. And the cops always do that. They always do that trick. So you're saying you don't want to help? So you're saying you're happy for the murderer to go free? What if you could help? Wouldn't you want to know that you did everything you could to help? You know, it's all pressure, pressure, pressure. And a lot of times people do turn around and say, okay, I'll help. They readdress the request. It's a sales job.
All right, so you are under arrest, okay? So we're going to take you downstairs. We are going to get your clothing, and we'll let you go to the bathroom down there, okay?
Am I going to be told
One step back.
what it is
Just a little bit.
for then?
Yeah, what is it for? It's for the murder. Yeah. What do you think it's for?
Right this way. This is gonna be.
Real quick question before we want to get the password for that. Real quick. Okay.
Oh, you see, I never know what to do. People are asking for Rose's interview, and then other people don't want it. Let's have a quick look, because I've not seen it at all. Which one is it, Amy? Sibling Rivalry, I guess it's that one. Starts at 1:50. Okay. Oh, hey, look, just before we move on, guys, if anyone wants to support the channel, you can at buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. Links in the description, links in the chat, Patreon. Like, share, leave a comment, super chat, super like, super thanks, super sticker. Love you guys. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. What else we got? Merchandise in the merch shop. If you're just joining us, check out those fucking links in the merch. Yes. And what was the other thing? There was another thing, right? Discord, fantastic Discord. Buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. And we do another video now.
So you think whoever did this to Jason, you'd be able to identify? No, you think it was your and Devan's relation? So you think whoever did this to Jason, you'd be able to identify? No, you think it was somebody who targeted Jason? You don't think it was somebody random?
No, like I said, if I'm being honest, I think it came from her. And I think it was somebody that she talked whatever.
Paper trail documenting the couple's serious problems goes back a few years. According to police, Jason filed court documents 3 days ago, 2 days before he was murdered, to have parenting time modified. According to the affidavit in the case, when the local postmaster arrived at the scene of the murder yesterday, he asked, "Did the baby mama do it? Did the baby mama do it?"
Hey, Rosa, do you have a hot and water and everything? Yeah. I'm gonna shut this door, but just for privacy, okay? I can only imagine what you're going through. I'm not even gonna pretend to understand, but I just wanna get to know you a little bit more, and we'll take it at your pace. If you want to take a break or anything, we can do that. Okay, it's okay.
Hey, this police station's got some really nice, soft interview rooms, huh? Look at this.
Yeah, lots going on. Can you just spell your first name and last name for me, just to make sure I have it right? It's R-O-S-A.
S-H-O-R-E.
S-H-O-R-E?
Yes.
And your sister, just to make sure I have all the names right. Your sister.
Okay. Well, you know, seeing as it was Christina's idea to do this topic, she says AJ's interview is better than Rose's. All right, we'll go with that. I think this is it.
I don't know what to say. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
No, I'm just gonna have to wait 25 years, at least.
October 13th.
Oh, this starts at... What is it? What is this, Amy? Oh, entitled Killer Karen, jail video call, Devan Schreiner gone postal. This isn't AJ's interview, though. Oh, I think AJ's interview was on the link for... It was linked in Crime Circus. Hang on. We'll come back to these. Episode 2. Toxic Love Triangle. An hour and 37. Man, that's... I think I've got it. I've got it, Amy.
After you had spent the night with her, to go down there and sit and follow a mail truck around for 2 or 3 hours, that's how much you believed it. And you didn't tell anyone else. That's what I'm supposed to believe?
A second person now under arrest in the murder of a postal carrier in Longmont. Andrew Ritchie, a federal prison employee, is accused of complicity to commit murder. Devan Schreiner is the alleged shooter. She faces murder charges in the case, and there she was in court yesterday. She's also the ex-girlfriend of the victim, Jason Schaefer. As this case gets more complicated, we break down how all three of these people knew each other.
Yeah. How you doing, AJ?
Good, how are you?
You remember me, Chris Lucas, I'm Postal Inspector.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm Detective Burke with Longmont PD.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, too. So, first off, I know that we're at your place of work, so I imagine that they called you down here, so you probably don't exactly feel like you have a choice in being in this room right now since your bosses are all outside the door.
Correct.
So, before we talk, before I ask you any questions, I want you to go and have a seat. We'll go through this first part. Let me ask you this. Do you have any weapons on you, any knives, nothing like that? Okay. So, first off, it doesn't even matter the reason we're here, just the circumstances, the fact that we're at your place of work. I don't want you to feel like you're being coerced into talking to us, all right? So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to read you Miranda real quick, all right? Just to go through that. Do what?
Am I being arrested?
Right now? No. Okay. All right? All right, you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand your rights as I've just read them, okay? Having these rights in mind, all right, are you okay with me asking you some questions about some stuff that went on here this last week or so with Devan?
You can ask me questions when I'm planning to answer my stuff.
Okay, all right. You want to start?
Yeah, so when I
Oh, actually, sorry. Let me sign this quick. Just saying that I told this to you. And... All right, so go ahead and initial right here, just saying that you understand. Let me get a signature from right there. All right, I appreciate it.
So when we talked the other night, I told you we were trying to put the timeline together regarding, when you saw her, Devan, and all of that. And so really I want to kind of clean up some of the timeline stuff. On Wednesday night, your wife's sitting next to us, and I know it's going to be hard to talk about multiple things. Am I correct?
Yeah, I had to talk to her about it the next day and tell her that I was having an affair.
I'm sorry, I missed something.
I had to tell her that I was having an affair the next day.
Okay. So she now knows.
She's aware of the affair.
Okay, so and I'm assuming, a couple of things. I figured that was kind of part of it, and that's why I didn't push real hard on Wednesday night. Does that make sense? I get it. I kind of told you that in the interview. So we just want to kind of clean up some of the timeline stuff. obviously, let's just kind of start with you're at Hooters from like 12:30 to like 1:15. Is that about right?
I feel like it's later than that.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that's right.
1:45.
I think it was 1:45. Yeah.
Okay. How did you get to Hooters?
Truck.
Your truck? Okay. The black one, the one that was in the driveway? I think it's Silverado, right? Okay. So you drove your truck there.
Yeah, I drove myself.
And you were on your phone? You had your phone with you there?
Correct.
Okay. So do you remember being there on your phone, and it's your personal, the one that you gave to me, right? So is that, did that make sense? And that's your phone, and that's the one that I took, right? Okay. So you got there, you're there, you eat wings, hang out with your buddy Brandon?
Yeah.
Okay. As we went through this, sorry, I didn't mean to bring that in.
Hey, thanks for the coffees, Riding Shotgun. Riding Shotgun.
And so we were talking about multiple things that day with Devan and her timeline. One of the things you told me is that she drives like a Nissan Rogue or Milano.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember, like, if we showed you a picture of her car, would you remember what it looks like?
So this is her car on the license plate reader back
That's
in
her
May.
car. That's her car. That's her car.
This is down at the scene, the neighborhood of the...
Wolfman Jack is the officer.
Doing.
It's Colorado, man.
You can see the time, 12:06.
That's her car.
So originally you told us that she was up there at your house with you until 12:15 when you left to go to Hooters. Can you...
Hey, I'm going to have to get another coffee, guys. I'm going to be back in a sec, but I'm going to leave this running.
Explain that?
I got to go and get some water from somewhere.
We're trying to verify Devan's timeline right now. That's the thing.
Yeah. She was not with me. She wasn't with me before that. She came over to my house after I was done with Hooters for about 10 minutes.
For about 10 minutes. What happened when she got there?
She just stopped, used the bathroom, got some water.
Did she leave anything?
No.
Nothing at all?
No, not unless it was in the bathroom.
Did she change clothes?
No, she was.
You remember what she was wearing?
Not specifically. I think I told you that night. It was a pair of pants and a t-shirt.
Okay.
I think the pants were dark, but I don't know what the t-shirt was.
Okay. So let's kind of work the timeline. Understand this is why I put the timeline together.
I know.
And so we've got her vehicle in Long Arm when she said she was with you. So you guys weren't together. So tell me kind of what happened. Let's go back and talk about the morning and how that all worked. You told me before you got home about 8 o'clock. Is that right?
At 8 o'clock
in the morning.
Yeah, that's about right.
Okay. Where were you coming from?
Her house.
Her house. So you weren't at work. Okay. So you were at Devan's house in the morning. What time did you leave her house?
7 something.
Okay.
She went to work. I went to my house.
So she went to work and you went home. But your wife had already been gone, or did your wife see you?
My wife was taking the kids to school because she has to be to work at 8.
So she was already gone. Okay. So what time did you get to Devan's house? Right.
I stayed the night.
Okay.
At Devan's house. My wife thought I was.
So that's why you told us that, is to protect yourself from your wife, or protect. So she didn't find out.
Correct.
So what time did you get to Devan's house?
The night before. 10.
Got there about 10? Yeah. Okay, so what did you do after you got off work? What time did you get off work?
I got off work in the daytime. And I went home.
About this time? 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
Went home, took care of the kids, did my stuff with the wife for dinner, and then 12 hours went back to work.
Okay. So you tell her you're going back to work, and you go to Devan's house. And so you get there, you said about 10 o'clock? So what did you guys do from 10 o'clock until 7 o'clock the next morning? Not necessarily detailed.
Yeah.
Like generally,
we spent time together.
Okay.
And talked about this.
Did you guys go out to eat? Did you order in? Did you? Okay. So you ate dinner. You were over there from 10 to 7. You guys did.
Yeah, we did this.
Can I say the affair thing?
Yeah, we did this regularly.
You did what?
I did this regularly.
Okay. And your wife didn't know anything until you told her basically Thursday.
Yeah, she found out the next day.
Okay. Okay. So you're with Devan all night. You didn't want your wife to know. You left at 7 in the morning. Did you have any contact with her?
We talked on the phone a good majority of the day.
Okay.
Off and on.
Okay. What were the conversations like?
They were pretty normal conversations.
Okay.
Just kind of like what was going on with our day, how things were going. We just talk. We just stay on the phone, just wear earbuds.
So you were on the phone for a while, a short time, multiple times?
Multiple times in quite a while.
Okay.
When I wasn't working, we spent most of the day on the phone together.
Okay. Where were you while you were talking to her?
My house.
You were at your house.
And then I went out driving around, talking to her.
Okay, where all did you drive to? Anywhere specific? Did you get coffee or lunch or anything like that?
I don't want to answer those questions without answering.
Okay. Okay.
So you're out driving around, and you're still talking to her on the phone. And then basically, do you ever run into Devin while you're driving around? No, not at all. Were you in the same area as her?
No.
Okay. So, do you know where you told me you didn't want to answer this question, so I'm going to try not to ask him again, but I might. If I do, just tell me the same thing. So you're out driving around and you are still talking to her on the phone. Are you just, what are you looking for when you're driving around? Are you doing anything in particular? Okay. So basically you drive around, you're on the phone, then you go to Hooters, you have lunch. What do you do after that?
We end up going home. I stayed at home after that, and then she came by to use the bathroom.
Did I hear that right? He took her to Hooters for lunch? Okay. Well, why not?
Some water at the amount.
What time was that?
2-ish.
Bad news, guys. Bad news. I've lost the coffee. We've finished the California coffee, and I've lost my own shitty coffee. And now it's gonna have to be tea. Tea? What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Hey, 3 coffees. Thank you, Amy, for the coffees. Thank you, Amy.
Okay.
And thank you for finding those links.
And then what happened after she got some water and used the bathroom?
She left and went back and finished her out.
Oh, she went out and finished her out. Okay. And then
I'm about my stuff. My house is about 3/4 of the way to her out.
Okay. Okay. So, I mean, obviously, you give us your phone. Obviously, we're coming back 5 days later to talk to you. Obviously, I have a detective here with me. And so it's really important today that we get kind of everything straight. This is kind of like an opportunity to make sure everything you told me we can get corrected. It's important you tell me the truth. I mean, you work in a federal correctional institute,
There's some conversations that her and I had. Then we need my attorney present.
Okay. So you need your attorney present to talk about any of her conversations. Do you know where she was?
When we were talking, I believe she was doing her out.
Okay. What about in the afternoon? Do you know where she went when you weren't on the phone with her? Do you know anything? Do you know what she was doing when there? Nothing at all. You don't know. Any speculation?
I have the same speculation that everybody has.
Okay.
As soon as I saw the name of who it was,
okay,
I had the same speculation.
Okay.
She was never told me that she was good for this.
Okay. So, really, as we go through, the questions I really want to ask you, and you told me you want an attorney present. So as we go through, I just want to show you kind of some of the things that have come up over the last couple of days as we go through. I mean, this is her car in Longmont. We know this is her car. Okay, this off the license plate for you. That's her car, pretty close to where Jason was killed. We've got.
Did you drop her off at work? You did that morning? Okay, you dropped her off at the. Okay, I thought you said you didn't want to answer questions about where you went that day. So that's why.
I figured that earlier, So he drops her off at work, so her car's not at work. Of course, she usually drives herself. And then she's out in the work van, comes to his house for lunch, takes her car, goes to the killing, leaves the scanner in the truck.
I'm just asking if you dropped her off at work. Okay, so on the morning of the 13th, you dropped her off at the post office. Okay. Did she ever bring her car over to your house after that?
Her car was parked it was right up the road from my house.
Her car was, okay. Her car is parked up the road from your house. You had taken her to work. Okay. So did you have to pick her back up from work afterwards so she could get her car?
Yes.
Okay. I'm asking that just because obviously she would need to figure out a way to get back home after that. Does that make sense?
Did you take her to work in your truck?
Do you think that's true? Or do you think that she left her car at his place? He gave her a ride to work. She went on her route, stopped at his for lunch, quote-unquote lunch, took her car, did the murder, and then took her car back to work. That seems more likely. Why would you extend the time that she's leaving her car at his place?
I took her to work and no, I took her to work in the transit.
In your what's that?
We get cars from work.
Okay. Well, do you know what kind of car it was or anything?
It's a Durango.
Dodge Durango? Okay.
Oh, I saw that on the way in. Those they had like that
the way
to something logo on the side. One of those things. Okay. How do those work into the facility? Like, how do you get one of those?
You have to be part of the van pool program, and then you loan them out to us, and we drive them, and then the bureau pays money to basically subsidize it.
Okay.
So you're when you were driving around, were you talking on the phone? Were you in your truck or were you in Durango?
The Durango.
Okay.
And then my truck. Okay. I switched my truck later on in the day.
To get your kids and stuff?
Yeah. And also I switch it with another guy. He drives the van after that.
Okay. And then when you dropped her off, you said you dropped her off at the post office?
Yeah, post office.
That was in the Durango as well?
Right.
Okay. Okay. And then after work, you said her car was near your house?
She parked her car near my house because after work, we were going to fill around in my house before my wife got home, and then she would leave in her car.
Okay. So did you picked her up from the post office too?
Correct.
Okay. In your truck?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Who's the other person that gets the car that you're driving?
It's a coworker from work. His name's Walker.
It's what?
His name's Walker.
Walker?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he have it now?
Yeah, he has it right now.
Okay, he's in it now. Is he working?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I didn't mean to cut you off at all.
He works.
Obviously.
Yeah, he works different shifts.
Okay, so it works out that it's one vehicle between you guys? Okay, and he has it now? Okay.
Do you have to sign those cars out when you're using them? They're just assigned to a couple of you to use?
Right.
Or is there like a roster somewhere that has that car assigned to you?
No, it's through the program.
Okay.
I'm the coordinator, so
okay.
It's just assigned to me all the time. And then,
So you get assigned vehicles?
Yeah.
So you got the good one? Did you get a good one?
I like it.
You can fit in it?
Yeah. That's better than what I had before.
Sure. Okay.
Do you have other questions before I show him a few other things?
No, I'm good. We're going to show you a couple other things.
Okay.
You've already indicated that you don't want to talk to us about a couple of things here. All right, so I'm going to show you a few things and see if you want to talk about it at all, okay? Get this over here. Do you have any idea what that picture is right there?
Looks like GPS.
So those are phone signals coming from your phone down in the Longmont area in the same neighborhood as the shooting with location information for the mailman who was shot that morning. All right? So we know that you were in Longmont that morning, and I'm not asking that because of you. I'm just asking that to further verify whether or not you had any idea where Devan was at that time. You've already told me that you weren't with Devan at 12:15 like you had previously told us, all right? So the reason I'm showing you this is because we can show that you weren't with Devan, and you can't obviously verify where she was.
Right. What else did you want to show me?
You got nothing to say about this? That's off your phone. 2 days before this happened. Can you explain that? You're a smart guy. I think you know where we're going with this.
Yeah,
So if you want to give us answers, now's the time to give them to us. These investigations move fast. You know that. We get this data fast. You only get a couple opportunities to give us explanations for what's going on. We're trying to find the truth.
So her and I were talking in the morning when I dropped her off at my house, and I didn't necessarily think too much of it. I thought that we were going to fool around after she got off, and because we had done that in the past. After she had gotten to work, or on her way to work, she had called me and told me that she had decided that that was what she thought needed to happen. And she had told me that she had thought about doing this before. Actually, 3 days prior to that, she told me that she was going to do this, and I talked her out of it. So, and that night, she was going to do it at his apartment in the middle of the night. I talked her out of it. I had to go over there and do it face to face, but she didn't do it that night. This morning, she told me that she was going to do it. She told me that she had already had everything that she needed to make it happen, and I tried to talk her out of it. Then she went into work and told me that there was no talking her out of it. So after talking to her, and she's mentioned it in the past, and she has talked about his route because she knows the long routes. So I went out there. I knew his route number. I found him, and I continued to stay on the phone with her to try to tell her. Try to talk her.
If she knows the route, she should know how many doorbell cameras there are.
But I thought that she was going to go there a lot earlier than that. I thought that if I would see her, I could stop her. She kept talking to me and never showed up there. I guess she was casing at the time. So eventually she told me, you know what, don't worry about it. I'm not going to do it. It's fine. You go back to work. And she hung up the phone with me. At that point in time, I stopped over at his truck and I told him that he should watch out for her because I think she's planning on doing something. I don't think he remembered who I was because he said, what? He just looked at me and goes, what? And I was like, Devin, I said, she's unstable right now and I think that she's going to do something stupid. And he said, I'm not scared of that bitch. And I said, okay. And I left. And at that time, I drove home.
Is that really doing enough? You know. Yeah, I mean, you should have threatened to turn her in, or, you know, had her sectioned. What do you call that in the States? It's like, you know, where you intern someone to a mental health facility when they're court ordered to stay. It's a locked facility, but for care, you know.
Where was that at? Where did that conversation take place?
I don't remember it was on the long straight road.
In Longmont?
Yeah. This is on his route. It was while he was still around.
How long did that conversation take? How long were you there with him?
Not even 15 seconds. It was just, all I did was stop and say, hey.
Yeah, I can tell he's lying, Nicole, by this kind of nonchalant, laid-back vibe. I mean, it's a bit... He should be leaning in and saying, listen, this is exactly what happened. Wide-eyed, open eyes, hand gestures.
I said, you're pushing her over the edge. And I said, I think that you should leave her alone. And I said, Devin, she's unstable right now, and I think that you should leave her alone. And I said, I think she's going to hurt you. And he said, I'm not scared of that bitch. And I said, okay. And I left.
Okay, so you talk to him, you tell him, you warn him. So you meet him on that route, you talk to him, and then you leave after that? Okay. You know about what time that was when you talked to him?
Right before noon, maybe.
And it was on his round. Okay. And then, so tell me how that goes from there. You leave.
I went back to town and I had one of yours.
Went to yours.
And after hanging out with him for a bit, I headed home. And after I was home and she stopped by, I thought everything was good. She stopped by, didn't really talk about anything too much. She used the bathroom, she got some water, she left. And after she left, that's when I saw the articles come in on the news break. And then she called me right after that and told me something had happened to Jason. And I said, what do you mean? And then she was like, I don't know, my friend is telling me that something happened to Jason. And so she called her friend, because her friend just texted her. She texted her like, I'm sorry, or something like that. So she called her and talked to her, and she told her something happened to him. And then she called me, and then she said, she goes, I don't know what's going on, but I don't know what it is. And I said, she should be at daycare. She goes, well, what if he went and got him? And I said, well, maybe he did. I said, you should try to find out. So she called the friend back, I think. Somehow, long story short, she said that she was pretty sure that he was at school, I think. Yeah. So she called school, and then somehow she figured he wasn't at school. So I told her, I said, call him on the PD, because the article, I'm pretty sure is him when your friend's saying that something happened to him. And so she called on PD, and then she said that they wanted her to come in. I said, you should probably go in.
So she never said anything to you about being in Longmont, talking in Longmont. You never saw her in Longmont. Okay. So you know, based on what we're showing you, we have a lot of data.
Yeah, I know it looks different.
Can I ask you a quick? Sorry, where'd the gun come from? The only information that we have that when she ever did any shooting was with you.
We went shooting once, and we shot at 22.
Where at? Liberty. So you never gave her a gun. Okay. You never gave her ammunition, never gave her a gun, never shot anything other than 22 with her. Okay. And she was at your house. She didn't leave anything.
Not that I know. She just went to the bathroom, and then I gave her the water bottle, and she left.
Okay. Nothing else.
Nothing else.
No conversation about Jason. No conversation about you guys doing anything.
She never mentioned it. And then when she called me afterwards and started talking about, I just seen the article, and then when I talked to her after that, I didn't ask her.
Okay.
I mean,
perhaps it's to be committed a cappella, although I don't know. That sounds a little more severe. I don't know. I'm not sure.
So
I don't know what the equivalent
is.
It's
really important. And understand that there's 70 postal inspectors in Longmont with the 12 or 14 detectives that they have. And we're talking to everybody. We've got Ring doorbell cameras. We got cameras from banks. We got cameras from traffic lights. We've got all this stuff going on. We've got your phone, her phone, Jason's phone, other text messages. It's really important at this point that you tell us the truth, everything that's happened.
I just did.
So explain this picture to me. Explain this picture right here in the middle. What's the conversation around that?
So that was the 3 days prior when she told me that she was going to go over there in the middle of the night. And I told her not to. Originally, her plan was she was going to take out Jason, Rosa, and herself. and I begged her not to. I obviously played on the don't take out yourself thing because I can't live without you, and I can't live without you. But I was successful in not getting her to do it that night. I don't know. Part of me felt like she would do it eventually, but part of me thought that maybe she wouldn't.
Did you ever think about calling the police? Saying, hey, this is what's going on?
She's been in this custody battle with him for 5 years, and it's not the first time. She's mentioned it multiple times over 5 years, but she's never done it. So, I mean, well, obviously it's a serious thing. It was also just kind of banter. Like, anytime she was mad at him, it was he needs to go. Like, I need to do that. Usually play it off, or sometimes I play along a little bit. And like, yeah, he is a fucking asshole. But I never thought that she'd actually do it.
Even with all the text messages and you have to go over there, you never thought she'd do it.
She's also told she's going to kill herself many times, and she's like that.
Okay. And then you never contacted, did you talk to your buddies about it at Cooters, or none of those guys know?
No, they didn't even know I was home with them.
Okay. Do they know your wife? So it was one of those things you can talk about?
Yeah.
Okay. So you never told anybody about it? Okay. And just kind of going back a little bit, you're following the carrier around to warn him?
No, I'm following him around because I thought if I saw her, then I could
stop her. Okay. Okay. How come in a rideshare vehicle as opposed to your truck?
That's just what I had at the time. Okay. Sometimes when I use the rideshare vehicle, I just leave my truck at my buddy's house. So that way if I take one over there, then I drive the other one back.
Okay. Yeah. Can you use that for something other than work, or?
Yeah, as the coordinator, we get it for 250 personal miles.
Okay. Okay. All right. I just want to kind of go through that. I mean, one of the big questions I want to ask, and then at some point I'll shut up. I'm sorry, but
it's fine.
Is
I've accepted over the last few days that I guess in that first night I was still kind of in shock. She actually did it.
That's kind of why you told me what you told me. Did you think about calling me the next day or the day after?
Yeah, I was advised not to.
By your wife, or?
No, I've retained an actual attorney. Okay. Like an actual criminal attorney. She's an attorney, right?
Right, no, I got you. We talked about that Wednesday night. So I just, it's important. I mean, this is kind of your opportunity to talk to us. And so if there's anything else you want to go, do you have any other questions?
Why don't, we have your phone. We got your phone records. We have her phone records. Why don't, if this has happened multiple times where she's said that she's going to do this or she needs to do this, why don't we see any text of you telling her not to do this if you've begged and pleaded for her not to so many times?
Usually when I talk to her, I talk. I guess I don't text all the time. I talk. It's just what I choose.
There's no documentation of you actually trying to calm her down from going to kill him, even though this has happened multiple times.
She never told me on text that she was going to do it either. Just be through talking.
I'm just trying to find stuff that's going to help you at this point, because you gotta understand, you're telling me that, but I don't have evidence of that. Does that make sense?
Right.
It seems to me we have evidence of all this other stuff, but the stuff that we're missing is that stuff that would help to corroborate what you're telling me with that.
Right, yeah. I know we always talked about it. She never texted me that kind of stuff. It would just be during talking. We did a lot of therapy type talking all the time. She has her own problem. She has a lot of trauma. But
This is a crime circus presentation.
Honestly, I did whatever I had to do to get what I wanted. I don't think I have any other questions. Fine.
Do you have Snapchat? Bring your own shovel me.
What?
Bring your own shovel me. Okay. Did you delete any phone calls or texts off your phone?
I deleted everything. It's not okay with her.
Okay. So that part was true. That your wife doesn't like her.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, I can see why.
Yeah, my wife has hated her for 13 years.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. We need to step out and talk for a second. You gonna be all right in here for just a minute or two? It won't take long.
I have a choice.
You absolutely have a choice.
I'm fine.
Okay. I mean, make no mistake. I mean, you have a choice. We just need to talk real quick. In my phone.
We just need to talk real quick to the leader of the pack. I'm gonna step out and I just need to go and hunt a caribou, and I'll be right back.
Couple minutes. Is that right? He's gonna make a okay. It's just we got to make some decisions and go from there. Not really our decision. So, if you have questions, you can ask me. If I can answer them, I will. Other than that, I'm not going to ask anybody at this point. So.
She was going to go through with it.
What's that?
I really didn't think she was going to go through with it. When she hung up with me, she was going to go back to work.
When she hung up with you, where was she?
So, going to do what she did.
Okay. You don't know though?
Well, I don't know. She's never told me. But the evidence was there.
This is just pieces. This is just pieces of. I told you there's probably close to 80 people working on this. So these are just kind of quick pieces. I mean, it's not like it's, there's a lot more. That's why it's important.
Well, now my story's straight now, so I guess whatever happens from here happens. This benefit.
What do you think should happen to someone who shoots somebody?
It's tough. I've always been a knife for an eye type of person. But in this case, my feelings about that person.
I can't hear you, man.
My feelings about that person are different. So
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I know what she's going to get.
What about the people that help her?
Oh, nice question. What about the people that help her? What should they get?
What should happen to them?
I didn't help her.
I didn't say that. I'm
but I'm not. Definitely. She got hold of this.
Did you do anything to stop it? Did you offer any guidance?
She knew it was her.
Did you get another phone while after I took yours? Or?
I was using my wife's phone.
Your wife's? You have your wife's phone now? Okay. What's she using?
Her work phone.
Oh, okay.
How many muscle relaxers is this guy on? I mean, why? Where's the sense of urgency? I mean, the fuck?
I don't. Like living at home right now. Is your wife okay with you being there still?
I'm sleeping on separate floors.
Like the basement part there? Okay. She's pretty mad. This is the first time had an affair.
Well, it's the first time.
First time you got caught?
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but yeah, I mean, really, it's the first time she knows. All right.
Yeah, this guy's a player. This guy's a super player. A super quiet player.
Guys in the ride share, are they aware of anything?
No, their lives are friends with us. Nobody's aware of anything.
Okay.
That was one of the things that her and I thought about a lot, was that I would bring her around the friends. She wasn't the type of person that wanted around.
Oh, I don't know if I can take this guy anymore. Is there something good coming? He's so quiet.
I'm happy in the marriage. It's just a side thing. There's some enjoyability, but it's not what I wanted from my life.
He looks like he's floating down a lazy river in a big inner tube, the kind from a tractor wheel, and he still sinks.
She wasn't what?
She wasn't that person.
Okay. This thing's going on.
Yeah,
I can't hear you.
I understand that.
I can't stop seeing it now. That's exactly what someone looks like when they're in a giant inner tube floating down a lazy river. That posture. Oh, that reminds me, we've got to do Apple River soon. You know, I got things to say about that.
Disbelief in which part?
I never. I never thought I'd be part of any of this stuff. It's not who I am. I didn't have courage. I understand understand that I didn't do enough to stop it. I tried, but I didn't do enough to stop it. But
he's a smooth operator.
It's unfair.
Smooth
it was just an affair.
That was just unfair.
operator. Oh, that's got me, Amy. That's fantastic. I love that.
It's kind of where we're at this point. So we're still investigating, still getting stuff back as we go through. So
yeah, after you guys got
John Lennon was wrong. This guy is the walrus. Oh, you guys should be running the show. I sit back tonight. This is good. This is good.
not really what I said. Why I did that. Oh, I did it because I didn't want my favorite.
Sorry.
you wanted to keep the affair
from my wife?
From your wife. Okay, from your wife. Not necessarily keep the affair.
No, that was over. Like as soon as I saw the big news break, I was like, well,
Do you think this cop wears a bandana on the weekends? And a denim waistcoat? A sleeveless denim jacket that smells of piss?
that's wasn't okay with that. That's not.
Right.
I mean, she's herself and she talks about wanting to hurt Jason all the time. There's always talk for 5 years. It was just talk.
5 years?
Since
okay.
The kid was born. She got pregnant.
Right.
It was always just venting.
What do you think this guy spends a month on ice cream sandwiches? It's a daily event, right? It's a multiple times a day, especially in the summer.
She was just venting.
Got to keep that body temperature cool.
There was only one time she still didn't do that.
You never saw her with a gun or anything like that? No idea where it came from? Any places you guys would go? If your wife was home or something, like out in the woods or...
No, we were always in her apartment. She was always living on her own, or if not, it was just like her sisters or something like that. That wasn't their business.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much every time was in her place.
Okay.
How long do you think you were following?
Yeah, I think that cop was part of the security detail at Altamont.
Him for?
Most of the morning is when he started his route.
Okay.
Because she told me first thing in the morning when I dropped her off at work that was going to be the day.
Okay. So how much? Where did you start? Where did you find him?
It's funny, isn't it? Because Devan had a really loud voice, screeching voice, and this guy's really quiet. So together, it would be, a conversation between them would be the same decibel level as a normal couple.
How long did you follow him for?
Well, so the trucks are numbered.
Yeah.
In front of the truck, and she told me it's route number.
Okay.
So I already knew which truck it was, so I waited out there to make sure that she would show up. Because I dropped her off, and she was like, yeah, I'm going to do it today. And I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, I got everything I need, I'm going to do it today. And I was like, do what? She was like, I'm going to get rid of Jason today. So I don't think that's a good idea. And then she was like, no, I'm done with this. She said that he did something with their parenting agreement, that he was getting full custody and that Rosa was going to step in and be the mom, and that that side of the family was going to be able to provide better for her. And she was going to be able to. And so I just kept trying to talk her down.
So where all did you go on this track then? When you were following him around, what was that? What was that like? Like, where all did you go?
Nowhere. I just followed him.
Okay.
I figured if I saw her car, then I would stop her.
Okay. Where all did he go? What was his route like?
He just did his route.
Okay. So for 2 hours at least, you followed him around, right?
Yeah, part of that time he just went home.
Okay.
So I just sat at the apartment complex.
Just watching him instead of...
I wasn't watching him, I was watching for her.
Instead of just telling him, look, this is something that's going to happen?
Well, I mean, they're in a custody issue. Like, I love her, I care about her. My thought process was if I could stop her, then I'm not getting involved in their custody stuff. I didn't know Jason. Like, I don't know him.
Yeah.
And so I just wanted her to like, think it through and be okay.
Okay.
But eventually she said, okay, and she's like, don't worry about it. It's done. I'm going back to work. I said, okay. She hung up the phone. And some of that was kind of weird. I was just like, she just stopped. She was like, okay, you win. I'm not going to do it. I was like, you've never given up on anything that easy before. And so I decided to just give him a little warning and went back home.
And you don't remember where he was in the neighborhood when you stopped by his truck?
Can I bother you for just a second?
Yeah.
Can I get that black bag down there by your feet?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So afterward, you pick her up from work and you know at this point that she just shot and killed somebody.
I mean, I don't know, but I saw it on news break that
the
postal worker was hurt, and then she told me that her friend said it was Jason.
Okay.
So putting 2 and 2 together.
So you're driving around with her afterward.
Well, putting 2 and 2 together. She said today is the day that she's going to get rid of him. And then someone shot him in the face. So he put 2 and 2 together and came up with ice cream chicken.
What did she tell you?
Let me drive around.
You picked her up from work.
Oh, and I just dropped her back off where her car was, and I told her I didn't want to talk to her.
Okay, so no conversation. So she's just quiet.
I mean, she was going on about where her kid is, but I told her I didn't want to talk to her, so I let her vent about her kid, and then my recommendation was to call online, and she ended up doing that.
Okay. Afterward, after you dropped her off, you went for a drive later in the evening.
I went and picked up the kids from daycare.
Okay, where's the daycare at?
It's over on 402 and I-25.
Okay.
And then brought them back home. And then at that point, she had called me, and that's when she said she was going to go to Walmart. They wanted her to. So I stayed on the phone with her. I went to get a car wash. And I talked to her while I was doing that. And while I was going to the car wash, she pulled up.
Okay.
When did she give you the number for the truck? You said
the route number?
Not the route number, but the number that's actually on the postal vehicle.
She didn't give me that. She just gave me the route number.
Just the route number?
Yeah, the numbers are on the concrete in front of the trucks on the wall.
Okay. So you saw him leave in his van?
Right.
Okay. So the route number that's on the wall or whatever, and you knew that vehicle he was in.
Right.
Let me call Carlos here.
Yeah, okay. So that's pretty early in the morning. Not early, but.
Yeah, it was like 9.
Okay. Okay. when did you give him, sorry, I'm processing some of this. When did you give him the warning that you said you gave him? After he was at his house for a while, or
Yeah.
before?
It was when I left.
Okay.
So I just told him. And he said, well, there's in the back.
Okay.
Nobody was still there, so
Okay. Did he text you, or you call him, or what?
he had texted me this for us out.
Okay. Tell him I'm on my way.
Yeah, so he didn't know.
Okay. And that's Brandon.
On my phone, it's Schwartz.
It's what?
Schwartz.
Schwartz? Okay.
We work together at the youth corrections.
Okay. Where at?
Platte Valley.
Where, in Greeley? Okay. Okay.
So I gave him, or I'm going to go by last names.
Okay. I get that. How long you been here?
6 years. 5 years.
5 years.
5 and 6.
Okay. And you were at Platte Valley for how long?
A couple of years, like 3.
Okay.
And before that was DOC.
Okay. With the state? Where you at with DOC?
Sterling.
Okay.
From Sterling to Denver. I worked at the DRDC.
Okay. DRDC, that's down by State Patrol? Is that the
One
one?
of them is Camp George West.
Yeah.
That's just a camp though, but that is ran by Denver.
Okay.
The other 2 are Havana.
Smith Road?
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what Smith Road is.
Yeah, it's the road.
It's where the jail is too.
Okay. Yeah, where Denver County is, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I know it's hard to talk about this stuff, especially after
It's
you already
easier
talked.
now that I've told my wife.
I'm sure. And I could tell that was uncomfortable.
It was very uncomfortable.
That's why I said to you, I mean, if you remember, I'm like, hey, dude, if you want to talk, we can step outside, we'll go down to the PD, we can, do whatever, because I knew there was more to that than what you were saying.
Well, I mean, afterward, like I was still, I don't know if shock is the right word, but I was still in disbelief that it happened. I didn't think through, I guess, how it looked for me. I didn't do it. Like I know how it's looking right now. I know that I didn't do it. So I guess that wasn't my concern. My concern was my marriage.
Sure.
After that, like that night afterwards, I didn't sleep that night. Just laid there thinking about it. And obviously, the more I thought about it, the more I realized it's not gonna look good.
That's part of the reason that we're here too, is it doesn't look good.
Right.
And that's why, talk to you and tell you, look, this is an opportunity. I mean, you still have that opportunity right now. I mean,
Well, now I've come clean. I've told you, and now everything I've said is truthful. Before, when you were at my house, obviously, it wasn't truthful.
was not truthful at all.
Yeah.
It's important that you get kind of everything out. I mean, I know there's some things that you don't want to talk about until you have your attorney, and I get that. But it's really important if there's something else that you let us know. If we aren't asking the right question or something we don't ask, it's really kind of important. This is the point in time where we can talk to a DA and say, hey, hang on a second. So this is that time where, that first statement, I mean, you basically were not telling the truth to a federal agent, right? I mean, do you agree?
I know, I thought.
I mean, I know you've signed 1001 statements 100 times, right? I mean, I'm sure you signed one today. You work in a federal correctional institute.
Yeah.
So you know you weren't telling the truth to a federal agent. So, I mean, that's where it's important, like right now, is really anything more, this is the time. And I mean, anything. And I don't care what it is. If there's something that you're holding back because you're scared to tell me, this is really when the time is.
I mean, everything that I've said has been honest.
Okay.
So.
Okay. There's nothing in your house. Nothing in your truck.
No, I mean, like I said, unless you were left in the bathroom, she would search the bathroom. There's nothing else.
Your wife didn't find anything in the bathroom that belonged to a female.
No.
Okay.
No, but like I had to kind of explain it to my wife, and I had to tell her that afterwards she came in and she's not happy about that.
This is a Crime Circus presentation.
So regardless of the affair side of it, how is your wife reacting to the other side of it? Not okay with any of it. No. Mad as hell at you.
Yeah. Pretty sure my wife was the first. I'm not talking about it. I'm just waiting. She took a couple days off work and she was sat on the couch and cried herself to death. And every single time I walk by, I just have to watch it. She doesn't want to be comforted by me. She doesn't want to do it.
Do you kind of understand that?
I totally understand that, yeah. I don't blame her.
What's that? Sorry.
I said I don't blame her.
Okay. Was she at work today? She works in Greeley, right? Fort Collins. Okay. Have you talked to anybody about this since we talked, besides your wife?
Just the attorneys.
Okay, okay. Who's the attorney?
Derek Samuelson.
I can't hear.
Derek Samuelson.
Okay, is he in Loveland or?
His office is in Loveland, and then he works with a guy. I can't remember his first name. His last name's Castle.
Castle. Yeah. Okay, like. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna strike that down because I don't want to forget it. It's fine. You said Derek Samuelson.
Correct.
The other dude's name is Castle. But you don't know his first name?
I don't remember his first name.
And he's actually out of Denver.
Well, I have his card in my truck.
Okay. I just want to make sure he has that as well. So.
Kind of making the assumption that I might be arrested today.
So, I'll be 100% honest with you. That's why he's on the phone.
That's kind of what I assumed. I figured you maybe have some inside info.
I can't hear you.
I said I figured you maybe have some inside info.
He's on the phone right now. So, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know the answer to that, but it's possible. So that's why.
I know it'll probably be his decision, but if so, can we go out and do it? Car or something. I'm not going to.
That'll be his decision.
I've proven I'm not running from you guys.
Right. So I think you probably have a correction shirt on as well. So, but you've been super cool with us. It's still gonna be up to him.
You gotta grab me for some.
Yeah, hang tight.
I think he got live Giants World too.
Making the assumption I'm detained right now.
Listen, man, I'm going to tell you.
The only reason I'm asking is because then I could go out and take myself off. I'll literally just go stand next to your car if I have to.
So, right now,
I don't want to do the walk of shame in front of them.
What's that?
I don't want to do the walk of shame in front of my coworker.
I get that. I get that. I mean, you are not being detained right now. We are talking to you. If you were to get up and leave, I mean, first of all, I don't know that I can get out that door right now because I don't have a key to it. We'd have to knock. So if you want to get up and walk out there, I'm not going to stop you right now. I can't tell you that you wouldn't be arrested or that you would because I don't know at this point in time. It doesn't look good, what you're telling me. Now, I will tell you this, you've been completely cool with us. So, I mean, me personally, I would let you take off the correction shirt. You know, as long as you don't have any weapons on you, I'd let you walk outside. That's me. That's what I would do, and I'll tell him I said that to you so that he hears it. I mean, you've been completely cool with us today. There's no reason for us to do anything more than just kind of walk outside with you, if that makes sense. But I can't tell you what that answer is. If you want to walk out of here, that's up to you at this point. So that's kind of where we're at. I mean, what do you think should happen? So ask me that, or answer this if you want. What do you think should happen? We've given you a little snippet of what we have. What do you think?
I know how it looks. Obviously, if I was in your shoes, I know the exact same work as you do, but I have a law enforcement mind. Like, I know how it looks, and I know I would be thinking also, but I know how I would obviously be approaching it too. So, like, I know what you guys are thinking, and I know where you stand. I know that I was trying to stop her, and obviously, I'm the only one that knows that, and I get that. So,
let me put it on my side. I have to make the determination whether I believe you or not. You were trying to stop it.
Right.
Wednesday night, you pretty much lied to me from 8:40 until about 1 o'clock in the morning. Pretty much, not completely. I get it. I get the reasons why. So that's kind of the decision that's being made. I'll be 100% honest with you. Is do we believe you or not?
I understand why you believe. I believe that.
I mean, that's where we're at. And I don't know. I haven't made a decision whether I believe you or not. Based on that, and the reason is I'm sitting here talking to you, yet I've got all this stuff over here. And I'm like, do I believe him or not? And that's the decision that's being made. So, I mean, I'm just being 100% honest with you. I mean, that way Wednesday night, I told you the same thing. I don't know what's going to happen. We got to put a timeline in. The timeline isn't great right now for it. And quite honestly,
I guess, can I ask that I go?
What's that?
Can I ask that I go?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you right now, if you want to get up and leave,
What vehicle are you guys with out there?
I came with him.
I'm just going to go take my stuff off and stand next to your car with you guys. I just don't want to do it in here.
So I came with him, and I believe he's in the black truck. And I'm going to tell you right now, and it's at the end of the parking lot. So I'm not going to stop you right now, but I'm going to go tell him that's what you want to do. And if you want to get up and walk, like I said, that door is closed. So that's up to you. I don't know how much stuff you have on.
That's all the stuff I still have with me.
You still have what?
That's all the stuff I have with me that belongs to here.
Okay. So, as you were just told out there, the body cam's going, and you're being detained officially now. So, keep that in mind, even with Miranda and all that. So, if you want to take off your shirt in here, you can. You don't have any weapons or anything like that, right? I mean, I know you're working in here, so.
Yeah, we can't have weapons inside.
Right. And we can leave it here. And I told you I'd do this. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you, man. It is what it is. So.
Can you put my stuff in my truck for me?
I don't think your truck's going to be here.
Oh. Well, can you put my stuff in my truck and they can take my truck so they take all I want?
What? I don't know if it's still here.
Oh, okay.
So we have a search warrant for the truck. It may be towed already. I don't know. Do you have the keys?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Let me make a quick phone call. And just real quick, hold on. And then if we could put that in there, what do you want to put in the trunk?
My bag is sitting right outside.
Okay.
And then just my vest and
hey man, you guys have the truck? Okay, I have the keys if you want them. Okay. So it's still sitting out there. Okay, cool. All right, man. No, hang tight, and we'll figure this out in just a second, and then I'll give you a call back. But he just gave me the keys, so we'll go from there. We're trying to figure out. We're trying
That was
to get,
spooky.
He wants to get his stuff put in his bag, and his bag put in his truck.
Did anyone see that? I just put up the thing, and then bing. Wow. Who was that? Was it Laura Lee? Jennifer. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for the coffee.
So he doesn't have to walk out in his
Coffee Angel. I put up the button, and there you are.
uniform shirt and all that. So just, yeah, but hang tight. I'm waiting on detective to get back. So we're just trying to make sure that we can coordinate that. But in just a minute here, let me get Josh back. And I don't know. Okay. Okay, thank you. But so we'll get that figured out in just a second. If you want to put that stuff over here, that way. Is there anything else? These keys actually stay with the jail, correct? Or the
Yeah, you can give them to the lieutenant or the captain.
okay, and the radio, just set them there. I just want you to have a place to stay. The radio, I'm assuming, is theirs as well. Anything else you want to do? Or
I mean, I'll probably take my wallet with me.
okay. Did you have your phone on you, or where's the phone?
Yeah, I have it on.
Okay.
Just a chip.
What's that?
Just a chip.
It's
That's
what?
mine.
It's what?
Just a chip to check out this equipment.
Oh, okay.
Just put it in my pocket or something.
Okay. Okay. Where's the phone?
Right here.
Okay. Grab that real quick.
You have a warrant for this? Since it's not mine.
That's fine. I mean, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. That's your wife's law, though.
Yeah, but I'm only detained right now. I'm not under arrest yet.
That is correct. I would ask you not to be on your phone.
Can I text my wife and
No.
just tell her?
Not right now.
Detained.
Not right now. Just hang tight, okay? It's not my call. That'll be his call. Detective Berg's call. Okay. I know you want to. Again,
I just want to tell her that.
Let's figure out what's going to happen. Okay. And then we'll go from there. I'm not trying to be a pain in the ass. I'm just trying to kind of go along. You need a pen?
Yeah. Or can I just write down the number on my hand so I don't know?
Here's my pen. Will that work, or do you want yours?
Yeah, that works.
Let's do this. You want a piece of paper?
I mean,
are you good?
Yeah,
okay.
At least then I'll
have it. Okay. So you don't need to keep my pen.
Let's
Come
have
on
it.
now.
Let's just have it.
Trust me, I get it. I get it. Yes, I can get you. I'll borrow or.
Can I use that phone?
Not the phone, but I can get you a piece of paper.
I mean, at least I'll have this with me.
Okay, I just don't want it to wipe off or.
Mentor lawyer's back with his music.
We're just waiting on the attorney to call back. So
that was like, what was that? That was the. Where would this scene fit? He's just got to Hooters, ordered a batch of wings, and the waitress says we're all out.
Okay, I just don't want it to wipe off or.
No more wings, sir. No more wings.
We're just waiting.
He doesn't know what to do.
The attorney to call back. So. He didn't send a text. I believe you. I just.
I'm gonna shut this off.
What's that?
So I'm gonna shut it off.
All right.
He's taken it well, isn't he? You know, it's like, man, you know, you could be going away forever. And he's thinking, what is he thinking? Can I put this in my truck? Can we stop for an ice cream sandwich on the way to the jail?
And I don't know if we have a warrant for it or not. I just don't know. Like I said, there's a bunch of us working on it and trying to coordinate.
Do you know if I'm arrested, where will be taking me?
So, I don't know. My guess would be Boulder County.
I don't think I can go there.
Why?
Because I know over half a dozen staff there.
Okay. I don't know is the true answer. We may go back to the PD to figure all that out. And I'm not trying to give you a wrong answer. I'm telling you. I get
Hey, thanks so much for those memberships, Riding Shotgun. We're building up quite the membership stack, guys. We've got Coach, Satellite Man, MCP, Daniela Karenina, and Rome Picks. Oh, and B Rabbit as well. Wow. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Thank you, Rodin, for those fabulous memberships.
what you're saying. Is it, how come you know the staff there?
I worked with them at some point.
Okay.
I mean, most of them that I know, there's some that work there that I don't even know work there. People talk to them, oh, shit, I didn't know they work there. We had one there last year.
Right.
But I can name at least 6.
Okay. I don't know is a good answer. And the problem maybe is that can be everywhere. And we've been doing this a while, right? Almost 10 years.
Yeah. Boulder, I know the most. That's the
okay.
problem. Like more than anywhere, obviously here, but yeah.
But it is their jurisdiction, so it's also.
I mean, they can do whatever they want. I know a bunch of the staff there, so I don't know if that's an issue or not. It's definitely going to be an issue for me.
It's all right, man. They've got chili fries. It's definitely going to be an issue for me. We got chili and cheese, and we're putting it on something fried. Don't worry.
Sorry for the wait. You good if I ask you a couple more questions?
Yeah.
So you said this has happened a couple of different times. Walk me through Devan's planning for these incidents. What was her plan?
She never had a plan. It was always just, she would get upset, spur of the moment. It was never like planned out.
Yeah,
okay,
clearly.
so how many times did this happen where she said, hey, this is it, I'm going to go kill him, and you had to talk to her and say, no, don't do it, don't
The
go
only
kill
time
him?
that she specifically said this was it, I'm going to do it, was 3 days prior to this incident.
You told me this happened more than once, where she had told you that she wanted to
Well, she would
kill him,
say,
and you
like,
had to talk her
she
down.
was saying that like I needed to get rid of him or whatever, but like I said, that was just like banter. That wasn't like for real. Like I have everything I need, I'm gonna go do it.
Yeah.
It was just like he pisses me off, or he did this, or we had this run in today, or something happened that she would just be like, I'm so pissed off, like, and then she'd make whatever comment she made about it. It wasn't always killing him. Sometimes it was hurting him. Sometimes it was running away, just disappearing. It was a whole bunch of different things.
But not something that you had to talk her down for until this incident.
Until 3 days prior. She said she was just going to go over there middle of the night, and everybody was going to go.
Okay.
And that's the one I talked her down from. That was the first.
Yeah, he's thinking, what do you call it? What is it called? Oh, fuck, what's it called? It's called, you know, when you get in the way, it doesn't really matter, but now I really want to remember. What's that charge called? It's like, it's like something evasion. Prevention, no. not conspiracy. That would be bad. That would be life anyway, wouldn't it? It's obstruction. He's thinking like obstruction or something like that, right?
Time.
Some chicken shit. Oh, don't say chicken. Don't say chicken. I was going to say some chicken shit charge, but we can never use the word chicken again, or cheese, chili.
Yeah. I realized that's when she showed me that she had stuff, that she had her outfit.
You're a correctional officer.
Correct.
I imagine you got a lot of buddies in law enforcement.
Correct.
Okay.
I got a lot in Boulder County, I was just telling you.
So, you know that she wants to kill this guy. So much so to the extent that you go down to where his mail route is to keep an eye on him just in case she shows up so that you can confront her.
Correct.
She tells you over the phone that she's done, it's passed, I'm not going to do it, which you found odd. Correct. But you still hung up the phone, just told him, hey, look out, and took off.
So when I took her that morning, when I took her to the post office, that's when she told me that was going to be the day.
Yeah.
But she was never like so specific like that. And she said, I already have everything I need. And I said, what are you talking about? And she's like, I have everything I need. I can do it today. She never told me what she had. She never told me what she needed. She didn't tell me any of that stuff. She just, like, the way that she was saying it,
yeah,
it was obvious that it has escalated to being an actual serious problem. And 3 days prior to that is when she said
okay. But you didn't feel like it was serious enough to notify the police, say, hey, she's going to kill this guy. Why didn't you tell anyone?
Hindsight's 2020, but I thought I could talk her down again. I talked her down prior to this. Okay. I thought I could stop her if I saw her. I just needed to see her. Like, if we were face to face, she's depressed. She's had a lot of depression issues. She sees a therapist about it. Mm-hmm. I think she's slightly bipolar and has those, like, not personality issues, but like she definitely is bipolar. Like, she'll flip on me.
Yeah.
Too. But whenever we're face to face, she calms down. I thought if I saw her, I could calm her down, and she would do it, like she would snap out of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then I ask her to leave because my wife's about to get home, and she flips. I mean, stop fucking her around.
Our conversations that morning were not. They weren't normal conversations.
You were on the phone with her for like 2 hours and 40 minutes while you were down there in the neighborhood. So what are you talking about during that time?
I'm trying to talk her out of it.
You're trying to talk her out of coming down to where you are and killing someone.
I mean, when you put it that way, yes. It wasn't necessarily where I am, because I guess that was... She didn't know I was there. Like, I'm just trying to talk her out of it. But I had a feeling...
But she knew you weren't at your house because she stopped by at your house. So she didn't ask you where you were? What did you tell her when she asked you where you were?
She did ask me where I was.
Okay, what did you tell her?
I told her I was out at lunch with my friends.
Okay.
This is a clown circus presentation.
At lunch at 9 in the morning? She believed that you were...
Yeah, he has lunch at 9 in the morning and then dinner at 10. No, it's breakfast at 7, brunch at 8, lunch at 9, supper at 10, then a snack.
For Hooters at 9 in the morning?
She believes that I was with my friends at night. She believes I was with my friends most of the morning.
Okay. After all this happened, who did you tell? Because I know that you didn't tell my partner here when he came to your house and asked you about it. Who did you tell? Because you knew that she went down there and that she killed this guy.
The only person that I've talked to about...
I don't know, I mean, if he's a jailer, it's reasonable that they have strange hour shifts, right? I mean, 9 a.m. could be his lunch time, I suppose. If he, I don't know.
Any of this afterwards was my turn.
Okay. And you told them that Devin killed this guy, and you know that
tell
you're
them that
involved.
he killed him. I said,
Okay.
if this is the case, I said, well, she's been charged. I said, the truck was there at my house,
Okay.
and I gave him my series of the day, like my timeline of the day.
Okay. So you didn't tell him what Devin did. You just said what Devin has been charged with.
And, she never told me that she did it.
Okay.
Like, I can't say that she did. Like, she did it. She never actually told me what she did.
Okay. But you obviously knew what she was intending on doing if you took it so seriously that you went all the way down there. So you knew that she intended on killing you. That was the plan that she had relayed to you.
Right.
Okay.
I knew that she was intending. I didn't know she was intending. Like, and I knew that she was talking about that morning. I didn't know she was actually carry it out.
So besides your attorney, so after she gets arrested and all that stuff goes down, she gets charged. Besides your attorney, though, who did you tell?
That's it.
You didn't tell your wife?
No.
My
wife is
the woman that you're having an affair with just went down and killed her ex.
We've been talking about the affair more than anything.
Okay.
She's upset.
But the murder didn't come up in your conversation.
No, because she doesn't. She hates Devin. Hates her. She's hated her for a long time, so she doesn't want to talk about her.
Probably sounds like she has a reason to hate her.
Yeah.
If I had to guess. If we're being fair. Okay.
Yes. So she doesn't want to hear about that stuff.
Okay.
She's obviously had to hear what she had to hear about the affair, but she hasn't been doing well. So for like 2 days, she just sat on the couch and wouldn't talk to me.
Okay.
And we're sleeping on different floors right now. So
Tell me about Jason. What do you know about Jason?
I don't know Jason. I think I've met him twice in my whole life. I know what she tells me. What she tells me is just that he's been abusive to her in all these different ways, whether it's psychological, physical, there's a whole bunch of ways. But I've never seen it. I've never been around it. I don't know him.
Okay.
Now I guess I've met him 3 times in my whole life. The 3rd time being when I told him what I told him. But
yeah.
Prior to that, once was this was probably about 2. I helped her dad move a washer and dryer to his apartment.
Okay.
And after the only other time, he came over probably like 8 or 9 months ago. I literally was just standing out.
He probably only sleeps downstairs for safety reasons. I mean, you know, a structural engineer would be like, man, listen, stay on solid ground. The last time he went upstairs, he fucking crashed through the landing and got stuck. Fucking legs dangling through the kitchen ceiling. They had to run down. They run up and pour a whole bucket of fryer grease over him so they could lube him out of the hole. And now he sleeps in the basement.
Outside, and we just said, "What's up?" He didn't say words to me. That's all I've ever done. Otherwise, I don't know him personally. I've never talked to him. I don't even have his number. I don't know that stuff.
Okay. You just mentioned that you don't like Devin all that much either.
Well, I say that now.
Okay.
I love Devin. You know, I have. I've known her for 13 years. Like she's somebody that I care about.
Yeah.
But right now, I'm not very happy with her disposition because she made the decision that she made.
Okay. Even though you have a bunch of guys who work law enforcement, all kinds of people that you could have told that, look, I'm involved in this, you didn't tell anyone. You did think she was going to do it. You went down there to warn him.
Right.
You went down there not just to warn him. You went down there and you waited. If what you're telling me is true, if I'm supposed to believe what you're telling me is true, you're saying that you went all the way, you believed it so much to the extent that you went all the way down to Longmont after you had spent the night with her to go down there and sit and follow a mail truck around for 2 or 3 hours. That's how much you believed it. And you didn't.
He heard there was a delivery of He heard it was full of muffin baskets. He wasn't trying to prevent a murder, he was planning a robbery.
Tell anyone else. That's what I'm supposed to believe? Where did the gun come from?
I have no idea. I assumed it happened inside, but I don't know whose it is.
I'm trying to wrap my head around this, okay? And I think you understand why. All right? I don't think it's hard to come to the conclusion that I'm having a hard time coming to terms with your story right now. What purchases did you make that day? Sure.
No, I don't mean that. I mean my firearms. Like, you catalog all my firearms.
What purchases did you make that day? Okay, 2-gallon tubs of fucking chocolate chip, a giant stuffed crust pepperoni pizza.
Check them all. It's
Trifle.
If that's what you're implying, that's my.
6 buckets of trifle.
I'm trying to figure. There's no way that you can tell me that you didn't believe that her threat to go down there and kill him was serious.
I mean,
I'm just saying, by your actions that morning, that tells me you absolutely believed it was a serious threat.
That morning is the first time that I thought, like, that I had the feeling that she might actually do it.
Okay.
And I'm not, because I have the feeling, like, yes, hindsight's 20/20. I should have done more. But I believe that if I saw her, I could stop her. And if I didn't have to worry about getting involved in those two, I might not mess up her custody battle. I tried to convince her to keep a level head. I was not successful.
Okay. Well, I guess there's not much of a custody battle left anymore, is there?
That even when she got off the phone with you, you told me yourself, she got off the phone with you, she said, all right, don't worry, it's past. And even you said that you know her well enough to know that that's a bunch of bull.
She doesn't usually give up.
She doesn't do that, right? So you knew the thought was still in her head.
I 100% knew the thought was still in her head.
Okay. Yeah, you still
I
hung up the phone.
It was going to be right then. I didn't know that that's what hanging up on me meant.
Right.
I thought she was going to go back to her route for the day. She'd finish it off. We'd continue this on later on. Like, I didn't know she was going to. That's what hanging up.
So you knew she was still thinking about it. You went in the conversation with her. You drive by him and have a quick little 15-second conversation with him. Please remind me, what did you say to him?
I just told him, I said, hey, you need to look out for Devin. Like, I'm worried that she's going to do something stupid. And he goes, what? And like looked at me like I don't think he recognized who I was. I think he was confused because I mentioned her name.
Okay.
And I said, Devin, I think she's unstable and she might do something to you. And he was like, I'm not afraid of that bitch. And I said, okay, man. And I went.
Done all that you can do at that point.
I mean.
And you went to Hooters and had lunch.
Like I said, I thought that she went back to her route. I gave him his warning. Like I said, 3 days prior, she had talked about the middle of the night. I was still planning on doing my part, trying to get her to realize that that's not a rational dealing with things.
Okay.
I thought that I was successful at the time, and I wasn't. And I thought that I could continue. Okay. Or at least convince her later on that that's not what needs to happen.
So what if I told you that there are people that said that even though you and Jason didn't have a lot of contact together, from their understanding, there's tension between you and Jason, specifically because of the situation with Devin. Who said that they feel very personally that you specifically had it out for Jason.
How and why? What's the motive? What do I stand to benefit from that?
He was with the girl that you're apparently with.
It's not with
They have a kid together. They spend time together.
They don't spend time together. care less. She also cheated on me with 2 other guys throughout this whole time. I didn't do anything.
Is it really cheating on you though if you're with your wife?
No, and that's why. That's why I didn't care.
Yeah.
My point is, I wasn't the only person.
Oh, this guy's a catch, man. This guy's a catch.
She was sleeping with, and I wasn't upset about that. I didn't care. Like that, she was a side piece.
Were you scouting out that area for her to come down?
She already knew his route. She already knew his route. She was at his case.
That didn't answer the question, dude.
That wasn't my question.
Prior to that.
That wasn't my question.
No, I was not.
How do you know she was in his route weeks prior to that?
She told
Oh, he's getting a bit tense, isn't he?
me that she got kicked out of the post office before that by some lady at the post office because that lady was his secret post office girlfriend, is the way she worded it. And she was there picking up her mail, and she said that when she walked by his case, some lady chased after her and told her that she had to be out of the post office. That's what she had told me. And obviously thinking back, that's what I was assuming it was. She already knew his route. She told me his route a bunch of times. That's how she told me that number.
She knew the route number. Did she ever deliver that route?
I don't know if she delivered it. She said that he's been on that route forever. When she originally told me the route number, she said he's been on it literally forever.
She knows the route. She knows what route number.
She knows the route. I mean, she worked at the post office, at that post office.
Okay.
But she, I guess, talking to him. I don't know if they talk about the route or what. She had already knew the route.
What do you think she's telling us?
I have no idea.
What do you think she's saying?
I have no idea.
Why didn't you call him back the next day? When you know what we're looking into, you know the seriousness of it.
Because my attorney advised me not to speak to him.
Why didn't your attorney call us?
See, my client might have information in a rather high-profile investigation.
I guess he's waiting on.
Because you lied blatantly to that guy.
I know, I've already talked to him about that.
And your wife is no excuse for that.
I know, I've talked to him about that.
Well, I'm talking to you about it now. I understand you guys may have had a chit-chat about it, but I'm asking you about it now.
Yeah, I told him that I made a mistake on what I told him.
Yeah.
I was trying.
This is the guy, the last guy in the restaurant at the all-you-can-eat buffet when they're closing, and they say, "Sir, you know, they're stacking the chairs, they're running the vacuum, and he's still there." Right? He's like, "I'm not done yet." The sign said.
Trying to cover up the affair. I wasn't a part of this like it looks like I am. So he was there. Yes, I realized the car was out there, and she said that she was there, and so I understood why my house was being searched. It's not that I didn't understand it, but I didn't comprehend the fact that this was going to go to where it is now, because I wasn't part of it. I know that
You were on the phone with her almost the whole time. How are you not a part?
Every day. You can look at my records every day. I'm on the phone with her every day, all day.
Yeah, but this day you were specifically talking to her about her going down there and killing someone.
No, I was not.
You just said you were trying to talk her down from doing that, so you weren't talking to her
I
about
wasn't
that?
talking about her going and killing somebody. I was talking to her about not making a decision.
So you made a random trip down to Longmont.
Yeah, Carolina. Hurtado. Welcome, Carolina. Yeah, no, absent the issue with the sister, I don't think there was a custody battle. They might have had some issues, but from how she described the chain of events, she felt massively betrayed by 2 close people in her life, which is a double dagger, right? And if there was a custody issue, it was born out of that. I think ultimately she wanted to get away from him and her sister, and she couldn't because of the kid. And I think most of the reason was anger at feeling betrayed. Yeah. I really don't think that this was a case of someone who was like, I'm not going to share custody. Like, we see clear cases of that. Denise Williams, Wendy Adelson, you know, where it really is just a selfish woman who doesn't want the inconvenience of a split arrangement. I think shit, what's her name? Devan was depressed, angry, and didn't have an outlet for how she was feeling. And, you know, it ended with her exploding into rage, which is dangerous, but is the type of thing that can happen to anyone. Yeah, ultimately, I do have some level of sympathy for her situation. Sorry.
Had nothing to do with the mailman. So you didn't think that she was on her way down there to kill somebody?
What I thought.
Why did you go down there to follow him around if you didn't think that's what she was going to do?
Hey!
Because I wanted to stop her.
5 coffees from Derek and Anne. Thank you, guys. That's very, very kind, and great to see you. Always nice to see you, Derek and Anne.
So you did think she was on her way to go down there to kill him?
I discussed with her about going and killing somebody. I'm trying to talk.
But you said she talked about that before. You said that you had to talk her down from that on more than one occasion. That was the first thing you told me. You said you had to talk her down from that on more than one occasion, and each time you were successful. And then this last time when I asked you about it, you said this is the only time that it got this far that you had to talk her down. Because the other times now are just banter.
Hey, this is such a friendly group. Look, someone comes in, say, hey, first time here, and everybody says hello. Thank you, group, for being so welcoming and friendly to someone new. And we hope you come back, Carolina.
So the other times didn't happen, but this is the only time that you've had to try to talk her down.
I told you 3 days prior I had to.
Correct, that one. Okay, I'll give you that one. Yes, you said that one 3 days prior. You had to talk her down from that one. Ever said you were there multiple times when you've had to talk her down. And so now it's just the 3 days prior, and then the day that she finally does this.
Correct.
So only 2 times now.
Correct. The other times I told you I didn't talk her down. It was just, we were just talking. Like, that was never serious. She never came at me in the way that she came at me that day, where she was like, I already have everything I need. Like, that was never something that she said.
What does she mean by that? What stuff did she have?
I don't know. She didn't tell me. All she said was that
she's talked to you about this before. You've had to talk her down. So what was her plan?
I don't know. Well, I assume her plan was whatever ended up happening. I don't know. She didn't tell me her plan. She knew that I wasn't going to be okay with it. That's not...
Yeah, and this guy keeping his wife going while he's also with Devan, it's not going to help Devan's feelings of feeling less than and worthless. He's a contributor.
That's not who I am.
And yet you had to go.
His selfish situation contributed to her explosion.
Down there and find him and warn him in person because you didn't know what she was going to do.
I didn't originally intend on warning him.
You were just going to follow him for 3 hours like a stalker?
That's how it was. It wasn't the intention, but yeah.
Because you didn't know that she was going to go do that. So either you did take her seriously or you didn't take her seriously. It's one.
Word had come down, okay, that all he was delivering that day was muffin baskets.
The other.
I already told you I took her seriously enough that I stayed on the phone with her and tried to convince her that these are not good options. These are not good ideas and solutions to her problem.
Okay. Do you understand where I'm getting the conflicting ideas here?
And I told him the same thing. I understand. I work in a career where I do investigating of stuff that goes on here, and I get what you're seeing, and I get why you're thinking what you think. I totally understand. That's why I pretty much already understand where everything's going to go. I know that I didn't do that on purpose, and I know that the evidence doesn't necessarily say otherwise. But I also know that I've never been complicit with it. I've never told her that I want her to do it. I've never been okay with it. So, you know, I said I know the stuff that's.
You just helped her cover it up afterwards by not telling anybody and by lying about it.
I
think about what you say here.
I did,
because I already know the answers you gave that man the other day.
Correct. I did lie to him about the stuff so that I could try to cover up my marriage or my affair to save my marriage.
And in doing so, you covered up.
But
Devin.
My intention was not.
Yeah. A lot of crime does begin with low self-esteem. You know, Jodi Arias's crimes began with low self-esteem, but also psychopathy. Right? Clearly. Wendy has low self-esteem and overcompensates. And has psychopathy. I find it pretty easy to split the difference between women like Jodi or Wendy and then Devon.
To try to alter or cover up.
But that's what you did. That's exactly what your lies did. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying. That's my answer.
And then you've got someone like Denise Williams that doesn't have low self-esteem, but just good old-fashioned arrogance, right? Overinflated sense of self.
Do you have any more questions?
I don't.
Okay. All right, you're under arrest. Go ahead and stand up. Place your hands behind your back.
Is it possible to do that out in the parking lot?
No. Stand up for me. We'll figure out what we need to as far as your. Do you have a uniform shirt on underneath this?
Took
it off already. Okay. Now go ahead and face this gentleman right here for me. 2 handcuffs.
Yeah.
Yep. What all do you have on you right now? I have my option outside double lock just when you get out there, alright? Let's see, I have a key here. Actually, hold on. I might be able to do it here. You got one? So we're taking your truck, just so you know.
Your guy. Okay. Does it have your name on it, that black one?
It doesn't have my name on it, but yeah, it's a black one.
Okay. Hang on, just hang on 1 second. Stay right there.
The folder, he's out there.
we can probably come back in.
Yeah, so no way we can any professional courtesy, but this applies to his office. This is a murder case. All right, let's get on. We'll do this alone.
Well, he's already in the jail. I mean, you know, it's just, yeah, here you go. This is your cell.
My buddy's going a long way out. Maybe just get you real quick. Thank you for putting that stuff in that truck. Yeah, we'll grab it. They told him the same thing.
Has he been checked for Twinkies?
You got it right there? Alright, let me make sure I'm not missing it. Alright. Sorry, what were you saying?
Have you got anything on you? Just some fudge. Just some fudge and cold pizza in my pocket.
It's not.
You what? Alright, we'll hang up. We'll have to go all the way around to the back. Did you get everything inside? Yeah.
It's a bit of an anticlimax, right? They just take him and stand outside. Where's the car? Where's the van? Where's the loader for this guy?
Do what? Otherwise, you have to go around that way. All the way around to the back.
Yeah, Fury Pesto. He had a wife and a side piece and multiple other affairs that his wife didn't find out about, and his own personal private booth at Hooters. Little velvet rope. No one sits there but him. And it's just him in the whole booth. Spread your feet and a fucking whole chicken just falls out of his trouser leg. Stuffed with cookie dough.
So do you have to work on here to eat? Yeah. Go ahead, sit down.
They're going to have to put him in the trunk of that Explorer. Open the back. Open the back. Oh. Well, you know, I've been awake for 48 hours. We've streamed for a total of 11 of those hours. Just don't know when to quit, do you, True Crime Metrics? Proceed. What are we proceeding with? Everyone said that the sister's interview was boring, but I want to have a look. I want to have a look. Or should we look at Devan's interview in the jail? Who was she talking to? Was that her brother or what? Okay, first person in chat to say sister's interview or Devan in jail interview. Or phone call, whatever. Decide. Oh, Amy's got there. Look, even before the options were, I want to see the jail call. Well, you got it. Do the jail call. I'm doing it. Man, that fucking California coffee must be strong. I'm not even tired. What is this? I am kind of hungry, though. Maybe I'm going to have a tuna pouch and some ramen. Alright, I could go for 4 fried chickens, whole, and a Coke. Where's the thing? Here it is. No more wings, sir.
I don't know what to
no
say.
more
I'm
wings.
sorry.
No, I'm just gonna have to wait 25 years, at least.
Well, she's just a kid, man. Just an angry kid.
No, I'm just gonna have to wait 25 years, at least.
October 13th, 2021, Jason Schaefer, a mail carrier for the U.S. Postal Service, is gunned down while working in the middle of the day in a residential neighborhood in Longmont. Arrested Devan Schreiner, Schaefer's ex-girlfriend and the mother of his child. Prosecutors say Schreiner was angry that Schaefer had recently asked for additional custody of their child and also upset that Schaefer had started dating Schreiner's sister.
Well, I'm really high today.
Hi.
Hi, dear. Can you see me or am I too high?
You're a little high.
Okay, I'll get the chair instead. Are you okay? What's wrong?
There's more news today.
What happened?
AJ is telling them everything, as well as they found a picture of you in the outfit.
In the outfit? What outfit?
What did he say?
That he tried to talk you down, and this had been going on for a while, and he tried to warn Jason.
Well, this is a good order to play it in, given that we've just watched all that happen.
I'm sorry you had to hear all that on the news. Let me get the chair. Hold on.
So who is Castaneda?
I gotta put the phone down. Hold on. that better?
Yeah.
Gonna fall and die. What else?
Well, besides the picture of you in the same outfit that happened that day, he's also stating that you said today's the day and you have everything you need on the day when he dropped you off to work.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Did you do like a news article on it or what?
He got arrested,
Well, no, I know that, but
and that's what he told the police.
huh?
This is a crime circus presentation.
Interesting.
He's being held for complicity. I wasn't going to talk about it, but I don't know.
Okay.
No.
I would wager that he did not have life insurance, Fury Pester.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He probably didn't even have renter's insurance. I mean, he's a postal worker.
You're not okay.
I just wish I could have seen you again.
I know, I wish I could see you too. Are you gonna be okay?
No.
Oh, man up, mate. Fucking say something, will you? Pull it together.
I'm sorry. I wish I knew what to say to make it better. Sorry.
I wish I could make your situation better. It's getting worse.
It's not your job to make this better, though. I'm sorry you're hurting. I love you.
I love you too.
That's a turtle suit, isn't it? Like, I think that's so people don't stab her. Not sure.
You don't have to say it if you don't want to.
You know I do.
I know. I'm sorry. I wish I could fix things for you. I don't like seeing you upset.
Jocelyn's having a hard time.
What happened to the audio, Amy? Is it not working? Is it low?
Yeah, I'm gonna see her at 4:30.
I don't know if you will.
Okay.
Hey, thanks, Jill Jane, for the super sticker. Very kind of you, Jill Jane.
At least not for a little while.
Is she angry?
I don't know if she's angry, but she says she couldn't right now, so.
Yeah.
I'll still call you every day, though.
You don't have to if you don't want to. I know that it's hard for you right now.
I do want to.
If you don't want to help do the other stuff either, then you don't have to. With the apartment, with anything.
I'll do what I can. If this keeps going south, what do you want me to do with your stuff?
Just sell what you want. Just try to keep the jewelry and those personal things that you know that I like.
Well, the sex
Everything else
toys.
can go, really. It's not that important.
There's personal things that you know that I
Stuff
like.
for kiss and all that.
The anal beads. The,
You know what's important to me.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, should I have another coffee now? I might never sleep again. Maybe I should. Maybe that would make me feel so sick and dizzy that I'll have to lie down. And then my body will just collapse.
I hear Noah.
They were playing.
No.
We're doing it.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say to make it better for you.
I don't know what to say to you. Seriously. I don't want this to happen.
Everything will be okay.
I'm sorry, this guy's a total drip, man. You know, if you, I don't know. I mean, he's upset, but like, I'm sure she's on a limited amount of minutes on the call, right? Don't just stare at the screen. Let's talk business.
I'm sorry. Thank you for telling me, though. I know you didn't want to, but it's stuff that I need to hear, even if you don't want to tell me.
There's a lot stacked against you.
I'm sure there is.
And I don't know how that's going to affect that.
We'll let the lawyers worry about that.
I have a meeting with Haley at 5.
Today. Okay. I hope it goes well.
It's just going to be mainly a review of the trial.
Of like what they said and stuff.
And probably what to do next. Or what's going to happen next.
Yeah. Well, like I said, if you change your mind, I understand.
I can't abandon you.
I wouldn't love you any less if you did. I know it's hard right now.
fun.
Really? Postal workers have really good benefits? They fucking don't in England. They're on 0 hours contract, which means you don't even like you're not even guaranteed work. They just call you up and say you've got to be in an hour.
I talked to my lawyer's assistant or investigator or whatever she is this morning, and I just gave her the information for like my bank and stuff like that to give to you, and I told her to get you the power of attorney and stuff like that too. She said she would work on that today.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the $130.
I don't know if she's called you or talked to you about it yet, but
No.
is your finger okay?
I jammed it into a slicer blade.
Did you cut it?
Yeah.
Well, it's
It's,
hard to see with that thing on, but
As I jammed the tip of my finger into the slicer blade.
I'm sorry. Are you okay? Did you have to go to the doctor?
No.
Should you have gone to the doctor?
We'll see.
You need to take care of yourself.
But these guys are so young, though.
You look angry at me.
Just trying to keep it together.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're coming up to last call for those coffees, guys. Those fantastic coffees. If you want a coffee, you can buy one through us at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Fabulous True Crime Metrics. Fabulous coffee. Fabulous up all night 2-stream coffee. Fucking hell. Are we going to be on tomorrow? Are we just going to just stay awake forever? I don't know. Maybe. No, I'm gonna crash. I'm gonna crash and burn.
What can I do?
I've been loving the new headphones, guys. It's fantastic. I can get up. I'm not attached to anything. I've got no buzz. And I've kind of got used to this, like, noise cancellation. First time I put them on, I was really freaked out. I put them on in the fucking noisy shopping mall. And then it all went quiet. It was like a weird dream. It was you know, it's handy. I don't think I'm ever going to take them out. I don't need to listen to anything ever again apart from what I select. How great is that?
Can you time travel?
Can you time travel? Can you time travel?
There's a lot of things I'd time travel back to if I could. Believe me.
Yeah, well, what's the most important bit? Yeah, it's a boyfriend, Harley.
I'm sorry.
God, I gotta catch up with this chat.
I don't know what else to say. Is there anything else that was said?
You're in a Snapchat group.
Well, obviously, everybody has Snapchat groups.
Where you said you're having a party in the woods and bring your own shovel.
Oh my gosh.
What?
And AJ is just pretty much...
I don't have a Snapchat group. I've never had Snapchat in my life. I'm not even 100% sure what it is.
Sounds like he's trying to save his own skin.
Well, he wouldn't be him if he didn't. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry.
I don't think she's a psychopath, no.
No, I'm just going to have to wait 25 years, at least.
I think she's a normal person, young, immature, and couldn't deal with her emotions, didn't have the proper guidance to do so, and didn't have the will or knowledge to, you know, help herself adapt, change, grow, evolve, whatever. I think it's a sad story. I don't think she's a psychopath at all. I think Jodie is a psychopath. I think Denise Williams is a psychopath. I think Wendy Adelson is a psychopath. You telling me that you're going to put this girl in with those guys? Come on. I'm not saying she's a nice person or a good person or whatever, but I definitely don't think she's a psychopath.
You know that's not the maximum sentence, right?
I said at least.
I just worry. You know I worry about you too, of course.
I'm worried about him too. What I can do now is try to fight for him to stay in Colorado.
That would be the best.
Where did this guy come from? I think he... where did he come from? I don't know. It looks like he's been hiding in a grandfather clock.
However, fighting against blood family members is pretty difficult in this kind of case.
I don't think that it would really only be against Jason's parents, I think.
I know.
I tried to remind my lawyer today that even
only to wizards, Fury Pesto.
though they wouldn't, like, even though they do essentially know how to take care of children, that it still wouldn't be best for him because he doesn't ever see them, and he would be in a new state, and they wouldn't be able to do the extracurricular activities with him that he should do growing up, and all of those things that children need to be able to do that you and Jocelyn could do with him.
Would you want me to hire an attorney for that? A private one. Because that one I could probably afford.
I asked my lawyer, well, I asked the assistant about it, and she said that she would ask the lawyer, and they would talk about it, and she would let me know tomorrow. So I guess you can see what happens with Haley tonight when you go talk to her and see what she says, and we can talk about it.
Yeah. The only river this guy's sailing down is a river of despair. Look at him.
Tomorrow.
Okay. You want me to talk to her about getting a different lawyer?
Yeah, right. He's not lifting her spirits, that's for sure, Victoria Girl. I think she's going to cheer up when she goes back to her cell.
I wouldn't say anything to her necessarily about it, but just say what, you know, that you're going to get my apartment and you're going to live there, and it's already got his room set up, everything's ready for him. He already lived there, so it's already ready for him to be there again. And keeping him in his house would be one of the best possibilities. And it is up by my dad, and it is.
No need to say sorry to me, Carrie B. You know, I love your opinions. I love reading your comments, and you know, I don't need to impose my thoughts on anyone. I just like to share them honestly, you know. So that's what I'm doing.
Is up by my sister, even though they shouldn't have custody and they shouldn't take care of him. You aren't opposed to them seeing him because they are his family and his friends are here and his friends are.
Yeah.
You know, he has the neighbors, the friends of his that were our neighbors when we lived at the house. He has his friends from school. He has Jocelyn. He has all of those friends. And taking him away from everything on top of not seeing his parents would not be good for him.
Yeah. I don't
almost done, Harley. Just another 5 minutes. I might as well let it play out.
Maybe the long-term decision, though.
What do you mean?
If where his placement is temporary on this decision, or if it's permanent, as far as depending on what happens in the case.
From what I understood, it's temporary until.
Hey, Amy, do you know if the trial was televised? Was the sentencing available?
A final decision on my case is made.
It might be nice to wrap up with the sentencing. I don't know. I'll have a look.
So it could be this until January. It could be until a year from now. However long this part takes is, I think, from what I understood, is that's the custody stuff, and then afterwards they'll decide permanent. You're gonna be okay.
This is a Crime Circus presentation.
sorry.
I don't want to live without you.
I don't want to live without you either. Not that this is living, but... we'll get it worked out. You look really mad at me, I'm sorry. I know. How much time do we have left?
About 3 minutes. If I can get this for you real quick.
It's Graham. It's Graham. Hi, Graham. Hi, Graham. It's Lila. It's Lila. Hi, Lila. Hi, Lila. Hi, Lila. It's cute.
Let's see.
Oh, my love. Oh, my love. Where did you find all these?
Through mind adjustments.
Thanks.
Of course.
Thank you. How much time do we have? Hurry.
10 seconds.
Turn it around. And
Thank you.
I love you, thank you. I'll call you later, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, there's no footage of the trial. But we can have a quick look at the sister interview. I mean, we might as well. We've got the link, right?
So obviously a lot of different dynamics with this relationship, just with Devin being your sister.
Oh.
Can you kind of walk me through, maybe by starting on how your and Devin's relationship was before you started the relationship with Jason? Complicated?
I was trying to think where to start because she hadn't been in our lives for 9 years.
Really? Tell me about that.
We all lived at our mom's house,
Mm-hmm.
and we were all younger. She ended up leaving when she was about 16.
Okay.
Anyway, so she lived with her dad. And then she got in contact with us at the end of last year.
End of 2020?
End of 2020, yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, and so then the beginning of this year, I moved in with her here in Longmont. We lived together for a bit in her house, and then we had an apartment together in June. And then there's a situation between her and I. She kicked me out. Anyways, and then I started living with Jason.
Okay. Do you remember the address of the house that you guys lived at? You said it was her house?
Yeah, I have it. And again, this is a house she used to live in. She doesn't live there anymore. Right. Anyways, it's 10449.
Is it Longmont? Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys lived there at the beginning of the year, like January time frame. And then what caused you guys to move into the apartment?
It's kind of trying to shorten the story, but
I'm here to listen.
Yeah. So in March, she had already put the house up that she was living in that house.
Oh, okay.
For lease, and then we just had to find an apartment.
Gotcha. And then what apartments were you guys at? Here in Longmont?
Yeah, the Stone Bridge, which is the address for that is, I don't know if you needed it.
Sure.
2424.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Stone Bridge, and then that was Unit 4-1.
Okay. And so you guys lived in that apartment for a little while, and I think I'm going to ask, but what happened between you two?
There was
something, and there is zero judgment coming from me, just so you know. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it all. I know sisters.
No, it's fine. There's
so
easy. Yeah, especially not her. I don't really consider her my sister.
Okay.
Anyways, but it was just a situation with one of her. Just between him and I. So.
And when you say one of her men, was it one of her boyfriends or?
Yeah, because she is 2.
Okay. So. What was his name?
Joseph. He was one of the ones I told them about.
Okay. Do you know his last name at all?
They said it.
Okay.
Starts with a C.
Okay. So you had an issue with Joseph?
Yeah, they were kind of having an argument. And then, then there was, I went over to his apartment to help him. Anyways, and then there was.
And you helped Joseph?
Yeah, just like talking wise.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure he was okay with what was going on. Anyways, and then.
Do you remember what they were arguing over? Was it something pretty big?
They were arguing over her other man.
Oh. And so you said she had 2 boyfriends, so she had this guy Joseph and then
AJ, which is the guy AJ also mentioned.
Okay. So they were arguing over that, and then you ended up going over and talking to Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
How did your sister respond to that?
Well, she didn't know that situation because, of course, there was a little bit of history. Anyways, and I ended up telling her. And she was very, very upset. She threatened to. And then next thing I know, she kicked me out of the apartment that I paid for. That's why she was like, you're not allowed here. I'm like, okay.
Do you know about when that was? When you ended up moving out of that apartment?
That was I believe June 25th.
Wow, very specific.
A lot of things happened during, like, on those days, and I remember the dates.
Uh-huh.
So I believe it was anywhere between the 24th or the 26th of June.
Okay, middle of June. And when you say there was more stuff, was there more stuff between you and Devin that happened, or was it?
No, just between me and the guy that happened.
You and Joseph?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you're leaving a lot out, so I don't want to assume anything. Did you end up starting a relationship with Joseph?
No, I didn't.
No, okay.
No.
Okay. Okay. Can you tell me what more happened between David and Joseph?
He basically, to sum it up, like I said, I went there because he was like, hey, I have some of her stuff here. Can you get it? I want it out. I don't want to have anything to do with it. With her. And anyways, because he was upset, so I just, sat down and talked to him. And then, because it was very late, it was like midnight. I ended up falling asleep. Woke up in his bed. You can imagine what happened.
Okay.
So much.
Thank you for sharing it with me, though. Like I said, I'm just trying to wrap my head around all the different dynamics.
Plays a part.
But no ongoing relationship with Joseph. No. Did Devin find out about that?
Yeah, I told her everything that happened.
Okay. Did anything else add to the move out in June? Move out of the apartment? Or was it basically everything that happened with Joseph?
No, it was basic. It was all that happened.
Okay.
And she had even, when she texted our dad as well as my sister, and she said, I want Rose out. She gave it to Jason. She was like, I want Rose out. I don't care. She can live with you wherever. So, anyways.
So when you moved out of the apartment, where'd you go?
I stayed at a few, I stayed with my sister. I stayed with the boyfriend that I had at the time.
Okay.
And then I stayed with Jason.
Okay.
Lived together since then.
Was Jason so he was the last person that you lived with?
Yeah.
Okay. And how did your sister respond to you then moving in with Jason?
It would be on a text, but between him and her, but she didn't really say much.
Nothing to you?
Nothing, well, not necessarily to me directly about.
Mm-hmm. What were her feelings toward it?
Probably angry, but was she not angry?
Okay. So she never said anything directly to you about being upset over you living with Jason?
No.
Okay. Do you know what she said to Jason about that situation, about you living there? When you said she's angry, but what is she not angry about? I guess how did you know she was angry?
Just the little comments she would make when we were, for example, when Jason was from her, and she had some things that accidentally left at our apartment, and she was just here, give this to your new girl. or something like that. Just that's what I mean, like just little
snippy
kind of comments.
Okay.
About it. So.
And what were Jason's thoughts on it? About you living with him? I mean, were you guys in a relationship at that point?
Yeah, right away we were.
Right away. Mm-hmm. Okay. Is it safe to say that that's when the relationship started with you and him? Mm-hmm. When you moved in with him? Okay. And did he ever talk to you about if he had any feelings around the fact that you were Devan's sister?
Oh, like, did
it come up at all?
Did it bother him? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That he was saying his...
Or did he have any feelings about it? Or was he just like, I don't care?
No, he's like,
Yeah, like more or less, he just said he didn't care. Is he and Dev together?
Right.
Is that right? Okay. He's like 6, so he's been in the picture.
So this girl's 19, right? I mean, she's pretty clueless. Like, she's in this weird sort of 1940s interview room.
Interesting. Okay. How was your and Jason's, I don't want to say call it a relationship, but I mean, you obviously knew him a lot before you started the relationship.
Yeah, I know him beginning of this year, so.
Was that the first time you met him?
Yeah.
Even though they have a 6-year-old together?
Yeah, because like I said, our sister wasn't in our lives.
Okay.
For the 9 years until, for me, the beginning of this year.
Okay. Interesting.
So no, I had not met him until this year.
Did she introduce you guys to each other? I mean, is that how you know each other, or is through her?
When he would come to...
Yeah. When you lived with her?
When I lived with her, that's...
Thank you for, like...
like you're reminding me. What?
I know I need a whiteboard in here.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I twisty-turny, but...
Yeah, no, you're explaining it great. And I'm sorry I'm asking so many questions. I just want to make sure I'm getting it right.
Yeah, are you getting it right? I don't know. I don't know if there's much point watching this. I think we might shut it down, guys. How many hours has it been? It's been 6 hours and 7 minutes. Is that our longest stream to date? It's not long enough, but it's still only 5 in the morning. What time did we start? 11. 11, okay. Yeah. And it's only midnight for you guys in the East. Nice. So it's early night all round. Okay. What are we doing tomorrow? Are we on tomorrow? Probably. It's back to Adelson month, I guess. Or maybe I should spend tomorrow prepping the big Adelson show. Rather than just... Someone said to me today, hey, listen, I would really be down for you going through the entire trial. Every single witness from scratch. Maybe we should do that. You know, because we focus on all the big guys. We focus on Luis Rivera. We focus on Jeff Lacasse, Wendy Adelson, Charlie Adelson. You know, we've gone to Isom. We've gone to Pat Sanford on occasion. Junum Chinder, of course. But we forget. We forget that there are other witnesses too, right? We did Jim Geiger. But there are other witnesses too. Shorter witnesses. It might be interesting just to go and pick some of that up again. You know, the minutiae details. Why not? Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Just, 2019, day 1, witness 1. See how far we get. I don't know. As always, any suggestions for our continuation on Adelson Month, please do join us on Discord. Fantastic Discord link in the description, link all over the chat. Remember to leave a like on the video on your way out, please. Very good. Helps the channel. Thank you so much to everybody in the comments. Whatever your opinions, I love all of them, and it's just so nice to have diversity, but also maintain respect between us. You know, I think the group is fantastic. We're all friends, and it's just a wonderful place to be. I just, it's great. It's fucking fantastic. It's fucking all right. It's all right. Thank you to the moderators. Thank you to the coffee supporters, the super chatters and the super sticker givers, the members, the Patreon members, every member, every coffee member, every YouTube member, every subscriber, every single. We had like 50 subscribers today, which is high for little old metrics. You know, that's quite a chunk in one day, and I think it's because of Adelson Week, Adelson Month. Keep it going. Keep it going. You know, even when we do a video of someone we've done before, we're probably going to go back to Wendy's interview. We've done it 3 times on this channel, right? The whole thing. And we're probably going for round 4, because every single time, you know, the lens changes and we pick up different things. We see different things and we hear different things, right? We focus on Jane. We focus on Jeff. We focus on Ison. We focus on victim advocate Sarah Latour, right? It's going to be a wild ride. Don't miss Adelson Month. February is Adelson Month. And then more stuff coming. New trials coming. Current trials coming. Building up, building up, building up. Thank you, everybody. And we will say good morning, good night, hello, good evening, and welcome. Goodbye. True Crime Metrics out. Where's the thing? Oh, here's the thing.